The annual summer pilgrimage to South Haven, Michigan and Gingerman Raceway leads us to GRIDLIFE Midwest. Music, car culture, and racing in one weekend. Welcome to the Grid.
I know that you're mine, but I wish we could pause and press rewind. When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo. Might run out of time, so why can't we just pause and press rewind? When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo. I know that you're just pause and press rewind. When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo. I know that
organization, of course, is known as the Watkins Glen Grand Prix Corporation. Once around, the cars will return to the starting grid and will resume their normal static positions, after which they'll receive the green flag and the race will be underway. Anyhow, there's plenty of horsepower here today with these small engines. And there they go, the race is on the standing time.
Welcome to Watkins Glen International, one of the most historic road courses in the world. It's held every kind of major racing series over its 80-year history. And while this racetrack has been here since 1956, racing in the town of Watkins Glen happened even earlier than that. It didn't start here. It started here, right in the middle of downtown Watkins Glen, right in front of the courthouse. This is the original start line for the 6.6-mile course that ran from 1948 to 1952. The name of this place was called Jefferson until 1852, when it was renamed after Dr. Samuel Watkins. The town was called Watkins, and this is the Glen, hence Watkins Glen, and the name of the racetrack we have today. One of the coolest parts of the original street course is the old stone bridge, mile marker 3.0 on the 6.6-mile track. This is the farthest west that you go before you turn back around and head back into town. A lot has changed in the last 70 years, but the old stone bridge is still here, and you can drive across it yourself today. Just after mile marker number 4, the second place at train tracks crossed the track, but this time at grade. So on October 2nd, 1948, the first ever race in the town of Watkins Glen, they had to stop the railroad. They called it the day they stopped the trains. One of the most recognizable corners on the original street course is Big Bend, this long downhill right-hand turn that led to the end of the lap. It's really no coincidence that today on the full course there's a corner just like this, a fast downhill right-hand turn. When the permanent course was finally built in 1956, it was set up so that this section was actually the main straight. Pit lane used to be right next to me here. And this is the original flag stand. It was discovered in a barn after a fire a couple of decades ago, and they put it back where it belongs, right before the climbing S's and the 3-story climb to the back straightaway. This is the 90. It's turn number 1. It actually used to be the last turn on the racetrack. But in 1971, when the track was reconfigured, everything shifted around and the start-finish line moved up that way. And this became the challenging first turn around the 3.4-mile Watkins Glen. The famous S's. These have basically been unchanged since 1956, although there was the Schechter chicane put in during the 1970s and 80s when Formula One was here. But the track narrows from 60 feet wide on the front straightaway down to just 32 feet at the top of the hill. And you're traveling between 120 and 150 miles an hour through this section. It feels like you're driving through a tunnel at the top of this hill. In 1992, Watkins Glen International installed the inner loop, better known as the bus stop chicane, to slow cars down before the high speed at turn 5. The inner loop has a couple different configurations for the entry curbs, but for this weekend, all of the curbs are gone. This is just flat concrete all the way through, and it's going to make this 3 corners instead of 4, and exceptionally fast, especially if you can get right against this Armco barrier on corner entry. Once you fly through that first section of the bus stop, then you hammer these curbs. They're really tall and they're going to send the car airborne, but if you do it just right, you sling through here at the top of 3rd gear, sometimes even 4th. It's a really fast, fun section to get right before turn 5. Does this part look familiar? This is sort of reminiscent of that Big Bend we saw on the original course. 10 degrees of banking and a downhill right turn. Now, if you're running stock cars, you typically take the short course. You stay to the right. But here this weekend, we're on the full course, the Grand Prix circuit, 3.4 miles. You stay to the left and head down to turn 6. And that is a major trouble spot here, that plunging descent into that 6th turn. But over the years, cars got faster and the course needed to get longer so that there was a more interesting lap. So in 1971, Watkins Glen added the boot. So much elevation change down here. And when you get into the braking zone for the toe at turn 7, you have that gravity assist heading back up the hill. So you can hit the brakes so much later than you think before you turn around and head towards the hill. This is the NASCAR cut through, and this is where the boot rejoins the main circuit. The challenge here is because these two surfaces have to mix, there's really no camber here, and this flat turn makes it really hard for drivers to get back on power and accelerate towards turn 10. Once you leave turn 9 and head to turn 10, the next left-hander up the road, if you have enough downforce, you might be able to take it flat. That's a gut check for sure before you finish out the lap. Behind me is turn number 11, the last turn on this lap. You have to use all the racetrack at corner exit to maximize the track limits, right up to the old-fashioned outside wall. And that finishes your lap around the 3.45-mile Watkins Glen International. It is the birthplace of North American road racing after World War II, and this is what it looked like back in 1948 to 1952. The original 6.6-mile racetrack up Townsend Road, all the way to the old Stoll Bridge and back through Friars to the town. Then the temporary course in the town of Dix that sat on this very property with the start-finish line over between what is now turns 1 and 2. Over the years, it's changed lots, but it is the host of round 4 of 6, the 2026 GRIDLIFE Championship. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Arjuna Kankapati. Arjuna, what a venue for our 4th round of the championship. Lime Rock Park in Laguna Seca coming up in a month or two. Just some of the best circuits in North America our second half of the season.
And an opportunity for the drivers to head to historic venues and drink in that history. And around Watkins Glen, a lot of professional drivers describe it as an elevated street circuit. And what do I mean by that? Lots of elevation, but walls very close to you, and it narrows down at places through the S's, in through the inner loop, and a high-speed, high-commitment track where drivers know any mistake could be a big one.
Yeah, and fortunately we haven't had a lot of those so far yet this weekend, at least on the competition day. But we are finally back at Watkins Glen after a 3-year hiatus. There's a look at Watkins Glen International, and again, welcome to Saturday, a full day of action on track from 9 o'clock right now all the way until about 5:30 p.m. Again, just such an awesome event. This is Summer Apex Festival. We had it last year and the year before that at Road America, the National Park of Speed, but I'm local to the area, grew up in Rochester, an hour to the north, so this is my home track, and I'm really excited to be back alongside you, Arjuna. And this morning, it's Track Battle qualifying 4, and this is going to be a nice session. It's cool, it's beautiful out, and I really anticipate seeing track record lap times for pretty much all of our categories today. And someone has just gone back to the future, 1.21 gigawatts there in that one of those Honda Fits heading down into the bus stop.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye out on the speeds today around this just under 3.5 mile, 11-turn Watkins Glen track. The grip index, though, is something you and I had talked about at Gingerman. Very stark difference between the two surfaces, and this is a track where trusting that grip can be so difficult because when the grip goes, it goes suddenly, and it can be very difficult to sense how to save the car. Now, when we're talking about these Honda Fits, we're not traveling as quickly, maybe,
no,
as we'll see a couple of the unlimited cars later on. However, momentum in these cars, they're always trying to find as many opportunities to find speed as possible. And Sam Dooling, we ran into him yesterday as we were leaving the track, Jackson Lambrose and myself. He told us that speed tape that he's put over the fronts of the Honda Fit, it's intentional. Low drag configuration here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, and you mentioned that grip index. This is the highest grip racetrack we're on all season long, coming off of one of the lowest grip index tracks that we go to in a season. So on track now, again, qualifying 4 of 7. 7 heats to set our top 5 fastest in each class that will move on to the podium sprint on Sunday. For the Club SC cars, this is our slowest class of the 7 that we have here, but we group cars by pace overall. So we've got 4 groups, groups D through A, and as we make our way through the day, we're going to see faster and faster cars, as it looks like Club SC might have just smashed a new track record. Michael Jansen is an improvement from yesterday. It is a 224. I think that is quicker than the yesterday. So 224.557. So there you go, new top of the board.
About 0.4 quicker than what he set in Heat 2. So that would have been not quite in the afternoon, which was really scorching track temperatures, very likely into the triple digits and then some as well. But we know that there was more time to be had later in the day still. We saw more and more improvements, and you mentioned that GRIDLIFE hasn't been here since 2023. A lot of the drivers have very limited experience at this track, and so every opportunity they can go out and get those reps is so important, because you can do as many laps as you want in the sim, but nothing really prepares you for the narrowing of the track as you head up through the S's at 120 miles an hour.
Well, while Group D continues, let's check in with the third member of our broadcast team, Jackson Lambrose. Jackson, what you got, buddy?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, it was a late night for Alexis Fergrosso. Blew the transmission on that 740 Acura, but fortunately had a unlikely friend in the form of Mario Morone again, getting rid of that Civic, not getting rid of, but moving over to a BRZ and getting ready for a end of the season in endurance racing. Happen to have 2 transmissions laying around, so the crew able to grab one of those and install it. It was a long night last night, but fortunately, as you see him going into turn 1, he is back out on track.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, one of many drivers that was doing a transmission swap. More on that when we get to Group A a little later in the day as Alexis Fragoso climbs the S's. The car behind him that we wanted to talk about, we didn't get to see yesterday, is Cole Francetic. He is here with the Honda of America Racing Team. This is a Honda Fit EV. And yes, this is a car that was sold at dealerships, or I suppose leased at dealerships. You couldn't own these cars, and they were all taken back at the end. But a Honda of America Racing Team, they're using this as sort of a test bed to sort of learn more about electric vehicles on the racetrack. And it belongs in street class. It makes a little too much power for the Club SC category, but what a cool car, completely electric. This was, I think it was 2011 model year car, and so, you know, this is a little bit of a look back at what EVs would have been. You know, and this Fit obviously isn't made anymore, but what a cool car.
New record, by the way, for Jansen. I am in love with this car in so many ways. It's still got the regular interior in it and everything, but heart, it's effectively a volunteer group within Honda. They're all Honda employees. The racing's on the side, though. It is by no means their main focus, and they have a team that goes and races in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge occasionally as well, and they're effectively using vacation days to go and do that, to illustrate their commitment to racing. But they've had a couple of podiums in Pilot Challenge this year. It's been great to talk to the drivers, who are Honda engineers as well, so just really cool program. And it's not the only amazing EV that they've been working on. What do we need to convince them to break out the Odyssey next time?
You know, look, the Honda Odyssey that Hart Alabama brings out is so much fun to watch race. We haven't seen it in a couple of years, but Cole Francetic, best time of the weekend so far, a 234.7. Now, on the scales the other day, this car is north of 3,000 pounds. I think it's about 3,300, which is a lot of weight for the horsepower that it carries, but it makes a ton of torque just at a very low RPM. I
can imagine the torque curve is just basically a spike and then a straight line after that. But it's funny you mentioned the weight. He's basically got the same weight as Dussault Patton in Unlimited, but with about 1/10 of the horsepower in some way. So a big change there. New record as well, 213 punched in.
Yeah, that was for the all-wheel drive class within Club TR. That was Connor O'Mara in the R32.
So found three, was that 213?
Yeah.
Found 3 seconds from yesterday in the R32.
And again, we have beautiful conditions here this morning. The weather is absolutely gorgeous, so I'm expecting really fast lap times, and so is everybody else. So if you were kind of laying dormant in Heat 3 yesterday when we were broadcasting in the afternoon, you're going out this morning. That includes drivers and teams that have worked overnight. Dewey DeWitt is one of them, and so is Alan Patton and Louis Gelati group. They engine swapped that Corvette C7 that is currently the class leader at the moment, as we get a look at O'Mara in that beautiful R32, headed down into the boot after a successful all-wheel drive Club TR record run.
Now, we have another one of the heats coming up. I say another one. We've got another 2 heats coming up later today, but the one that I'm now starting to turn my attention to already, especially when we get later into the groups, will be this session tomorrow morning, which is the last session before Podium Sprint. And these cool conditions could see more records being broken. If O'Mara finds another 3 seconds, he's down to a 2:10. These drivetrain records give you points in the championship as well. So coming back to a place that we haven't visited in a few years, when we were here in 23, there was lots of rain, so the records are ripe for being broken as well. There's some points up for grabs in the championship.
Yeah, the question I would have, and I'd have to look back at my information for this, is was there actually even an all-wheel drive record to break? Because if there isn't an existing record, the point is not on the table. So, and back in 2023, Club TR was still a fledgling class. It was only in its 3rd year of competition, so I'd be surprised. What do you have in there? Who had it previously? Was it?
I don't know if I can go back and dig into the history.
Okay, well, I will, but
88, there we go.
Yeah, there
back
you go.
to the future again.
I didn't think that was going to trigger so many times this weekend, I'll be honest.
I'm telling you, they heard that you were going to do that, and so they have played along with the Easter egg, as it were. Checkered flag has flown, by the way, so these are final times coming in. Does Connor O'Mara find any more improvement?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
It looked like he was on a cooldown. The answer is there was no previous time. So that is, like Jeremy Bailey, if you open up the graphic there, you see it'll split and see the previous record holder. But so that means that there isn't an extra point on the table for Connor, but the drivetrain records were something of a drama point recently. Just a clarification in the rules about how they apply to the standings, and is a drivetrain record really a record, and so on and so forth. You could argue it all these different ways. In my opinion, I think it encourages the diversity in a category because in so many classes, I think there is sort of a preferred drivetrain, and it sort of de-incentivizes using anything other than that one. And also, I think it's a notable data point as well, because different cars do things so differently with drive wheels and different configurations.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I love the diversity that we get. It's nice that it's not just a spec series, effectively, as much as we see a lot of the Honda Fits. But you look at all of them, they've got unique things that make them go quickly. That Mini Cooper, by the way, I saw at the gas station a couple of days ago when I was making my way into Watkins Glen. So a lot of these cars are also very much not just street legal, but driven on the streets quite regularly and often to these events. So such a unique class, Club SC, and we saw all of them in this Group D, so we can now start to turn our attention to some of the classes where there is a bit more of that diversity.
Yeah, also note in Club SC, Mike Jansen with that record is just a half a second ahead of David Best. It is really tight for the top of the board there. Of course, for the weekend podium, that won't matter until Sunday afternoon when we get all 5 of the top runners and send them out on the racetrack for 3 laps. That will determine our podium winners for the weekend. Now, the records are worth points, and for the drivers at the pointy end of our class structure this weekend in Track Modded Unlimited, I think they'll probably care a little bit more about the record than they will about the trophy. But I love this format because you can focus on either, whichever your program is more focused on. There's Becky Robertson. Andrew Bollheimer is back there as well, and headed back down into pit lane.
Did look like David Best improved as well. He found about 1.4 seconds, the second driver now to dip into the 224s in Club SC. But getting the green flag now for the next of our groups, rapid fire sessions, and let's keep the action coming.
All right, Group C is on course, and Kevin Horn once again leading the way out in that purple Scion FRS. And long pit lane here. You got to watch your pit speed as well. There was a bunch of drivers noted for track limits yesterday in this group and on up for violating the turn 1 and turn 10 track limits. Remember that you have to keep a tire on painted surface or curbing or rumble strip or whatever at all times. If you embark beyond that, your lap time will be deleted. So working our way up the back straightaway. We do have our radar speed trap on the back stretch again as well. I have it set to turn on about north of 155 miles an hour, so we'll likely see that in Group B with some of the street GT cars. But again, Alan Patton topping the charts overall yesterday at a 144.209, but now he has a different engine than he had yesterday, and it seems like everything went okay. I heard it on the dyno this morning, so we'll see if he can get back on course in Group A, but circulating now for Group C.
Got a lot of the Falcon Club track rack cars in here, street mod, and one singular street GT machine. Cars are grouped by their pace on track rather than their class, just to make sure that everyone's within the same playing field. Let's go back to the future once again, shall we? I'm telling you, they heard you.
I wonder how much that got around and how many people are pacing themselves a little bit just to see. But anyway, there's another look at all the drivers that have laid down times so far in Street Mod down to Club SC. And we'll probably not see the pointy end of any of our classes in this group, but the battle for 5th we'll have to keep our eyes on.
Definitely. If you're wondering as well the difference between street and street mod, well, the name is somewhat indicative of what to expect. You're allowed a little bit more modifications, aftermarket aero being the main one. I think there's no horsepower restrictions as our Project Prime team. Is that giving us a wave as the drone gets sent up into the air?
These guys are the heroes of the weekend. This is a huge racetrack. There's a lot that goes on to make this happen behind the scenes. They're doing a phenomenal job this weekend, so give Project Prime a huge thanks. And here's some of the team. I think I didn't quite get this one all the way updated. We have a couple more people, so I think it's worth mentioning those extra folks that we've got on board. We'll get the graphic updated for the second half of the day, but that was our team from Midwest Fest, at least.
We got some more people here.
Yeah.
And what a great job they're doing, I got to say. I cannot... that one shot that we had yesterday of the Eric Cotillo diving down into turn one, the drone kind of flying and sweeping in towards him. Our drone operator's having fun, but everyone on track was really on operating on another level yesterday. It was just such a smooth day for us overall, and they have a long day. It's going to be a hot day, so big shout out to them for sure.
Yep, the team members we didn't see on that graphic that we'll get added: Braden, Johnny, Nicholas, Fernando, and Marshall joining the team here for this weekend. A1's camera ops, more cameras than we've ever had at any other GRIDLIFE broadcast in the past, and I'm a kid in the candy shop with the views that we get here this weekend.
And because we've got your speed trap set up on that back straightaway, that's your face when it worked yesterday. Just unbelievable. Will Evans just inside of the top 5 right now. He's set for podium sprint, but the gap behind to those hunting him down is still relatively slim. So he's one of those drivers that will want to use this session to find some more improvement when they get another chance out on track later today. It will be warmer. There's no question about that. And so as much as we saw some times improving yesterday, the deeper we go into this weekend, the less we expect to see the time shrink.
Yeah, I think the first lap will probably not be the quickest. Full course yellow. Well, it's not going to be the quickest because we'll be under control of the safety car this time around. Don't have visibility on what or where. But on a warm-up lap, typically that would indicate to me some kind of mechanical.
Hopefully someone's found a cutoff to pull into as well, and it'll be a relatively short interruption to the session. But it's not ideal to be interrupted on your warm-up lap, is it? Because you might have finally got yourself into that rhythm. Then you see the yellow flags. You're not heading into pit lane just yet. We should make that point. Unless we see black flags on track, that's the signal to the drivers to return. The yellow flag just means continue circulating. Be aware that there may be some vehicles moving around. And hopefully we'll get the session restarted as soon as we can.
And I also noticed behind me, going into turn 11, there is a debris flag, a slippery surface flag. So it's possible that there is some fluid. I would have thought if there was fluid that would be an immediate black. But they're going to keep cars circulating behind the safety car, and we'll see what the deal is.
Maybe gravel? I don't know.
It could be, but I don't know that they would throw a full course yellow for that.
Yeah.
And now a slow-moving vehicle. Where is this? This is in the
outer loop, or turn 8 is what I think. There's only a few right-handers that have that sort of descent angle into the corner, I would wager.
This is turn 8.
There you go. I was right. I was 50-50 guess there.
So, yeah, and that's the slow-moving vehicle flag. I don't mind that because it means that there probably is a vehicle moving, at least. Maybe in some kind of limp mode, but there is the time attack pace car, and hello.
Ooh. That's
a hammer.
I was going to say, that looks like some sort of tool that's been left in the car accidentally.
There's only a number of times in GRIDLIFE history can I remember seeing something like this. And someone has just gone back to the future. They need to go back and pick up their hammer is what they need to do.
Don't drive over it.
You know, it's so low profile, I'm not sure that drivers could make out what it is, and it could look just like a spring or piece of debris. I mean,
it's what, 2 and 30 seconds right there. I'm telling you, Carl, they heard you.
I love it.
You give them an Easter egg and they will take it with both hands. So for those that are new, what does this mean, Carl? We've slowed down the session. What does it mean with the clock now?
So the clock is not going to stop. We don't have time to sort of stop and reset things over and over and over again all day. So you're going to lose time in this session. But the idea behind the time attack pace car is this works just like a race where you keep everyone circulating, and then as soon as the track is clear, you can pull the pace car off and get back to green. That is in contrast to how we used to do things where it was always a black flag. Every car would have to come off the racetrack, and then you'd have to do your warm-up lap all over again. So hopefully they time this such that the pace car can pull off this lap and we can get back to green. Safety crew has already gone and grabbed that debris, and we should be good to go next time around. So this is the efficiency of having that as an option. just put into the rules in the middle of 2024, and it's saved so much track time since it was implemented.
I do like this. It does help that rhythm a little bit as well to be still out there on track.
the chat right now, this is not what they meant by hammer it. I'm dropping the hammer. No, don't do it like that. You know, in my days in SRO, DJ Clark was another commentator I worked with, and he always used to say,
let's drop the hammer.
Yeah, well, he always used to say, they're going to drop the green flag, and Tom Hansen, the flagger there, said, I never dropped the flag. I waved the flag.
Let's see if our team has maybe picked up something here as we grab a look at a GRIDLIFE replay. I'm wondering if they've identified the...
No, I'm not sure. I think they were just resetting things here.
Okay.
So, coming back around, hopefully to a green flag. Lights are out on the safety car. That means we're going back underway this time. And Will Evans will lead us around in the Honda Civic. A couple of CTRs leading the way around here.
So who's going to be able to pick up the pace and get that hammer down pretty quickly as the green flag
so
flies.
To speak.
That was totally not even intentional. Watch your words, Arjuna.
Will Evans, and I think, you know, they'll probably be a little bit tentative to get back on throttle here. There's a lot of cars that are still sort of grouped together, so I don't really think we're going to see super quick laps this first time around as everyone sort of gets back up to pace. But yeah, lap 2 or 3 in a run. I was just about to say on the warm-up lap the first time that I would think, given the size and scale of this place and how daunting it can be, that it would likely take you 2 laps to get fully up to pace and feel confident in your ability there. 138 miles an hour for Will Evans into the inner loop.
He's got some of that aftermarket aero on the front and the rear of the Civic Type R. About 520 horsepower put out by the 2-liter inline 4, so plenty of pull around this racetrack as get more. What's the highest speed we've seen in street mod so far? Do you know?
Hold that thought. Here's a look. And whoop, there it is. There it goes. That was off the S2000.
The bright red S2000.
Yeah, which there's again. Before I speak, I don't want to.
Oh, and someone did drive over it.
Whoops. A couple of times.
Well, good spot by the Project Prime crew playing Sherlock Holmes in the trailer. Great job,
was
guys.
That Jason Molderig there? I'm not saying it's his fault, just saying that someone might have left it there.
I'm letting you throw him under the bus. We're
Yes.
going on to the Great GRIDLIFE website, find the image, and confirm, yes, indeed it was.
Yeah. I always double check with vehicles like that because there could be several red S2000s in the field. There's the JC Motorsport 375. That's Charles Marciano, currently 3rd in street class, having a really good weekend, a 209.0. And street in general this weekend, Josh Halka leading over Mike Kuhn. So 2 Subarus and then a Honda Civic Type R, which was really fast a couple of years ago here. It was actually one of the cars that finished near the pointy end of the category on a podium because of the rain and the front-wheel drive layout. There's Jason now. If anyone wants to send him a new tool set.
Hey, that's a great sponsorship social media thing, you know? I'm just putting it out there. That's something for the content crew to go off and work on. You mentioned Josh Holker. Last time he was pulling double duty in street class, racing in both his car and his father's car.
Right.
Thomas is back this weekend, so only one car that Josh is having to focus on, but he's got a pretty commanding lead in the street class right now. I don't know if anyone has really got anything to match him, and that's going to give him a couple more championship points, I think, heading out of this. Just 2 events left as we head to Lime Rock and Laguna Seca, and I think we are starting to figure out who are the players in that championship hunt.
Yeah, I think even more than that. I think given Josh Halka's won all 3 events so far, mathematically, I don't think it's going to be possible for anyone to beat him if he wins this weekend. Same thing for Luke McGrew in Street GT, okay. Same thing for Dewey DeWitt. The Track Battle Championship is your best 4 rounds, and if you've won all 3 so far, even without a record, there's not enough rounds left for anyone else to catch you.
Oh, so that means that he can maybe take the car from street to street mod or something and just ratchet up the power, maybe throw some extra aero on that and see what it can really do for the rest of the season. I'm just saying, Josh, you might find some more speed in that car.
There's Jason in the 218, currently 15th in class. right behind Randy Ramchand in the 360.
That's what, 300s between them, so it's a very closely matched field in grid life. No matter where you are, towards the front, mid, or back of the pack, you'll always find someone to be competing against, and that's what makes this such a unique paddock environment to be a part of. Jason Gaydos in the 2022 Subaru BRZ.
I'd like to clarify also, it could be Randy Ramchand. He's also got a red S2000.
Okay.
I need to see the replay again. But
I get the number, maybe.
But he hasn't completed any laps, so I wonder if he was the one that dove in. So apologies to Jason if that was the case. But it's all good, you know? Oopsie.
Commentators never get anything wrong, right?
No, never. We're perfect.
We're always right. And we'll twist history to meet the version of facts that we have. Love, by the way, the number plate for Jason. Club TR on the back of the car, letting everyone know exactly what it is. See if we can see it.
I didn't see what you were pointing out. I'm curious now.
So watch.
Oh, and the license plate, that's great. Here's a look at the weather. Absolutely picture perfect out here. 67 degrees and sunny. I would like this all day.
I'd like a bit of clouds, if I'm being honest, but
I don't mind this. I mean, if we're in the shade and it's 67 and it's breezy, I'm cool with that. We just got our backs and arms cooked by the sun yesterday. So
we bought some sunscreen after yesterday, that is for sure. But no, I think that the track temperature is one where, again, 2 more heats for track battle today. None of them are going to be as cool as this first session of the morning has been. And so especially for Patton, for Dussault, Sasha Anise, I think this is the session that they will be targeting to get some good data about what to do tomorrow.
Right.
The second and third heat sessions today will be more about understanding what the car will do in podium sprint.
And that's why I love this format so much. You don't have to just prioritize the morning. If you're interested in, you know, performing well in the podium sprint, you really have to run in the afternoon to understand how your car is going to handle and what tire pressure changes you might need, balance adjustments you might need. But I would also imagine, Arjuna, that this track, the grip level probably fades pretty linearly over the course of the day. This pavement is very predictable. It's very sticky. So I don't think it's going to change wildly throughout the afternoon. It'll just sort of be grippy and fast whenever it's cool and just maybe a hair off when it's a little bit hotter.
Yeah, I think it's more just the time at the end of the day that you lose. It's not necessarily the feeling.
Right.
And translating that from the clock, the stopwatch to actual data can be somewhat difficult as we look at the track records in the Club TR Fulcrum class. Evan McLaren with a 0.3 of a second advantage over Jeremy Bailey.
Yeah, great record pushes so far. We're going to see the front end of Club TR here in this next group, I believe. But before we do that, we're going to step away. We'll be right back with a break after this. GRIDLIFE Track Battle coverage continues. Welcome back to Summer Apex Festival at Watkins Glen International. Kyle Heyer joined by Arjuna Kankapati. Jackson Lambros is down in the pit lane, and it sounds like Jackson might have some updates for us. Jackson, curious what you've got as the cars roll off the grid.
Here in Falcon Club TR, all four you're seeing in this group really are on race-winning machinery. They have been in the past, but you might argue from what we saw yesterday, we didn't really see that form from all four of these drivers. That was a handful of trying to save some of the machinery. Your reigning champ Evan McLaren having some axle issues. We talked a little bit with Peter Granberg. He had some issues of his own as well. But crucially right now, a lot of these guys not really in a position after yesterday to really push. These guys are scared. I talked with Mario Morone as well as Jeremy Bailey. They do not want the wall as the track limit to be their reminder that they're giving it a little bit too much. But regardless, with how close all four of these drivers are right now, push is starting to come to shove. And after talking to all four of your Club TR drivers on track right now, you can expect this heat to be the first one where we're really getting fangs out.
I'm telling you, if pro drivers find this place intimidating, everyone is going to find this place intimidating. And I love hearing it from the drivers, that acknowledgement that there is something in the back of your mind that says, wait, is what I'm doing normal? Should I really be going into this corner at 140 miles an hour?
You know, every time we go to these big pro racetracks, there is a number of drivers that walk away and say, you know what? I don't know how fun this is, because it's so intimidating. It's so scary when you build your car in your garage and you run them at, track day courses all over North America. And then you come to these tracks where, there's lots of history. The walls are close. It's kind of a natural landscape track. They're so fast. You sort of have that in the back of your mind, and it kind of takes a little bit of the fun away. But, once you sort of work up to it and you sort of learn the racetrack and you learn how your car handles and you build that confidence back up, then you're like, man, what a privilege. How cool is it to be at Watkins Glen in the car I built in my garage running for track records?
And you compare this to Road America, Road Atlanta, in terms of the tracks that GRIDLIFE has been to in the past. Laguna Seca in some ways does have that level of commitment required. But as much as everyone talks about the corkscrew, that's not the corner that I think about when I think of commitment. It's the corner before it. Yeah,
corner 6, which the last time we went there, I did a whole corner feature just on turn 6 because it feels like it's an underappreciated turn. Rainy Curve is also quite a bit of fun.
Agreed.
But turn 6 to me is the wildest corner on the track.
Yeah, it's funny. Either side of the corkscrew are corners that are probably great racing corners in their own right, but get overshadowed just by the visual spectacle. That is
the corkscrew was pretty in high school, right? Like that's the one everyone knows, right? But now, as we've grown up, turn 6 is especially as you add downforce, it gets pretty wild. So anyway, cars on track for Group B. And we'll see a lot of drivers in Club TR at the very front of the field here. There's Matthew Bowers flashing the headlights, chased by Nick Nazaro and the Subimods WRX. Off to a strong start for Nazaro as well. And there's Bowers, again, a local driver from the Rochester area, climbing up the hill in Street GT. We haven't really heard a lot of drama in Street GT, mostly because Luke McGrew is really just destroying everyone again. That's sort of been his prerogative this year. And Ryan Matthews is almost 3 seconds back, so a lot left to learn, I think, to catch up to the man from West Virginia. There's Bowers into the inner loop, staying well off the curbs on the entry, but right there, all 4 tires on the exit.
Yeah, he went wide, pushed mid-corner through the inner loop, and did a good job to gather it back up. You see the speeds here. Slowly, we're seeing them increase. In Street GT compared to Street, it's really about bigger displacement in the engines and allowing for a slightly bigger tire underneath them as well. No aftermarket aero, it's still only factory aero allowed, and no internal engine modifications, so you find yourself much more limited there as Bowers allows Nazaro to slip through, and I think that is a reasonable call, given that Bowers will back out for the rest of the lap and set up for his next timed attempt.
Yeah, just looking at the rest of Street GT, McGrew, Matthews, and then Nick Hendricks is only 4/10 off of Ryan Matthews, so I think these podium drivers will have a pretty fun fight to watch. And going back to Nick Nazaro, who just made that pass on Bowers, it's Fortner, Yoshihara, and Myra in the 612. Nazaro's 4th, Will Evans is 5th. No Dewey DeWitt yet. I would expect to see him on track in Group A. And again, we've got a cool story on Dewey, and I'll save it for when he's on course. But that P5 cut line in Street Mod is going to get pretty interesting. That Viper was really close to the Armco at the exit of 4, heading to the inner loop.
I was just looking at the cut line myself for Street Mod, because in the previous group we had Dov Aronhoff in his Lancer Evo find a bit more time, but he's still a little bit short of Nazaro, who finds some time of his own.
Yeah, this is a really interesting car that we have here this weekend as well, this Dodge Viper. And this is being driven by Eric Peachy. You know what's really cool this weekend, though? We also have Dodge activating in the paddock. They're an event partner here this weekend, giving their Dodge Thrill Rides over by the Turn 1 skid pad area. You can go over there and sign up and sign a waiver and go for a quick ride in their new Dodge machinery. And of course, they've got a rebranding. It looks spectacular. I haven't been over there yet myself, but you know, we don't always have a ton of Dodge representation here, but when they do show up, they bring the power and the noise. I love it. There's Eric Peachy in that 593.
Now, I've got nothing against the new Dodge cars, but can they make some more of these Vipers, please and thank you, and maybe make them for the new generation? Because I grew up loving this car. 8.4 liter V10. Oh, the Viper ACR was one of the cars that I dreamed about owning at one point. Seems like a rather interesting combination around Watkins Glen. Lots of power, but surely relatively balanced as well. Yes, a bit twitchy as he heads down in through the final corner. The front end dive down as he moves the weight forward under the brakes, and then squats back down as he gets onto the start-finish line and drops down in towards turn 1.
Yeah, currently sitting second in track mod, which, again, that class is subscribed pretty well this weekend. Brad Perkins is here. I think was disqualified yesterday. There's something up with the aero configuration on that car, or the body, that doesn't conform to the rules, but I imagine he'll be quick. But Adam Slowinski, or second on track, I should say. Adam Slowinski leads, and Igor Keselov in the 369 Tesla is currently scored in second. Then Chris Smith and Peter Granberg. I think he's just pulled off. I think this is at the exit of 1, I want to say. No, where would this be?
Turn 9.
Heel of the boots is what we're told.
Yes, turn 8. That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
That Tesla, by the way.
Yeah.
Jackson Lambrose and myself were talking about it last night. Not only is it apparently a daily driver, he takes the splitter off and then goes down to the grocery store in it.
Amazing.
But it is legitimately a one-lap car. Because the way that, you know, electric cars often work, it's hard to get enough cooling to make them last long. It can do one lap, and that's about it. Has Willem Dries just found a bit more time? It's a 2:07.9.
Yes, he has. And that will put him solidly third place in the KTM Tuners Elantra N. As we get a look at Kevin View in Falcon Club TR, and he is chasing a podium sprint entry this weekend. It's McLaren, Bailey, Granberg, your top 3. We just saw Peter pull off. All those drivers within 0.4 of a second. But Kevin View is on the, I think he's on the outside looking in at the moment.
He's the second fastest Club TR driver this morning, though, and that's a pretty good sign, I would argue, with the position he finds himself in.
Correction, P4, so over Feingold. So he is qualified in at the moment, but I wouldn't say comfortably with the amount of competition we have. 27 cars in Falcon Club TR this weekend. If you need competition, that's where you go.
You want a remarkable number. He is 0.008 of a second quicker than his previous fastest lap of the weekend. So very small margin that he's improved, but finds himself just that little bit more margin for the time being. As back in towards the toe of the boot comes Carlos Alvarez and the stealth gray silver BMW M2 competition.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Especially with the gold wheels.
Yeah, it's just great color combo. And right now in 10th in class at a 208.247. Good ways back from Luke McGrew at that 158.0. And Club TR, 2 new records potentially. Stan Feingold, 206.587. And then right behind him was it was reset again immediately by, I think that was Jeremy Bailey. So they just went back to back, and Bailey, that takes him to the top of the board at 205.564, and Feingold jumps to third.
So that smashes Evan McLaren's previous lap, 2:06.3, so 0.8 of a second found by Bailey there.
Yeah, that's a big gain.
And Feingold's only now 0.2 back from McLaren. So remember, Jackson mentioned that McLaren had been dealing with some, was it axle drivetrain issues? So wonder if that's still potentially something that he's dealing with, given that there's been no improvement in time from him today. 2:06.371, the quickest time over the weekend. He's 0.2 slower so far this morning.
Yeah, and the front-wheel drive cars, it's common to see those axle problems. Those front tires are doing a lot. There's a lot of load on them, and you see those things pop out all the time or get replaced all the time. But this is Jeremy Bailey again. He's down to 2,400 pounds, he says, with 40 pounds of ballast. He sent me a message the other day.
How many pounds of ballast, sorry?
40 pounds of ballast.
Okay.
And he says he's done some tricky aero pads to the door windows. So if you see,
I see it.
Yep, a little bit of kind of a spat to sort of direct air around the window.
Just routing the air a little bit more outwards, I would guess. He's also taken off the mirrors in that car, I would guess, to make it even more aero and manage the airflow over the car itself. So very interesting adjustments that these drivers are always looking for. A little better angle here into the final corner. You can see the bulge of the inner arch there. I would assume some sort of plastic being slightly molded to the line of the car. 2:05.564, his previous best. No improvement this time by.
No pickup for Bailey. See if Feingold can improve as much. Those cars look similar on the outside, but Feingold's is Honda K24 powered. Bailey has the FA24 out of the contemporary Toyota GR86. But a couple of records broken in street class and in Club TR and in Club SC so far. But now, with the checkered flag out for Group B, Arjuna, Group A, are we going to see records in Street Mod, Street GT, Track Mod Unlimited? I say yes.
We've got some stories to get to, but before that, a new track record. Willem Dries finds a little bit more time, down to a 2:07.599. And once again, we've gone back to the future.
88 miles an hour, 1.21 gigawatts on the cooldown lap. Let's take a break. We'll be back with more after this with Track Battle Group A up next.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Oh, the sights and sounds of Watkins Glen International. They're sight for sore eyes after a short summer break. After GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival, we are back Live this morning with GridLife Summer Apex, Kyle Heyer, joined by Arjuna Kankapati and Jackson Lambros. We're about to see some very fast unlimited cars head out on the racetrack. But I also should note that one of the cars we expect to see is Dewey DeWitt on course. He told me yesterday that they had broken a transmission input shaft. They drove somewhere, hours away, and they got a 6-speed manual OEM gearbox to put back in that car. So they've went from their fancy, sequential gear set in an OEM transmission housing, whatever situation they had, back to an old-fashioned heel-toe H-pattern box. So that should be a lot of fun.
So he's gonna have to adjust his driving style, it sounds like, very slightly.
Getting all ready here for Eric Dewey DeWitt. Walk me through what happened on track Friday and what you guys did to fix it.
So just between the second to last corner and the last corner, the input shaft checked out of our sequential gear set. So I had to drive yesterday all the way back to IAG Performance and back up here. So it sounded like 12 hours in the truck. Got back here and we threw my old H pattern back in it. So we're rolling gears old school. It's 2023 all over again. Pretty hyped though. It's funny how many people think I totally forgot how to drive stick. It is driving me up the wall, but it's going to make this really interesting. I mean, we got Dai Yoshihara next to me, who is also rolling gears himself. So I get to go up against some of the best and pretty equal equipment. It's going to be fun.
You daily in STI, but that's not track driving. How much do you think that hurts your chances of getting a win here this weekend?
Look, I'm here to win, okay? I'm not trying to be that guy, but if we get second and the all-wheel drive record, we lock the championship, there's a reason we're here, okay? A lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, and I'm not a slouch behind the wheel. Yes, there's a third pedal there, but that doesn't make me junk. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I'm excited. Honestly, it made this super interesting. We're all hyped. We had a bunch of guys here for a bachelor party who were just super excited to help out. So these main boys came out and helped us rip this thing to shreds and put it back together in record time. Dylan's all hyped up. He just rolled up, and yeah, we're ready to go. So
a 4-hour drive to the IAG shop both ways, but after a long night, Boogeyman ready to party once again.
Go!
Wow, what a story. And there's Dewey accelerating up onto the back straightaway on his warm-up lap. He's a little deep in traffic, so I don't know that he's going to be gridded in the best spot ever. But Alan Patton is on track as well at the moment. They replaced a motor yesterday after they found some bearing material in the oil pan, and they've gone ahead and replaced the entire motor, and they have another backup engine just in case. They are the class leaders in Unlimited. They're working through turn 9 now, and they're coming back around to start what I expect to be a track record lap.
Let's see. Let's wait and see. The record, if you are curious, for Alan Patton is the one that he's already laid down this weekend, the 144.209. A driver who is relatively new to the world of performance racing, but here we go. Throws it down into the 90. Sparks fly from the splitter as it hits the ground. That did not look like the quickest line through turn 1.
No, I think he overcooked it here a little bit into 1, and he was off track in turn 10 as well. So he's pushing hard, but up through the S's. Oh. This should be fun by the speed trap as well. Louis Gelati built Corvette, smashed the track record at CMP, went off to a different series and broke the record at VIR. He's going to storm down the back straightaway into the inner loop. Let's see what we've got. Just jumping the curbs here, looking really tidy. 192, I think that was from Dussault behind him. I think Patton was a little too far off the wall, but that is crazy. That's the fastest time I've seen all weekend.
Unbelievable, and to put it in context, the GTP beast that IMSA brings here will maybe top out at about a 170 miles an hour, if that, into that corner. Carrying another 20 miles an hour of speed. Oh, unbelievable. I wonder for Alan, after that mistake down through turn 1, did it make sense to maybe back off slightly? He doesn't look like he has. So let's see if that mistake, because I think both of us agree, bit too committed, wide through that first corner. That costs you momentum, even with all the power that he's got at his disposal. It's a car that puts out 900 horsepower. That's going to cost you a couple of tenths maybe on the run to the inner loop.
I would think that Patton feels like there's more time in this, and so I think he'll go a couple of laps. Car sounds great. Supercharger whining into 10. This is where he was wide last time around. Beautiful line that time through, though.
That was settled, and through the final corner, I mean, right up to the grass. How close to the wall does he dare get? I mean, he left about half of window's width, and that's about it as he breaks the timing beam.
Not quicker, but Dussault to the top of the board, and a new unlimited track record. With 192 miles an hour on the back straightaway to a 143.839, and now Patton is chasing.
Unbelievable.
I think Allen's going to try to respond this lap.
Sorry, I was just silent listening to the engines for a second because what a noise they make coming over the top of the S's. They're both, I'm sure, lifting slightly. I think Patton's backed out here. Dussault's going to catch him as they sweep up to the outer loop.
Yeah, and he just bailed off track. That was actually super respectful driving, but now he's stuck because he's got to get back on course.
He's going to have to reverse because he's going to drag that splitter over the grass, and you can do some real damage to your car if you're not careful there.
And TrackMod has had a record reset. Brad Perkins resets it. He and Slowinski are battling, but that is the rear-wheel drive record. Slowinski's in an all-wheel drive car.
Oh, no.
And there is a part or piece of something in the S's, and that is likely going to need the attention of the track safety crew. Let's have a look. Just a moment ago, this is Sasha Anise in the 350Z coming up the hill.
Looks like a bit of the exhaust just comes off the car. That's definitely exhaust.
Yeah. So Sasha Anise's 350Z. Wow.
And that's an interesting car. It's not what it looks like at all. It's a hybrid. And with how much power again, Kyle?
He makes 650 this weekend. He has made up to 750. And there's Alan Patton. He has pulled off.
I wonder if he actually had an issue, and that's
he might
why
have.
He was so slow coming out through turn one. Dewey DeWitt, he only needs a couple of laps, and a new street mod record punched in.
Yeah, and Chris Boersma resets the front drive track mod record as well, but now the full course yellow is out, putting a halt on the remainder of the session.
Dewey, when he spoke to Jackson, had something to prove. Everyone who's told him that he's forgotten how to drive with 3 pedals and a stick that he's got to work as well. What a lap time from him. 6/10 quicker than Dai Yoshihara.
Yeah, really impressive, but I think there's plenty more in it. I think he'll go a lot more laps today, so long as he feels reliable enough. What a lap by Dussault, a 143.839. That is unbelievable. And then, so Dussault, Patton, Anise, and Jackson Lambros has got more from the pit lane. Jackson, what you got?
Well, it was a little bit of drama yesterday for Ernie. Again, our first time seeing him back in the C6 after starting the first half of the season behind the wheel of the Porsche Cup. That was his long-term car last year, however, was having an interesting problem with the transmission. There was apparently, after talking to him after yesterday, no such thing as a single downshift, where going from 6th to 5th, it really wanted to go all the way down to 3rd. Talked to the LGR boys. I think that car is all good to go now, but I believe he's not going to be able to get a green flag lap here, gentlemen.
Thanks for the update, Jackson. I was just looking through my record books. When I was here a couple of weeks ago for the Salem 6 Hours of the Glen, the GTD Pro pole qualifying lap, a 1:43.7. Dussault's gone within 1/10 of a second of what a manufacturer GTD team has done around this track.
You know, I think it shows the amazing part of both sides of this, right? It's amazing that Dussault Designs and his crew are able to build a car to compete with a manufacturer-built race car that has, you know, millions of dollars of R&D in it and you know, the decades of experience of motorsport engineers. However, it's also very impressive to me that the GT3 car can do that with half the horsepower. So that's
true.
This is, you know, both sides of the coin here, but we just can't, you know, understate how impressive it is to do 192 at this racetrack. You know, I know he's done north of 200 at Road America, but Watkins Glen's back straightaway is much shorter. It does have the S's run, but you can't do it flat in a car like Dussault's, and the track gets to be 32 feet wide at the top of that hill. It is very tough, and there's Dai Yoshihara has also had a problem.
I believe is outside of the outer loop potentially.
Yeah.
Nothing visually appears too bad. He's not in a rush to get out either. Safety team looks like they're going to bring him back, so maybe just something mechanically needs to be reset on that car. But
yeah, honestly, not a great session to be in second place between Patton and Yoshihara, getting knocked off the top step and then having something
technical
break.
issues. A lot of deja vu for the two of them, and I think Dai is finally going to climb out now.
Yeah, unfortunate. But this is Time Attack in a nutshell, just cars that are very high strung.
He's got a hat with him.
He's a trained professional.
Yeah. Ready for Jackson Lambros in pit lane.
Well, let's take a break while they're working on getting that car towed back to the pit lane. We'll be back after this. We'll try that again, the throw. We'll be back after this.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
Back at Watkins Glen International, Dai Yoshihara stopped at turn 5, and debris in the S's, forcing a stoppage of this session. And looking at the left front of Dai Yoshihara's car, it looks like maybe that left front tire had gone soft or flat, but they're taking a closer look at it now. So just maybe double checking to make sure it's not leaking anything before they tow it around the racetrack, but they're definitely looking more at it than I would have thought.
Well, they're also, that's how they've got the car hoisted up. So I wonder if in the act of...
Oh, you see them, could just be, oh, there's his hat.
Well, there was definitely some fluid that was sprayed down there by the safety worker. So being very, very careful.
Interesting.
Yeah, that smoke, I mean, that might just be the brakes, potentially. But Dai second on the board. And I did go and look. I mentioned it briefly yesterday. You were at Pikes Peak, of course, as part of the broadcast team. Dai was there in racing. Did have a moment where his brakes decided to act up slightly, which, that's not the racetrack where I'd want to have that.
Definitely not. There was a couple of big incidents at Pikes Peak this year that were more spectacular than I care to see. But Adam Slowinski, we have not talked about him a lot this weekend. Currently leading in track mod in this M4 all-wheel drive competition. Really cool car. He's done a lot of work to the front splitter on this machine. New to driving in general, very much like Alan Patton was a couple of years ago. Only about 2 or 3 years of driving experience. This is his first season in grid life, and here he is dominating in track mod this season.
He did have a small oopsie at Gingerman. If I remember correctly, had put the tires on incorrectly, had mounted, I think, the rears at the front and vice versa, and it wasn't quite according to plan when he went and sent it in the final session. But that build's interesting. There was some talk about maybe some really high performance parts from maybe GT3 cars being included in the build as well. So great to see. And it's just that reminder, right? Limited experience. It doesn't always mean that you aren't going to be able to get up to speed at a place like this.
Cars are rolling. They're going to get at least one more go. John Veloso in the K-tuned Acura NSX GT3. Andres Bertulis in the Lexus RCF. There's Cal Fortner in the AMG, who's top 3 right now, having a fantastic weekend in that car. Chris Smith, who I've also heard has been up in the 180 to 190 mile an hour range in that car. I haven't seen it yet, but that's what they've told me. So talking about IMSA GTD, Arjuna, this is one of those, effectively.
Yes, but they were dealing with some software issues at Gingerman that caused the turbocharger to not be working, and you were talking about lack of power. Well, it goes from putting out maybe 550 horsepower with the turbos to, what, maybe 300 without the turbocharger. So not quite sure if they've had that issue fully resolved. That's the kind of issue that you have to work with HPD to get the right software and have it functioning in the right parameter window. But this is such an interesting car, and modern GT machines have strayed further and further away from the road car underpinnings and are proper race machines. The amount of downforce that they carry nowadays, it's not just mechanical grip that you rely on, it's understanding the aero platform, and that slightly caught them out at Gingerman when they had a slight moment, just maybe, we didn't get quite to the root of it, but it just went around so quickly. This is the type of track where if you don't have a handle on the aero map of the car,
you're going to find out quick. Yeah, that's why they have a whole team of engineers to set up the rake and the wings and all the parts and components on this car. But, you know, John, he just wants to have fun. You know, has K-tuned supporting a number of cars here in the paddock, but just bought this car to have a blast and to represent K-tuned. There he is. So
they've got two of them as well, right? Have they sold the other one yet?
I think they were trying to. I'm not sure if it's actually sold yet, but best time so far of the weekend is a 158.502 for Veloso.
Indicates to me the turbos are still not at full chat by any means, but look at the dive planes at the front. Such a unique element compared to some of the road-going counterparts that differentiates it. Although you look at some of the road-going almost race cars that they make, the Ford Mustang GTD, and I mean the road car, not the race car, that's got the dive planes and everything. Underneath, there's all these aero elements as well.
And this is Erastus Pizelis, who has brought his Corvette to us this weekend. Typically, this year he's been running the 911 that he's got. That car is a rocket ship, isn't it? Holy cow. Into the inner loop. Didn't get the speed trap that time by, but slowed up big time in the bus stop.
I've got to be careful now. There's a couple of cars catching him pretty quickly as he sweeps down and towards the outer loop. He'll hug the inside in the 338 and try and stay to driver's right, I would assume, dropping down then into turn number 7. In fact, still got enough of a gap behind to pace the field for the time being. Has Dussault got back out onto track, or has he decided the 143.8's good enough for this session?
I think the 143.8's good for this session. I think they'll be really happy with that, as Dewey's going back out. This is a driver I do think has a reason to be back on course for that. I assume we're going to get just one lap here, so get out there, see what you can do, and then come back out next heat. I don't think there's any reason for Dewey to sit around. Good time on the board. You know, ideally, he really needs the time in podium sprint 2 to lock up this championship. I don't really think anyone's threatening him realistically anyways, so they can be a bit more aggressive than other drivers in this scenario.
And he needs track time right now. There is no question about that. Love the energy in those little videos that we have from a couple of these drivers. Now, new track mod record from Adam Slowinski, who's found another couple of tenths. He is 3 seconds clear of the rest of the field.
That is a really strong lap for Slowinski. Continues to lead track mod. And Adam is another driver that I think is in position to have a championship effectively put in the bag here this weekend. Well, not quite. 2 wins and a fourth. Yeah, 2 wins and a fourth.
His moment in Gingerman really ended up costing him, because remember, it wasn't just him that went off track and ended up losing their laps and basically finishing.
Cal Fortner, sorry, Arjuna, he just went to the top of the board, 159.481. Can Dewey respond in this session? The answer is yes. 1:58.718. They trade the record back and forth, back to back.
That's crazy. 2 seconds almost there found by Dewey. Cal Fortner, though, really picking up some speed, and that's a good sign. Also a good sign that Alan Patton rolling from the inner loop.
Yeah, I think that maybe they just got the car back out there to run it through its paces again and make sure it wouldn't shut off. But again, I'm just very impressed that he was able to. Who went faster this time? Is this Chris Boersma? Yes.
Yes, it was.
It is Boersma in the K-Tune Honda Civic 1:59.580. Great competition this weekend in our track battle classes.
Now, which drivetrain is Boersma in that he's just set the record?
Front-wheel drive.
Front-wheel drive, okay. So potentially some bonus points there as well between those drivetrain records as we've talked about. But yeah, we knew the track records were going to start to tumble this morning. I think there's more time to be found tomorrow morning. I think for Dussault, there's probably a 43.5. For Dewey DeWitt, he's probably thinking sub 58 now, given what we've seen this morning.
I think you're right. Let's take a look at the event results so far and kind of get a look at our classes and how things are stacking up heading into Heat 5 later in the day. Here is Michael Jansen. You see at the top of the board, a 2:24.432 is best, and that was done this morning. Looking down the list, basically everyone ran their fastest time this morning, and I think this is going to be true in most of our classes. Jeremy Bailey to the top of Club TR. It's really close, just 2/10 between him and Evan McLaren. Stan Feingold, Peter Granberg, Kevin View currently qualified in. Dan Persing on the outside looking in there. In street class, Josh Hulka is in command by 4 seconds over Mike Coons and Willem Dries, but Dries for second is only 7/100ths behind Coons. Very impressed with the KTM Tuners crew. Luke McGrew comfortably leading in Street GT, but Ryan Matthews did close in a little bit within about a second and change. Brad Smith, the last qualifier in over Sean Ma in the 647 car. Then in Street Mod, this is the one that's been a lot of fun to watch. Dewey DeWitt up to the top, 158.7 over Cal Fortner, Dayo Shihara and Jesse Myrie. And then Nick Nazaro is the last driver qualified into podium sprint. Adam Slowinski and Brad Perkins, each resetting some track mod records this morning. Chris Smith and Igor Keselov. With Chris Boersma, the last driver into the podium sprint, is 2 seconds back to the next driver. Mike Dussault, what an impressive drive, a 1:43.839 over Alan Patton, over Anis, Ertel, and Pizzelis. Your top 5 qualifiers with Rocco Kanata, his first GRIDLIFE event, running in P6 at the moment in that number 992 Porsche Cayman. That's going to do it for GRIDLIFE Track Battle Qualifying 4. What a show, and we've got plenty more coming up. It's going to be Drift on Track after this break.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you.
I get more sideways.
I'm louder.
Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Well, in the long history here of Watkins Glen International, all disciplines of motorsport have been represented here in upstate New York, but it wasn't until the turn of the century that drift really became prominent, and it really wasn't until GRIDLIFE that the sport of going sideways with style allowed drifters from all across the 50 states and above and below our borders to make the trek out here to Watkins Glen International. Hi guys, it's Jackson Lambro stepping in for a second here, just filling in. I'll be swapping out here with Arjuna Kankapati for both GRIDLIFE Rush Race 1 and 2 as we watch Team Falcon out on track, one of the long-term supporters obviously with us. But we'll step aside for just a moment here, get some water, take a breather. We'll be back briefly as action continues here from day number 2 of GRIDLIFE Summer Apex.
Back live at GRIDLIFE Summer Apex. Thanks to Jackson. the pit lane for me is a little further away than I care for it to be, but Jackson's in here to keep it clutch for me here this weekend. Jackson will be covering the GRIDLIFE Rush Series with me up next here in a little bit. Arjuna Drift is on track now. We've got our radar speed trap on the backstretch and just a 100-mile-an-hour corner entry into the inner loop. So I love giving context to this kind of motorsport and this form of expression.
Now, sorry, just distracted by the Falcon car ripping past us inside of turn 10. This isn't grip drift, is it? Like we had at Gingerman, where there's drift cars, but also regular cars going around.
Is there? Maybe there is.
I don't think it is.
I think it's supposed to be just drift
just
right
drift?
now.
Okay.
Yep.
The grip drift was really interesting, and I remember Jackson telling us one of the stories about a 360 being done right in front of him by Andy Smedgaard. So, yeah, lots of commitment to drift these cars, especially here at Watkins Glen. We talked about it yesterday. Long radius corners, lots of grip, highest grip index surface on our entire calendar, and so shredding the tires. We weren't sure how many of these drifters would be out for the entire weekend, but they've shown up at least on this Saturday morning.
I'm pleasantly surprised, I'll be honest, to see so many of them out there. Evan Bogovic is in that Falcon Nissan. Sonia Slides chasing him. There's the Fox Body Mustang and a whole bunch of drift cars here. 118-mile-an-hour corner entry into the inner loop on the speed trap. That's impressive. Waiting to see if and when Matt Kaufman gets on track. They're expecting to see him as we see Bogovic again. Expecting to see Kaufman go for a speed record into the inner loop.
Okay.
Which he did 160-mile-an-hour initiation at Road America one time.
I saw that video, I'm pretty sure. There comes.
There's Hurt here with T-Pain again this weekend and Nappy Boy. Whoa, way out in the run-up. That's a track limits violation.
Well, who needs track limits when you're drifting? They've got the track there. You might as well go and use it. Love to see the diversity. That Lexus is so cool. We've got a couple of wagons in the field as well. We've shredded some tires coming out through turn 10. That right rear tire, it's gone. It's on the rim now.
All right, well, you know, tires are optional, I suppose. That was cool.
So we're hoping at some point today we're going to see Teddy Payne out in his, is it a pink Mustang?
It should be his pink Mustang. There's my boss in the Hyundai Ioniq, and at the moment going around just having a couple of laps.
Not even in drift mode?
Not even in drift mode, not yet. But Michael Hergen, the CEO of GRIDLIFE, he lives the grid life for sure. Trump's behind the wheel of that Hyundai. He is a competitor, or has been a competitor, in a couple of different series here at this racetrack. He loves it and is a big proponent of Watkins Glen, although we just see that Mustang out at the S's.
That's the My Little Pony Mustang,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Lost its horses.
But didn't put the hammer down hard enough.
Yeah. You know, I've been quite restrained this weekend so far. My rush puns have not slipped out too much.
Well, we haven't had a rush race yet. Thankfully, we're throwing Jackson on the duty.
I
so.
slipped. There was one sentence yesterday where I got 3 references in one sentence, and I was so proud of myself in the rush practice.
Yeah, hit the daily quota.
Exactly. I haven't overloaded people by any means. This track we saw yesterday, people can only drift about half of it before needing to cool their tires down very slightly. So always interesting which parts of the track people feel comfortable attacking. This was a place that we saw a lot of people struggling to carry the momentum and sweep out wide. Saw some great initiations into turn 9, just like that there.
Yeah, this is a very large, fast racetrack with sweeping turns, which sounds great for a drift car until you realize how grippy this track is, and you have to have so much horsepower to keep the wheel speed, and then add the uphill climb from 8 to 9 there. That adds another level of difficulty to this. And for the fans around this racetrack, you know, we filled the campgrounds out pretty well here, and they're getting a show pretty much no matter where they are. I would say, though, if you're a fan at the racetrack, the boot seems like the secret spot. If you can find that tunnel, then head on down there. They're definitely making use of that 1 mile edition from 1971.
When I brought my bike here a couple of weeks ago, going down through the boot, I hit 55 kilometers an hour in the rain.
Well, Hurt lost his bumper
That was
at turn
a
10, just skidding across. But that's part of the deal, and the side skirt too.
He was pushing just a little bit too much, I would say. 90 miles an hour initiation into the back stretch. That doesn't quite meet up with the 160, but look at the debris. That shows just how much fun we've had.
Here's a look at it. Hurt in a big commitment at turn 10, roaring through right in front of the fans, and boom, there it goes.
So is that the tire that's let? Yeah, you can see the tire's let go, and that's shredded the bumper itself, and now ripping that side skirt apart is just an extra infliction of damage as well. That car took a bit of a beating at Gingerman as well, if I remember. They had some mechanical issues to work through, so I mean, it's got some miles on the car, and they continue to push it hard.
Well, lots of great noises from around Watkins Glen International. But let's step away to break real quick. Let them clean this up. There is all sorts of mess around the racetrack, including metal fenders now. We'll be back after this.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
Watkins Glen International, pretty well kitted out for Summer Apex at the Glen. Kyle Heyer joined by Jackson Lambros soon and Arjuna Kankapati now. We've got a 3-member broadcast team as drift continues here for the next couple of minutes before we reset things for our first races of the weekend. Arjuna, it has just been a picture-perfect day. 70 degrees in the air, track temp about 90. And the wind, a nice breeze out of the south, 7 miles an hour. I could not ask for better weather at the moment. And I think we're about to see some really phenomenal motorsport action for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we talked about moving our broadcast table slightly to avoid the heat of the afternoon. But if the wind continues like this, I'll be honest, Carl, I think we're quite comfortable to probably remain here for the rest of the day. This is, I don't know where this quote started from. Maybe you can give me some insight into the history. Chamber of Commerce weather.
That is a Ryan Marine question, my friend.
Okay, so I'll text him right now.
He's the first person I've ever heard use that term.
And he's brought it to the world of IMSA, and now he's infected both me and John Heindorf with it as well.
And me, I've used it before too.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't even know what it means still, but I know it means nice.
The one thing that at least I do know the history about, early doors. Do you know where that saying came from?
No.
Early doors was back in the theater days when you'd want to get in early doors to get.
Oh.
It's like so hot you want to go.
Yeah, so there's at least one statement or phrase I know the history of was we pick up the tire carcasses that have been left on the exit of turn number 10. Oh, well, that's some body.
Yeah, a little skid pad action that is a little bit dramatic here in the infield section. This is by turn 1, but we've got a drift skid pad, and then we've got the Dodge thrill ride experience as well.
That will buff out, right?
Yeah. Those are all filled with water, by the way. They're not light.
Yeah, no, exactly. They're there for a reason as well. Now, the skid pad, from what I know, is going to be taken over by Nappy Boy Automotive for sections of the day. So I can only imagine the fun that they're going to get up to there.
Yeah, they've had fun on the big track so far, but yeah, they're going to head over there, and we should expect to see Hurt and T-Pain having a blast a little bit later this afternoon.
Sorry, Teddy Payne.
Teddy Payne, yes, my mistake. But, really cool to see the fans have come out to this event, and the campgrounds honestly don't look bad, Arjuna. This is our first festival event here at Watkins Glen International. We were here in 2023 on the worst weekend of weather I think I could have ever imagined. 50s and raining and just cold and dark, and it was just not a pleasant weekend for us. But I'm just so glad to be back, and everything's great. And the energy on the stage last night was fantastic with Bunt. We've got Teddy Payne and DJ Diesel coming tonight. There's kites flying. I mean, what more could you ask for?
You kind of only get one of two things when you come to Watkins, right? It's this glorious weather or rain. I've experienced rain when it was warm at Watkins Glen. I haven't experienced when it was cold and a little bit miserable, but it's just such an amazing facility. NASCAR have done a great job with still making it feel a little old school, but keeping some of the progression, modern racing coming as well.
All right, well, the Hyundai N cars are about to head out on track for their ride-along experience, and we're going to step away because the Grid Life Rush Series is coming up next.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
Watkins Glen International brings round 4 of 6 to the 2026 championship for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Welcome to GRIDLIFE Summer Apex, and this is race number 1. 56 cars about to take to the racetrack. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Jackson Lambros. Jackson, you've followed the series across the country from South Carolina to Michigan and now to New York. And the fans here are in store for what I think is going to be one of the most exciting series of the weekend. The biggest challenge with a field this big, though, is just keeping the race clean and green. But that's a tall order with how many cars we have here on this beautiful weekend.
I believe 55, the final number we've got rolling in for practice on Friday morning. But in that number, some very big names. IndyCar veteran Spencer Pigot and an icon of the sport, Randy Post, in the mix. Driving for Diversion and Rush of the Carolinas, respectively. But a star-studded cast. We're still, deep in that championship hunt halfway through. Bryce has somehow managed to hold that red plate for the vast majority of the season, but you've got everybody hot on the heels trying to close that gap. But as you mentioned, Kyle, all about it's a mix of anxiety and excitement throughout the grid from what I saw yesterday. Obviously, a lot of guys excited to be at a marquee venue like this. The first time the Rush Series has traveled up here to Upstate New York, but definitely a little bit of anxiety. We definitely want to have our green flag running as much as possible over the next 2 days.
Yeah, here's a look at our point standings. Bryce Mersberger, as you mentioned, with that red plate on his car. He's got a red sticker denoting that he is the championship leader. He has been since the opening round of the championship. Blair Hosey is in second, James French in third, then Ryan Leach and Ryerson Whistle fourth and fifth. Bryce Mersberger's season has been good. Obviously, he's leading the championship, but he won 3 races in South Carolina, and then at Road Atlanta and Gingerman, it was just 1 apiece. Top 5s basically everywhere else except for race 1 at Gingerman, where he finished 6th. But for Blair Hosey, his finishes have just continued to get better. His results were just marred by a 43rd place finish at Road Atlanta. So there is a lot more competition here than I think the points show, just because of a couple of outlying finishes for Blair Hosey and for James French. He had a 43rd and a 12th. So take those away as we make our way through the season. This is going to change drastically and could this weekend.
And you got to remember as well, Ryan Leach almost the weekend winner at Midwest Fest. Well, let's go through your starting lineup here. Bryce Mersberger on pole alongside Andy Volkel. His best qualifying result of the season will be on the outside of row number 1. Ryan Leach in second. James French hit with a penalty, pushing him back a row, will be on the outside of row number 4. The raging Canadian Grant Bourne rolling off in P5 alongside Rush showrunner Blair Hosey. Another great turn-in start here. Tony Barber in the 150 on P8. He's alongside IndyCar vet Spencer Pigot. Mr. Electric Ellis Spezia in P9. He'll be alongside the rookie, Ayrton Grimm.
Keegan Bosch starts 11th place in his number 1 12th car. Anthony Maganoli in 12th place. And then 13th and 14th is Nick Billingsley and Heath Pomeranz starting alongside each other in that 7th row. Jalen Batley rolls off 15th in the number 88. Brett DiGiacomo in the 12 car starts in 16th. Then 17th is Ethan Hardesty and Isaac Nolan in row number 9. Adam Spence starts 19th alongside Michael Neff.
You get outside of that top 20, it becomes less about moving forward and more about survival. It's Ben Carroll in the 68 will be rolling off P22 alongside the 48 of Ryan Anderson. John Weisberg hit with a track limit penalty, pushes him back to P23. He'll be alongside CJR's Matt Wilson. Jason Oler, another track limit. Again, big topic this weekend, P25, alongside Jeffrey Gordon in the 54. Randy Post on debut will be rolling off P27. He'll try to move forward alongside Mark Turganorski. Jared Anderson for Billingsley Motorsports in the 99, with Spence Morgan rounding out your top 30.
Kyle Melnick starts 31st place in the 35. Then Jake Sanders starts 32nd in the 77. Darius Garcia, 18 car in 33rd place. Jeremy Boysen starts 34th. Vila Saldana starts 35th in the number 30 car. Then Landon Welsh, new this weekend, starts 36th, with Sam Reed in 37th and Pat Brady in position number 38. Rounding out your top 20 rows, it's David Pereira and Larry Brady, both warnings for exceeding track limits. They will start in 40th. And then the last handful of rows, again, Jackson, the amount of cars in this field this weekend, we'll just let these just carry on as we get down to the bottom of the order here, but just a couple notables. Lee Kellert had issues in qualifying yesterday, so he's down towards the bottom of the order. Kevin Welsh, John Cargy, Ryan Power is pulling double duty in GRIDLIFE GT as well, starting 47th. But just a huge field of cars. AJ Campo 49th, Dalton Snedden in 50th. But what a show we're about to see. My goal for everyone is just get through the S's. Once you're through the S's, I think everything else will come to you. But that's the big mission here. And also just make sure you form up nice and tidy, because the amount of sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Accordion effect that you can get on this pace lap is significant if you're in row 40 or whatever, however many cars we have.
I think a little bit of anxiety as well on the entrance to the bus stop, because again, you guys have seen it all weekend. We don't have that curbing on entry. That's mainly to save the underside of this car. Andy Vogel went wide yesterday, and that darn near destroyed the bottom of his car. But again, no curbing on entry. They have a little bit of it's a wooden sign with a triangle on top, so you can get guys further back in the order can still get that visual reference of where the wall is. But making my rounds in the rush paddock this morning, a lot of those guys were definitely playing limbo, if you will, trying to get as close as possible. You just see it there, that orange strip on entry to the bus stop, right of the Go Bowling sign. But these guys going to be trying to get as close as possible to the entry of the bus stop without ricocheting to the outside.
Yeah, this is, you know, we've taken the curbs out and we've left it up to the drivers. There is a wall there, okay? So no complaints from anybody when they hit that wall. This is entirely up to the drivers to, you know, control their own actions on the course. The alternative to this, someone has just done 88 miles an hour past the speed trap on the pace lap. Radical. The alternative to this is we put curbs in there and we launch cars into space. So this is, you know, we have set this up as safe as possible, but the drivers are still going to be responsible for avoiding that wall. You know, to your point, not only is there that orange strip, but the wooden stick with the little triangle on it. That's fantastic. More of a big deal in the full-size bodied cars when you can't see around, just to have that up in the air. These cars are small enough you should be able to see it without it. But regardless, we're not braking before the bus stop in these cars. They are basically flat until the center of the inner loop, and then they're lifting and turning into the last two corners. And for a lot of guys who have been here a handful of times, like Spencer, you know, like Randy, they're used to taking that open wheeler line in IndyCar, or obviously the IMSA line, but it very much it completely transforms the corner, whether you're in the full body cars or in the rushes, and that's been very much a in adaptation that a lot of these guys aren't necessarily used to. You don't have that representation in a lot of simulators to fully understand what that's like, what the car's done. And that's really confused a lot of people. They say I can only do so much in prep, but that top of the hill, I'm not necessarily, you know, fully prepared for. You looking at this at a full picture though. Yes, there is a diversion out in front, the Mad Motorsports machine of Bryce Merschberger, but Kyle, these guys are sick of late entry being vastly out in front right now, because you know, you look at the turn-in guys being really, really strong. The diversion in the rush of the Carolinas just getting there, but it is still very much black and blue throughout the top 10. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun, though. And again, the drivers have been reminded all the orange cutouts that they can get to. But this is a tall ask. I will be impressed and surprised if we get this whole race green. They do a great job. It's just a lot of cars on this racetrack. Let's see how it goes. BMW safety car makes the right. The rushes are lined up to go racing here at Watkins Glen. Thanks for joining us at GridLife Summer Apex in Upstate New York. Round 4 of 6 of the 2026 Rush Series Championship. Lime Rock Park in Laguna Seca left on the calendar, but it's time to go green at New York's Thunder Road, they used to call it. The super speedway of road racing. Here we go, green flag, and we're underway at Watkins Glen.
Now looked like a good reflex to the outside for Andy Vogel. He can't get there in time, though. Merschberger to the apex first. A couple puffs of smoke further back, as it looks like we're 3 wide already. Some locking up, no one going too wide. And here we go. Hold your breath, folks. Up the S's for the first time. Merschberger out like a cannon. Vogel trying to hold leash as we work our way towards the bus stop for the first time.
Beautifully done by everybody so far. Now down the back straightaway, it's going to be like bumper cars pushing and shoving. It's like Talladega out there to the inside. Look at the 112. Wow, that is a great run to the inside here. 120 miles an hour to the bus stop, 3 wide.
I believe that was Brett DiGiacomo nearly going into the weeds there, trying to break that draft as they work their way into the bus stop. Now we see him start to fan out just a little bit more. A little bit of that accordion effect you were talking about, Kyle, but some phenomenal racing, and we work our way down through the carousel. Merschberger, I think, with a little bit of a bobble, though, through the corner. He is not broken away like we expected.
Yeah, that was Keegan Bosch on the inside into the inner loop, and he had a really tight squeeze, but they managed to get out of there. All right, look at him now making a move here into the toe of the boot. Big lunge on the inside of Vogel in the 34. Behind.
trying to work his way out there. That's Piggott on the outside, that hot pink Rush of the Carolinas car. What was originally supposed to be Randy Post's machine, but he wanted the full Trident bar that had that front protection. Piggott didn't mind. They swapped after testing on Thursday, and he has fit in that car like a glove. 7th on debut in qualifying, looking to move forward just a couple of cars, but out in front, Vocal trying to get to the tail end of Merceberger. Bourne still on the attack.
Oh, that was really dicey. Is that?
Oh, one further back.
34, I thought he had dropped a couple spots. Maybe it's Bourne that has a similar looking car, but into the turn 10 now. We'll see how things shake out as we make to turn 11. Right after the rumbles. Remember, they are enforcing track limits, and there is a full course yellow. Didn't see what or where, but
it was teal and gray. I can tell you that much, Kyle. It could have been Brett DiGiacomo, but these Rush guys can absolutely take a bow, because from what I've seen, I do not believe it was off of race contact. I think it was a mechanical there just trying to get back off the boot and onto the full NASCAR course.
Yeah, let's hope. But Ryan Leach was the car. They changed the livery on me, but there he is up to the top now, and Vocal had slipped to 7th. And there's the trouble. That's actually contact for Jake Sanders in the 77.
Ah, dang it.
Yeah, well, I was going to say they did a pretty good job, all things considered.
I think they did.
And that is actually at the exit of the carousel by the looks of it. So they gave him a second to try to pull away, but hopefully the safety team will be able to quickly dispatch and will catch everyone behind the safety car. There they are. So great work by race control. They waited just until the last possible moment to send the safety car out. And once they, this is actually in 6, there's a couple of cars down here. Sorry, my mistake. I thought it was at the carousel, but it's the next turn down. This is a way bigger trouble spot than people realize down here. I was watching the Trans Am races last week. I think basically every incident I saw was in turn 6. The track falls away from you there, and there's just no margin. Once you get turned around, you're going to back into those tire bundles there.
It's downhill. It's banked at first, but it gets off camber. Once you get past that apex, it drops away from you really, really quickly, and you're asking a lot from this Nankang rubber, braking and turning in at the same time. That could have been a lockup that initiated that contact. But that'll be one CJR and one late entry motorsports machine down early.
So into the inner loop should be a lap or two. Again, 15 minutes on the board. We have a little bit of leeway though. Remember that in grid life, races can be anywhere from 12 to 18 minutes from flag to flag. So the 15 is just sort of an estimate. So we could get a couple more laps of green flag racing once this is all patched up. But again, I was impressed with turn 1 in particular. I thought we'd see a lot more fanning out. The drivers were told that, you know, the turn 1 runoff area is a zone that you can escape if you feel like you need to run wide to avoid an incident. It's not designed to be raced on, so once your situation is complete, you got to get back on the track. And then beyond that, if you're abusing track limits, you will certainly be called for it. But job well done, at least in the first half of the lap here. The turn 6 trouble spot is the spider's web here on the opening lap.
You can't win a race on the first corner, but you certainly can lose it, what we always say.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, yeah, that's maybe caught a couple out. That had to be contact initiated, and I know with how aero-sensitive these cars can be, maybe someone else has some slightly upset aerodynamics as a result, but we'll have to double check here and hopefully get the full report. That's Jalen Batley up a handful of positions too. He rolled off P14. He gained at least 3. Ryan Leash into the lead as well. That is a brand new Rush SR. That's why he's not in the red and black colors we're used to. But again, he's been doing double duty with MX5 Cup on the IMSA weekends. And again, has kind of been trying to do the French method, if you will, of expanding that portfolio of cars driven and using that to kind of benefit his broader skills as a racing driver. But a brand new 56, that's why you don't see the Power Designs red and black that we're so used to on that Black Widow.
It threw me for a loop there for a minute while I was trying to figure out what was going on. But, you know, in spec racing, there is a little bit of a trap you can fall into, which is, you know, if all the cars are the same, I'm not saying this is what happened, I've just heard this happen in things like Spec Miata. You'll dyno run 12 engines and you'll pick the best of the group because you can't choose a different one, but you can buy 10 of them and pick the strongest, right? It's sort of like the natural selection of the motorsports world, right? So, you know, we saw with 34 of Andy Vocal, he switched to a new chassis. This one doesn't seem to quite have the pace that his previous car did.
Yeah.
And for Leach, he was fast, won the championship last year, but this year has been a little bit on the back foot. And so far, so good.
it's the karting approach, right? Everything on paper makes the same power, but you might have an engine from a pallet of 10 or 12 that, the beating of the spark plug gives it, just a little bit more extra power, or a chassis just has a little bit extra spring to it, that these guys prefer. And again, there's not necessarily an issue with that, but it's when you're on a platform where you're not making a lot of power, any kind of addition you can find from factory can go a long way. So if you have the opportunity to swap out chassis, swap out motors, go for it.
We're going to step away while we're under yellow here. We'll be back with the restart, hopefully, in just a few minutes. We'll be right back. Under full course yellow at Watkins Glen International for GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1. A single car incident down at turn 6 for Jake Sanders. Into the barriers, okay out of the car, but that is what has slowed our progress so far. There is the car on the hook here. Kyle Heyer joined by Jackson Lambros. Again, we will likely see a little bit more than the 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. They'll probably give him a little bit of extra time, but Jackson, this is the trap you can fall into, is one little incident here can really delay a really good race.
Single file is going to help, minimize that action and guys trying to get too argy-bargy on the start. But again, you've got some people, I think a great example here, Jalen Batley in that NOLA-colored machine, way further back than I think he would have thought. He came into Carolina as a championship favorite, still looking for his first overall win of the season, but he has got to get a move on. Ryan Leash, though, your leader with Merceberger, Jake French, Blair Hosey just behind. It'll be 5 minutes and change on the clock, but we're ready to rush again.
Yeah, the lights are out on the safety car, getting those Nanking tires warmed back up and ready to go racing in just a moment's time. Ryan Leach, Bryce Mersberger, James French, Blair Hosey. Drivers second, third, and fourth are your 1, 2, and 3 in the championship. And Leach currently sits fourth. Ellis Spezia having a really solid day, and Keegan Bosch very pleased with his performance so far. They found some markings and cracks in the chain yesterday, so they've replaced that. Remember, this is a motorcycle engine, it's chain driven, and they've replaced that. And he said this morning the car felt fantastic, and he moved up 5 or 6 spots in the opening lap that we got. Time to go to the restart. The rules at GRIDLIFE is we restart on green. You can pass as soon as that green flag is displayed. Okay. You do not have to wait to get to the control line. And green flag, we're back underway at Watkins Glen.
Pop out early from Blair Hosey. What's he gonna do? Volkel gonna rip it to the high line. As you can see, Leash taking him all the way to the paint down low. That's contact from Spezia as he tried to make it through on French. I think he just barely made it stick, but that was one of the turn-in machines, I think, going wide out of one.
Yeah, that was hands-on there at the first turn. So Leach leads the way, but Mersberger trying to get overlap to the inside, and he has it, but he's got no help. Blair Hosey is going to shove Ryan Leach right back by Mersberger onto the backstretch.
They talked about it a little bit yesterday after qualifying, using the bumper to try and push your way to victory, and that is exactly what you're seeing right now with nearly 3x3 at over 120 miles an hour into the bus stop for the second lap of green flag running. Jalen Batley trying to work his way back into the mix as well. Still Leash leading him into the carousel.
Yeah, Batley's on a charge right now. Started outside of the top 10, uncharacteristic for sure, and trying to work his way forward now. Getting pinched a little bit on the exit of the carousel, now down into turn 6 again. This was the trouble spot on the opening lap. Got to be on the racing line. The grip drops dramatically as soon as you fall out of the groove there.
Bourne was up top. He's going to defend now because Pigot's trying to move through. Andy Volkel dropping back a handful of positions. Spezia trying to go around the outside, up the hill. Can he find the grip in that 111 machine? The rush of Central Texas driver trying to get that launch. And Volkel still down low trying to defend just a little bit further back. Bryce Mersberger on the fight back. Oh, and contact further back.
Yeah, 4 wide across the racetrack there. And they're going to run out a little bit beyond the rumble strips there. And Mersberger drops in behind the number 8 of Hosey. Side by side there between Bourne and Pigot as they leave that 9th turn. This is flat out turn 10.
Pigot's got the inside here. We'll see if he's able to make it stick. They've got to be so careful running those rumble strips on the outside, Kyle. You remember what happened to Andy Friday morning, and that was a long night for the Turn-In Concepts crew to get that tray completely repaired. You can still find plenty of pace in the chassis, but it is plenty of work. This is the white flag out, so we're going to go at it for one more time. All of this battling further back has let Leash run away with it, but Blair Hosey, Bryce Mersberger, Jake French going to try and battle it out further back.
Yeah, unfortunate, just don't have the time of the day to extend these races when they're slowed by yellow. This will be the last 3 miles around Watkins Glen for the first race, and you've got to make every moment count. Up the S's. Great battle here with Jalen Batley, side by side behind him.
Oh my goodness, what a launch further back. I believe Spezia trying to make that move on Spencer Pigot nearly into the blue barrier for that long sweeping right-hander. Is he going to be able to make a move? You see him move all the way down on entry. Pigot doesn't want any of it. He lifts out of it. He's still side by side. Jalen Batley nearly banging fenders. Spezia using all of that curb and is able to clear him, or excuse me, that was, yeah, excuse me, Barbier further back.
Yeah, Spezia's up in P6, then it's Bosch, Pigot, Batley, and then Barber's that white car in the 150. But into 6 now. What a battle this is. They're not going to get to race as long as we had hoped, but they are filling these 2 laps with a lot of excitement.
Batley still going at it with Barbier side by side. Into the right-hander. Pigot and Grant Bourne a little bit further back, just ready to pick up the scraps for anyone being offline. And now it's Batley that might be hung out to dry. Bourne going all the way to the inside. Is he going to find momentum in that red T-Rex colored machine side by side? Batley could kill any of that momentum for the Canadian. No, he leaves the door open, but he can't make that dive. He's still side by side with Pigot.
Yeah, just a couple of corners left to go, and it's pretty hard for these drivers to make passes there. No big D-cell zones from here to the end of the lap. There's Bourne in that 127 with the big moves, and Batley's off track there. Just a little bit of right side tires in the dirt, and he's under fire now in turn 10. Ryan Leach in the number 56, rounds turn 11. Only 2 wins so far this season. He's going to tack a 3rd one on as Batley goes to the inside in the final corner. Checkered flag for Leach. Then it's Hosey. Then it's Mersberger got by Hosey in the last couple of corners. Wow, they shift and shuffled there a little bit and then move Barber, Bourne, Batley, 8th, 9th, 10th.
Fangs out driving for Jalen Batley. Handful of positions gained there. And Grant Bourne on that start, unfortunately just losing a handful of positions. So we'll have to gather it back up and try again here later on today. But what a phenomenal drive for the 56. Ryan Leach, heads up driving. Didn't even look at the mirrors, I'd reckon, on that restart. Just hoped and prayed that they'd take the gloves off into turns 1 and 2. Got exactly what the doctor ordered and he's your race 1 winner.
Yeah, wow, what a job. That was fun to watch. I want more of it, right?
Yeah.
You just get these little bite-sized chunks. Here's a look at your race results for the first race on the day. Leach over Mersberger, over Hosey, then French, Vogel, Spezia, Bosch, Barber, Bourne, and Batley. For Keegan Bosch, great climb up from 11th or 12th to 7th there. Spencer Piggott just outside the top 10.
Aaron Grimm, I believe, needed paperwork to come and race this weekend. He's a little bit further back than we expected back in P14. That might be a season performance for Nick Billingsley for that LEM machine. Got the P9 car up, or excuse me, the number 9 car up into P15. Spencer Piggott was 7th. He dropped back a handful of spots as well. Adam Spence, Matt Wilson on the move, 19th and 20th.
Yeah, then John Weisberg, Ryan Anderson up to 22nd, Mark Charnogorski, Ben Carroll, Darius Garcia, Kyle Melnick, Spencer Morgan, Anderson, Popst, and Jeremy Boysen wrapping up the top 30. Then looking down here, any notables here, Sam Reed, P39, Pat Brady, 40th, David Pereira up to 35th position, Dalton Snedden in 41st, and Asia Campo made up a bunch of spots there. So great climb for her, but it's a lot of positions over the weekend to make up. Jake Sanders was out. We saw Vila Saldana also didn't complete the opening lap, and neither did Brett DiGiacomo. I wonder if there was maybe some potential contact there. And I don't think Rob Desjardins or JD Kroll even took the green that time around. So let's take a look at the highlights from the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 1. And the start of the race was wildly entertaining. Jackson, look at this start, 4, 5, 6 wide. How many do you want?
We managed to get out of it in one piece, though, but it was an early dive from Ellis Spezia, but unfortunately for Sanders, it was early contact. He finds himself on the outside through the boot, and his day ends early. Back to the restart, though, and again, another early dive, but it was a scrap out in front on that second throwing of the green.
Yeah, and once they got going, it was just pandemonium at the front of the field here. 3 wide for the race lead, and it was great racing back here. Bryce Mersberger got shuffled out of the lead. This was that 4 wide moment into turn 8 with Jalen Batley, the meat in the sandwich there, Jackson, but super entertaining to watch them scrap it out.
Welcome to the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Spencer Piggott, the meat of that sandwich in that pink car, trying to work his way through as Jalen Batley tried to work his way back into contention from 14th into the top 10, but Ryan Leach able to run away with it.
Yeah, Ryan Leach picks up the race 1 victory in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series here at Watkins Glen.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
GRIDLIFE's GT Championship began last summer and has quickly expanded and gained entries over the years as we build on a new wheel-to-wheel racing series. 8.9 pounds per horsepower. This is GRIDLIFE GT, GRIDLIFE Grand Touring, race number 1 from Watkins Glen. Welcome back to Summer Apex. Kyle Heyer joined by Arjuna Kankapati. Arjuna, 20 cars on the entry list. Good field here this weekend, slightly different makeup than we had at Gingerman Raceway, and includes some big players this weekend, including the return of Alan Patton to GRIDLIFE GT competition in a Supra GT4, but this time an Evo 2 compared to the Evo that he had last year where he won the inaugural race.
It's a GT4 car at its core though, so slightly detuned to meet the power to weight requirements of this class, where we've seen TCR cars run in the past as well. But this is a championship where Matan Rosenberg, Christian Aranja in the championship lead, 1 and 2, separated out by almost 40 points. Halfway through the season, Matan Rosenberg and his Corvette in a really strong position to solidify what would be a great championship advantage heading to Lime Rock and Laguna Seca, two tracks where it will be very interesting to see how these bigger cars end up racing.
Yeah, and we've got them here, and what a mix. So let's have a look at the starting lineup here. Christian Aranja and Alan Patton share the front row. 2003 Chevrolet Corvette and that 2025 Toyota Supra GT4 Evo 2. Then it's AJ Hartman in the second row with his New Edge Mustang, running much better this round than previous. Matan Rosenberg, championship points leader, starts 4th. Chris DeLucia in 5th, and Ryan Power in 6th place. Gary Wimble starts in 7th, alongside buddy Eric Meadows in 8th place. Starting in 9th, it'll be Eric Jensen in the number 8 LS Swap Scion FRS. Eric Pilipchik in the 2007 BMW 3 Series. Reigning champion Hans Horpedal rolls off 11th, still working up to pace here, I think. Jordan Wisely, 12th. Then Anthony Scafuto in the Z28 Camaro, and Jack Haddix in the 84 starts 14th. He's been nursing some issues so far this weekend. And Alex Peitz starts in 15th in the number 6 C8 Corvette. All right, I don't really know what to expect, Arjuna. This is going to be fast. It's going to be fun. I have no idea who's going to win this race, and that's the fun of motorsports and live sports in general. This series is still maturing as time goes on, and there's a lot of unknowns as to who's going to dominate this one, but Alan Patton, I would say, is the favorite. But keep an eye on your championship leader in that red Vibrant Performance car in 4th.
Those Corvettes going to make their speed around the track very differently. Don't discount AJ Hartman. He's been looking strong this weekend, has solved some of the engine gremlins that were plaguing him at Gingerman. But let's get ready to drop the green flag.
Here we go. Green flag, and we're underway here at GRIDLIFE Summer Apex for GRIDLIFE GT. Down into turn 1. We're 3 wide with Hartman in the middle. And Patton in the Supra around the outside, but he's going to be wide at the exit, and Aranja takes the lead back.
Rosenberg goes very wide as well. The red light flashing behind him as they now begin to climb up the S's. 110 feet of elevation you'll climb from the bottom of this hill all the way to the top of the inner loop. And what a start, not just from Christian Aranja, but Chris DeLucia with the smoldering car that's still showing the damage that he picked up at Midwest Fest. The team did a great job to rebuild. 3 wide though, down to the inner loop.
145 miles an hour into the inner loop for the first time. It's Aranja, then it's DeLucia in that car, still showing its scars, as you pointed out, from that big fire at Gingerman Raceway. Ryan Powers in that purple Supra, chasing the championship leader. Hartman got by him and moves up a position. But again, that big gain was from that 40 car.
It was off the start as well, where DeLucia was so aggressive, saw the green, went early, and able to take advantage of Patton's mistake. Patton on the fight back, though, is slotted in nicely behind. Rosenberg doing what he can, but seemingly struggling a little bit in the early stages here as through the toe of the boot, trying to go around the outside. Doesn't quite work there usually for most competitors, but Wimble gets a great run off the corner.
Yeah, great fight here at the front, beginning to heat up. Aranja's going to try to run, because as soon as Patton gets in his groove with this car, he's going to be right in the conversation. DeLucia a little bit wide here as we run into turn 9. Look at Patton on the inside of the number 40. Really tight here between these two. Oh, slide. Patton right out to the Armco.
And very lucky that he didn't brush the tires, which can be so easy then to hook you in there and just spiral out of control. It happened in practice for some of our GLTC competitors. But look at the gap at the front. Wide moment there for the 247. Blends directly back in front of one of his competitors, but that was a good job to avoid making the situation any worse.
Yeah, so we're going to reorder the field here. First lap complete. Aranja, DeLucia, Patton, that big moment. Then it's Hartman, Rosenberg, and Ryan Power moving forward very quickly in that Toyota Supra. Rosenberg slipping over the curbing there at the exit of the turn as Aranja climbs the hill.
He's got such a big gap as well behind. I think he's very comfortable with the track this weekend. Chris DeLucia's already looking a bit defensive, a little bit to the inside as they head up towards the speed trap in the entry to the inner loop, 149 miles an hour, but they were 3 wide behind for a moment, and Rosenberg has got him back up into 4th position.
Yeah, good pass there for the championship leader, reigning Eibach GLTC champion as well. And AJ Hartman, he told me that he was struggling with power at Midwest Festival, was not up to full tilt. And I wonder if he's struggling here as well. Look, DeLucia is just being hounded by Alan Patton, and Alan's got to find a way around him in that Supra. Different strengths. That BMW is really strong in a straight line.
And one of the things that Jackson had learned from Alan Patton, I'm stealing this shamelessly from his notebook, is DeLucia gets a slide coming up the hill. Very difficult to do that, but it gives the opportunity for Alan Patton to now get to the inside, heading down to turn 8.
Yeah, this is going to be a pass for second here, I think, as Patton squeaks on by. A little bit of dust kicked up in the background, though. But move Patton back to second place, and there is no question that Patton is willing to be aggressive to make up positions, but a 1.2 second deficit to Christian Aranja. He's got to start making progress back forwards if he wants to keep that 57 in check. Now, Aranja's season has been a strong one. I think he just wants a little bit more consistency out of that car. Had a tough round at the start of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but he's a good ways back from Matan Rosenberg. Won 2 events, 2 races at CMP and then 1 at Road Atlanta, but was winless at Midwest Festival a couple weeks ago.
To go back to the point I was going to steal from Jackson Lambros's notebook, Alan Patton said that one of the differences with running a GT4 here is the fact that you're not on the racing slicks effectively. These are a spec kind of tire, and the sidewall of these cars, tires, a lot harder than a racing slick, and so the suspension takes a lot more of the impact of the curves and the bumps, and so understanding those nuances is important. He's got a little bit less power than DeLucia has got as well, and so you can see the closing rate into the inner loop, but now heading into the middle and final sectors of the lap, this is where Patton, with a bit more of the performance of the GT4 race car, should be able to pull away. Just look at the gap built up through the bus stop.
Yeah, great run into the inner loop there for Patton. And we saw him definitely, Patton was saying, do not pass me again. I think I am quicker. I think I can run down Christian Aranja. And I think DeLucia got the message that time. Down into the toe of the boot, though. No one else is even close to these top 3. I do think that the advantage could swing back in Patton's favor, though. He looks quick. And now that he's more comfortable, again, you mentioned that Toyo Proxizar spec tire, very different than what he normally races this car on, and adapting from the huge grip levels that his C7 Time Attack car makes.
Yeah, that's a good point as well, having to switch between fairly different cars out on track. Lap times, by the way, track record was set in qualifying. Christian Aranja with a 1:59.377. Our race laps looking more in the mid 2-minute bracket right now for those at the very front of the field. About 7 seconds slower than what a GT4 car did a couple of weeks ago. 2x2, not quite as they head up through tricky turn 9. Long way around for Hans Horpetal in the black and gold, but oh, what a great run off the corner he'll get. Now, who's going to be braver into turn 10?
Oh, Pilipchik on the inside, Horpetal on the outside. And then Eric Jensen right out on the edge behind Eric Meadows. What a fun fight this is. 4 cars battling for P8.
And look at the differences between all of the cars as well. The BMW struggling a little bit at this point as the power of that Corvette maybe helps him out slightly down in towards the 90 at turn 1. The BMW is going to have a look back down the inside, but maybe now compromises himself, sweep around the outside. Oh, contact!
Pilipchik and Jensen get together, and look at Jordan Wisely slide through the middle of them. And they tangle and get rolling again. At least Pilipchik does. I don't know that Jensen's car is going to. Here's another look at it. Pilipchik on the inside, Jensen on the outside. And does Pilipchik wash up? I think he does, and gets sideways, yeah.
Yeah, he hits the inside curb, and I think that unsettles and pushes him wide, and then cease part for Jordan Wisely, who does a good job to jank to the left very slightly.
It was the right rear that got tagged on Jensen. I don't have a finger on the pulse of whether or not that was broken anything on the 184, the number 8. He changed his number hoping he would get better luck. That hasn't been the case so far. Track's still green for now.
It's a good sign. See if we can get an update on our timing as to if he's been able to fire it back up. AJ Hartman still on the hunt to Matan Rosenberg. That gap's increased very slightly. Horpedal and Meadows are broken clear after that incident. Alan Patton hasn't quite made the inroads on our race leader, though. Was power very deep at turn 8.
Yeah, too deep. In fact, you see the left rear tire down on Pilipchik's car. And yeah, still green as we enter turn 11. So Jensen must have been able to get to the cutout or get off the road. Unfortunate for him, just a victim and bystander there in that one. But Horpedal making his way forward. He told me last night he's working up to the big boy track here at Watkins Glen, was just not comfortable pushing super hard. And I think as the weekend goes on, he's going to get quicker and quicker. Aranja slightly extending the gap to Alan Patton at the moment.
2/10 on that last lap. Aranja with the clean air. Nothing to really worry about. DeLucia losing about 2.7 seconds since the move was made from Alan Patton, so giving us a good sign of maybe what could have been if Alan had avoided the slip up at turn 1. It could have been a much more interesting fight between him and Christian if they had been able to stick close to each other. 148 miles an hour into the inner loop. That's about 4 miles an hour, I think, slower than the average of what we've seen from Aranja.
Yeah, Aranja has been really quick. Fair point. Oh man, now Pilipchik stopped. He's in the cutout
now,
actually, so he might be all right over there.
That left rear tire is down, but I think the suspension is what has taken a bigger impact as well.
Well, he's well out of the way too, so
I think this is probably a good thing. He was trying to roll it back around, realized that he wasn't going to be able to, discretion the better part of valor.
And there is the full course yellow. I was hoping they wouldn't toss it for that, but that will likely end this race with just 6 minutes on the clock, but we'll see what the decision is. But if we were to get a lap or two of restart, and they were just going to, I'm not sure, they'd probably have to put Pilipchik on the rollback. And maybe there's something we haven't seen yet. I don't think so, but...
Well, you remember what happened at Gingerman when we got a one-lap shootout?
I do. We had the closest finish in grid life history at 1/1000th of a second. So,
can we do it again, please?
We could.
I mean, you brought me back out. Clearly, you're hoping for the same bit of magic.
Yeah. Yeah, I am surprised if the full course was for that 247. But again, maybe they don't want to leave it there.
That was an unfortunate moment as well.
Yeah.
And that's just part of the 90. It's difficult to run side by side through there because you want to be on the outside, sweep all the way down to that inside apex and carry the momentum. When you're on the inside side by side, you're always trying to delay the turn in, but you're so aware of the car on the outside that you'll sometimes kind of see that the lines through turn 1, there's a lot of people that turn in a bit early instead of waiting and turning in a bit later because they're using the banking of the track. But that means that you're just a little bit tight. You're on that apex curve and a bit too hard on that, shoots you out wide, lost the rear end in this case. And looks like both of those competitors are now officially scored as 2 laps down.
Yeah, unfortunate scenario for Jensen and Pilipchik as we work the last few minutes of this race. Field bunched back up again. There is Jordan Wisely to Eric Meadows. Oh, what was that?
A little bit of a checkup.
Yeah, that was frankly a little irresponsible on Jordan Wisely. He went passing Eric Meadows under full course into the back of the field there. So
still better than what we had.
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago. Now, one thing that I had actually talked about with some of the IMSA drivers was, do you guys have spotters up here? And a couple of the drivers that I talked to said, we may have one next year. Thank you, Arjuna. Well, because they hadn't thought about it before.
Yeah, it's one of those things. So again, going back to the IMSA contact you're referencing, which was in the GTP category, generally they tell you to catch up at, as fast as you can, but there still is an element of caution. And under no circumstances are you permitted to pass a car under full course yellow. So regardless of how fast the car in front of you is going, if they're not obviously broken, there is no circumstance that you are to pass anybody And that was a pretty dangerous situation there. So I would not be surprised to see race control taking action on that. Again, we're not, Roger Penske isn't here hiring anybody, Arjuna, so this is not worth stuffing your car into the fence for.
And that's what you said Hans was building up. You build up at a track like this, especially when a lot of these drivers will be building their cars by themselves. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so this is our yellow. So Jensen was trying to find a way out, and they had a gate there. So that would explain our full course. Yeah, he did as best he could.
Yeah, the problem is he's found himself stuck in a place where if a car was to have a moment, the tires, he is between the tires and the wall. So maybe not the best place, unfortunately, but best intentions. And this is why sometimes when I prepare for a race weekend, even though I'm not a driver, I'm still looking at those what we call orange overlaps in IMSA, which is the places where you can go and stop, where you won't interrupt the race. Mainly because I'm just curious, if I hear something in my ear, are they at a place that's going to be an instant caution? Do I need to scramble and get ready? That, though, is a driver who's assessing the damage potentially. Be curious to see the social media post afterwards.
Yeah. Just getting to snap a picture before it gets pulled back to the paddock. But again, we've got only a couple minutes left in this race. Again, if they're going to bring Pilipchik back, I wouldn't expect us to get a green.
Lights are still on, so I would wager we are likely at the end of this race, at which point Christian Aranja is going to be very happy with how he's performed. For Matan Rosenberg, after what was a tough start to this race, really did a decent job to fight back to fourth.
So under full course yellow for GRIDLIFE GT Race 1. If you're watching at home and you're wondering what's coming up next, there'll be Drift full course in just a couple minutes time, and then Eibach GLTC Race 1. And then we'll have our lunch break where we'll go down here on the broadcast. You'll see more at 1 o'clock when we go back to track battle Heat 5. Then more drift, and then we go racing again, and then we go drifting again, and then we go track battling again. So plenty more on the calendar for the day. So if you tuned in to watch a full day of action, you've got it. And of course, Teddy Payne and DJ Diesel on the main stage tonight. But lots of entertainment.
Hey, and we're back on cable TV.
Yes,
later
on the Racer
this
Network.
Afternoon.
We're up in the R92 Lounge as well, which is a neat activation for those here at the racetrack that show proof of a Racer R92 subscription. They can come up here and hang out. There's refreshments up here. The best viewing that I think is on this side of the racetrack. It's all covered too, which is nice because it's been so sunny this weekend. So really not a lot of complaints up here.
Only complaint is don't think we're getting any more green flag English is struggling on me today. Green flag laps today.
Yes, I'm not hopeful for a restart at this stage in the game, but I would have expected that maybe they would have checkered them. So their drift ran a little long last time.
Maybe.
Maybe they're going to eat into this drift session a little bit and get us one flying lap.
So we've just figured out where Jensen had pulled off, by the way.
Yeah, it's behind the turn one.
Behind at turn one, which was, again, probably the most logical thing for him to do. But yeah, that is not a place where I would have wanted to be parked and stranded for the remainder of the race. Let's talk about the story, though, for Chris DeLucia, because fire at Gingerman Raceway a couple of weeks ago. And the onboard video was dramatic. You could see the flames start to shoot through the firewall. Chris went to try and pull the fire suppression system, failed. By the time he looked over to try and grab it properly, it's too late. He unbuckles himself, still going 10 to 15 miles an hour, and yoinks himself out of that car. The fire suit showed some of the signs of the heat. It had gone from black to white. But the team has been thrashing in the last couple of weeks, most in particular in the last week, to get that car built. And what a job they have done. Haven't quite got the body panels fixed up yet.
Yeah, I talked to Chris the other day and I said, buddy, you got to pace yourself with these 3-week turnarounds. If you recall last season, before our Lime Rock Park event, he crashed in the uphill in a test day and basically tore off the whole back end of the car. He found a car that was buried in the woods. Someone had it that fit his car. He basically cut the rear end off, welded it to his car in a 3-week span from that event to Lime Rock Park, and did the same thing here. Great recovery. The other thing I should mention is that he learned a lot in that situation with his car filled with flames, and there was holes in the firewall that he didn't think were big deals. He had quick disconnect fittings on some of the fuel lines, and he did a video breakdown explaining, here's what I did wrong, and here's how I'm going to avoid this situation in the future, and here's how you can avoid this situation. And I think using your experience to help save someone from something that could potentially cause injury is very well thought out. And he's running great, by the way. New York native in P3 with the crispy car at the moment.
The car is definitely not slow by any means with all that work they've done. Now, I see lights off if I'm correct here.
Yes.
Are we getting a one-lap shootout?
I would bet that we'll get a green and a white at the same time. We'll get one flying lap, is my guess.
You're never wrong.
I have been wrong before. But this is why I like that our races are not a set 15 minutes. We get a little leeway on either end of that to get an extra lap in should we have that slowdown.
And this is more natural than a green-white checker.
Yeah.
This works. It's really nice that we can adapt, especially at a place like Watkins Glen where our safety team has done a great job, but it's such a big track that our caution laps just naturally take longer than they did at Gingerman. So you kind of scrub a bit more of that race off. The lights are off though on our time attack BMW pace car, safety car now that technically we are, it's not pacing the field.
No, the banner says pace car. Road racing, it's a safety car to me, Arjuna, but you know, that's neither here nor there. We're gonna get to go racing one more lap at Watkins Glen for GRIDLIFE GT Race 1. Christian Aranja, Alan Patton, Chris DeLucia, your top three, Rosenberg and Hartman. Here we go, green flag, we're back underway at the Glen.
Aggression on the start early. Alan Patton under fire from Chris DeLucia, who tries to go the long way around. He's going to have a lot more momentum as they begin that entry into the S's, but he's out wide. Let's try and blend back in. Rosenberg's held on to fourth. They climb up the hill for the final time in race one.
Patton faded out there a little bit to keep DeLucia from getting overlap on the climb through the S's. Hartman side by side with Gary Wimble. I think Wimble's gotten by him. He has, and now Ryan Power smelling blood in the water on the back straightaway. Look at even Arana going defensive, sailing down the backstretch into the inner loop. 148 miles an hour to the outside. Here comes Patton. He clambers over the curb, and Arana hangs onto the lead. What a battle that was into the bus stop.
Side by side doesn't always work, and it hasn't for Power, who's gone skipping over the second part of the grass, and I think he'll drop towards the edge of the top 10. Alan Patton, so much speed and momentum off of the first corner, even though he was on the inside. I'm not sure if there was an issue for Christian down at turn one, but he did a decent job of holding his line and putting the pressure on Patton, who's now having to defend. Here comes Rosenberg. A podium here would be valuable as he tries to lock up the championship that little bit earlier.
I wonder if Patton got a shove from DeLucia, because 148's mighty quick and a little more in line with DeLucia's top end pace. That certainly didn't hurt, but Aranja trying to get free and clear. There is now the 606 of Patton. And then Rosenberg closing in on that third place fight.
DeLucia had a couple of wiggles of the rear end coming out of turn 8. He is struggling, I think, in some places to put that power down, but just a couple of corners left to go. I don't think there's places to make any moves.
Aranja has about a 6 or 7 car length advantage. When I see the checkered flag, I'll call it. I'm nervous that maybe they're gonna give me one more I wasn't anticipating here, but through the last 2 corners for Christian Aranja, Patton, DeLucia, Rosenberg, out of the final turn here at Watkins Glen. And across the stripe here. And I believe that would...
I don't see a checkered.
It could be still another lap to go.
Let's see if they're still pushing. Full tilt. I definitely didn't see a flag waving, whether it was white or checkered though. So I'm not quite sure.
It was a checker.
Okay.
All right, we got it. I was gonna say, there's a look at it from that angle. But Christian Aranja, checkered flag, wins race 1 over Patton, DeLucia, and Matan Rosenberg. All right, there we go.
Our Project Prime team clearing up our confusion in the booth.
You know, these freaking catch fences, man, they're in the way of everything. But they're meant to keep the racing on the racetrack and the people on the people track. So let's have a look at our race results here for GRIDLIFE GT race number 1. And have a look at how this sort of ended up. Aranja, Patton, then DeLucia we talked about. Gary Wimble up to 5th place on the last lap. Then A.J. Hartman, Hans Horpedahl, Eric Meadows, Ryan Power, and then Jordan Wisely in 10th place in that number 7. Anthony Scafuto, Eric Pilipczyk, and Eric Jensen. Pilipczyk and Jensen involved in that collision at turn 1. Both were able to get somewhat away from the incident site, but we'll probably have to have a conversation with each other post-race. There was some drama in that one. A little bit of everything. I think Patton He was trying to make that Hail Mary around the outside and didn't quite work.
I think they'll have a conversation, but I don't think there's too much for either to... they gave each other room, right? It was a racing moment. Patton maybe a bit too aggressive in trying to cut inside and leave space. I think they were trying to just be aware of the fact that we had conversations with some drivers who were saying they wanted to talk to their other competitors and have a gentleman's agreement. Let's not go side by side into that quarter.
Highlights for GRIDLIFE GT Race 1 at the start. Chris DeLucia from 5th passed a whole bunch of cars to slide up alongside AJ Hartman into turn 1. Tight quarters between Jensen and Wimble on the opening lap. And then DeLucia drove all the way to 2nd place, and a lot of juking and jiving back here for position. And with DeLucia holding off Patton in the early stages of the race, Aranja was able to scamper off to a 3-second advantage. You see it there. And really didn't have to look too long to find this big slide for DeLucia in that 40 that left him vulnerable to Patton. And Allen was not going to sit around and wait for an invitation. Beyond that, just jumped to the inside, took the spot away from the number 40. Couple laps into the race, contact at turn 1 left. Eric Jensen trying to find a way off the racetrack, but got stuck in the corner. And on the restart, we got a green and a white together. And on the final lap of the race, this big lunge by Patton into the bus stop just didn't quite work, Arjuna.
No, he gave it his all. We thought that the one-lap shootout would give us a potential opportunity. Alan Patton, whose top-end speed has not been the best necessarily all weekend long, had that opportunity, but Christian Aranja able to hold on.
Christian Aranja wins GRIDLIFE GT Race 1 here from Watkins Glen.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
All right, well, Devin from LGR walked up to me, and I've been told that the boys are in dire need of help, but walk me through what happened to Patton's Corvette.
All right, we came around the corner, and steering rack's been having slight issues over the last couple events, and it's not been anything too terrible that Patton can't manage, but this event, this last lap, was just too much for it. Belt snapped on our steering rack, and we are in dire need of a C7 steering rack at Watkins Glen in garage 16. And then we also found a car in the parking lot, and we were trying to buy that man's steering rack. So hopefully we're going to make an announcement and try to locate the person that owns that car. So we shall see.
This is your announcement. If you are in the Watkins Glen paddock and have a C7 steering rack, you know where this car is. You have seen it on track. You have absolutely heard it. Get this man back on track.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Boom.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen International. Kyle Heyer joined by Arjuna Kankapati. Drift is on track. And what a day it's been. I saw T-Pain out there, Arjuna.
I know, I got excited. Only problem is we can't find a drift car big enough to put Shaq out there as well.
Yeah, that would be fun, wouldn't it? But full course drift's been exciting so far this weekend. We've seen a lot more takers than I thought we would. I thought we'd burn up the tires quickly on Friday, but...
Well, we did indeed do that earlier today in our previous drift session. I think it was 3 or 4 left rear tires that decided to go boom.
A lot of tires going boom, but there's some tires going skid over in the Dodge Thrill Rides, and Jackson was over there a little earlier. Jackson?
Well, GRIDLIFE has found our friends once again here at the Dodge Experience Center. Tell me about the car behind me here.
So we have the new Dodge Charger. We have 550 horsepower. It is a twin-turbo straight-six Hurricane engine. This is going to get up and go. So we're going to whip you around our track with our professional drivers. You guys, it's free. And you get a free t-shirt. So you'll get a wristband. Come through. We're here all day until 6. And I promise you it's going to be the time of your life. It also, if you scan your wristband, records you and the track. It's sent to your email. It's the funnest thing ever.
All right, so we're going to give this a shot here. Mac is going to jump into the back seat with me, but this is part of the Dodge Thrill Ride experience here at Watkins Glen. I cannot say I've ever necessarily done something like this. I'm getting a shake of the head that Mac has not either, but we're going to try and buckle up here. And in the back seat here, you're going to see me probably go back and forth a pretty good amount. We are ready. Let us commence. Hit it. Oh my God. Yep. Oh my gosh. Wow. That is a lot of torque to be able to fully rotate this thing through. And these Dodge drivers are ripping it like Formula Drift, like Dean Carney here. We're getting a donut going now around this cone. They've got this, it is not a skid pad, it is a full layout here with a handful of cones. And they are ripping it like the GRIDLIFE track battle, guys. Wow! For sure, so guys, if you are on paddock right now, on track, come on down just inside of turn number 1, the Dodge Thrill Ride, the Thrill Ride experience. You're not gonna wanna miss this, promise.
I think we might be paying him too much. He's having too much fun, Arjuna. I got to get over there and take a ride around the Dodge Thrill Experience situation over there. My dad did it yesterday and had a lot of fun, so I got to do it too.
Yeah, we might have to do a bit of a rotation to get us all out there.
Yeah.
Maybe as well out to the drift area, the skid pad, when the Nappy Boy automotive crew take over there. But for the time being, it's takeover on the main track here. Long, sweeping right-hander down into the boot. That it looks beautiful to see the cars drifting around, but it's such a long radius corner, hard to keep the speed up, especially when you think about the fact that it's actually slightly banked down into the apex of the corner. I think he's taken the shortcut, by the way.
He did. He ran the NASCAR course, but there is a black flag also, so I think they're going to try to bring them back to the pit lane for something. But yeah, drift has been a lot of fun this weekend. We've got plenty more coming your way as well. There's another drift session at 2:15 and another further still at 4 o'clock. For the broadcast for the rest of the day, up next is Eibach GLTC Race 1. in just a few minutes' time. Then we have our 1 hour lunch break, so the full course will go quiet for a little bit. And then we'll have our track battle time attack again at 1 o'clock with the fastest cars in North America trying to break records from 105 to 215. Drift again, 215 to 230, then Rush, GLGT and GLTC races number 2, and then Drift and Track Battle again to round out the day. But Arjuna, what a fun time it's been so far. I think we're going to step away for a break, but so much more coming up here in just a few minutes. It'll be Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, race number 1 up next.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
Wine country and fine motorsport activities. We're here at Watkins Glen International for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1. This is round 4 of 6 in the 2026 Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Arjuna Kankapati, and Jackson Lambros is in the pit lane for us here this weekend. 47 cars about to take the green flag here in our original wheel-to-wheel championship, power-to-weight racing. This means that all the cars are roughly around 12.5 pounds per horsepower, somewhere between 200 and 240 wheel horsepower, and weighing somewhere between 2,300 and 3,000 pounds, depending on your build and considerations. But this is going to be a lot of fun because the last time we raced here, we had a bunch of different winners and some great racing despite rain back in 2023. Arjuna, on our starting lineup is Eric Magnussen and Andy Smedegaard in the number 3 and the 212, and row 2 is going to be James Houghton making his return to GLTC competition, and he won some races here the last time we were here. Matthew Ibrahim starts in 4th. Season championship leader Eric Cattell rolls off in 5th place alongside Joel Morrison, who's having an outstanding season. Ryan Kristoff in the 1986 CRX starts in 7th. Jake Rawson in 8th, and rounding out your top 10, Arjuna, Matt Walbaum and Donald Louie.
Behind them in what is a big field with the 47 entries to enter the weekend, Michael Hillo and Kevin Zhu in the 08 Nissan 350Z and the Honda Civic respectively. Blake Cord in the Mazda MX-5 has got Brandon Ganem in the Mazda RX-8. On row 7 will Kunwoo Lee and Jeff Donati in a pair of Toyota 86s slot in onto row number 8. Mason Bursack and Leyland Wombolt in the BMW M3 and Acura Integra split 18th and 17th, while Brian Hedian and Besic George Menabdi rolled through the top 20.
Julio Crispin starts in 21st in the number 271, a Mazda RX-8. Matt Beck starts alongside him in 22nd. Lena Chin has had some trouble so far this weekend, but she'll start 23rd. And Peter Zhang in 24th. Vitas Aronauskis rolls off 25th place alongside Brian Hendricks in the number 647 350Z. Michael Pagano in the orange and blue BMW hatchback starts 27th with Joe Tulo in 28th. And Jeff Wasilko and Justin Lee share row number 30 in Mazda MX-5s.
And we're still going as you head outside of the top 30. Dai Nguyen and Nathan Manning, Subaru BRZ and Toyota Corolla 31st and 32nd. Brian Tyson in the Ford Focus ST, lots of work done on that car alongside of Peter Cipollini, while Christopher Gados and William Wu Chen, BMW M3 and Honda S2000 behind them.
And it'll be Jay Rebus starting in 37th, and I think we have a couple more cars beyond that, but grid only showing 37 at the moment. We'll have the cars double up here in just a few minutes, seconds rather, because we're going racing for 15 minutes, and I think the car to watch is going to be Eric Magnussen in that number 3 on pole. Such a strong season, had some struggles in race 4 at Gingerman Raceway. But going up against Andy Smedegaard and James Houghton, who is a longtime competitor in this number 41 Acura TSX, the K-tuned car. Front-wheel drive, very low drag, K24 swapped. It is ready to go racing, and James is not shy about his aggression level, Arjuna.
And with the championship being split by 6 points, Eric Catil back in 5th in qualifying. It doesn't sound bad, but Eric Magnussen has a chance here at a track which we know will favor the torque of his car to try and take the championship lead and build an advantage into the final 2 rounds where Catil knows his car is going to be quick.
Time to go racing at Watkins Glen International for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Round number 4 of 6. Green flag, and we're underway. And Michael Pagano got a great start in the background there, and we're 4 wide in the middle of the field. The 3-car of Magnussen's clear. Smedegaard and Houghton side by side into the first turn.
Smedegaard getting pushed out slightly there as they drop down through the 90, but now begin the climb up through the S's. Lots of chopping and changing further back. Looks like an issue on the left front for one of the Nissans a little bit further down through the field. Houghton up to 2nd, but only momentarily. Here comes Smedegaard back around the outside.
Front drive versus rear drive. Which car is Ibrahim going to help in that number 600? For Garagistic down the backstretch. 3 wide for 2nd place. And Magnussen's trying to get out of Dodge while everybody is door-to-door behind them. 130 miles an hour into the bus stop.
Eric Catil being swarmed slightly, but done a decent job to stay in 6th position as they slot out through the inner loop. Matthew Ibrahim on the inside there holds on to that spot. Some great racing now as they drop down into the boot with your leader breaking away.
Yeah, a little bit more of a disjointed start than I was expecting from this group, and it looks like it's got everyone on the back foot. But now Smedegaard closing in big on Magnussen through turn 6. So it's Magnussen, Smedegaard, Houghton, first 3 cars, then Ibrahim, Morrison, and here comes Catil in the number 82 Honda with Hilo, who's had clutch issues all weekend, charging forward in the Eibach 350Z.
This is where the nimble cars may have a chance to try and pick their way through some of the issues that we'll see up front. I'm now wondering how competitive the battle between Magnussen and Smedegaard is going to be. Remember, Andy won 3 of the 4 races last time at Gingerman. He missed the previous round of the championship, but his car's quick enough that he might still be a championship contender if anything goes wrong for Magnussen and Catil, and Smedegaard can eat into their points advantage.
Take your best 14 races across the year, so definitely still room for Andy Smedegaard to win this title. But Catil nurses a 6-point advantage over Eric Magnussen, but as they run, that would already put Magnussen as the championship leader. So there's the consideration. Little wiggle on the entrance to turn 11, but the gap to the lead is smaller than it was on the backstretch last time.
That BMW's got a 6.3 liter V8 under the hood. It's got lots of torque, but as much as you might think big power, big displacement equals big top speed, not always the case. It gets off the corners well, but some of the other cars can match it in a straight line and be better actually. Just take some time to get up to the top of the rev range, and climbing up here through the S's, that helps Eric Magnussen slightly, and Andy Smedegaard's going to have to really send the car through the boot of the lap, where I think that car is going to be slightly quicker.
Yeah, again, I think the run up to the top of the track at its highest point is the toughest thing for that FA24 powered Toyota 86. Someone was doing 133. I think it was James Houghton that was over 130 miles an hour, which is quick for a GLTC car. Here's Ibrahim on Morrison for 5th place.
Both looking very settled as they sweep down through that banked and cambered turn 5, drop down into the boot. Slightly awkward corner in some ways is turn 6. Carry lots of speed, but if you get it slightly wrong, get out of the groove, find yourself pushing out into the grass on the exit of the curb rather easily, and then up into the toe of the boot. It's a place you can make moves as you get onto the brakes, but because gravity works with you as you climb the hill, you can also be aggressive and defend quite well.
Tell you what, these top 3 are beginning to get closer together. I think that Houghton's pushing Smedegaard, Smedegaard's pushing Magnussen, and once these 3 start to fight, it's going to bring Ibrahim and Morrison and Kittil right back into the fray. So this is far from over. I know the advantages looked large to start, but that disjointed start really threw everyone for a loop.
Yeah, Smedegaard and Houghton battling so hard on the run out of turn 1 up through the S's, that didn't help their case either. And now with the bit between their teeth, doing a decent job to reel them back in. But again, drive off the corner. That's where Magnussen's got a decent advantage, I think, on the rest of the field. And you'll see it here as they power down out of the final corner and run down to the 90 for the 3rd time in this race. About 12 minutes left on our clock. But remember, if we do get a safety car, we could extend that out slightly as fastest lap punched in by James Houghton.
Yeah, and that's a new record. A 207.785 for the front-wheel drive GLTC cars.
No record to go back to, I guess. So
yeah, no points available for records in this series regardless, but I think Andy's going to feel some pressure here from that TSX, and Kittil is all over the back of Ibrahim now as we climb the 3 stories to the top of the S's.
Yeah, there's a big separation between 3rd and 4th right now, closing on 2.5 seconds, I would think, entering into the inner loop at about 128 miles an hour for Eric Magnussen. That BMW, oh, it looks so settled through that corner.
It does, and he has experience here, and I think that experience is going to matter a lot when you're working up to this racetrack in race conditions. And it just looks very, very tidy, very settled, very composed. And that confidence, as Greg Creamer always says, comfort breeds confidence, and confidence breeds speed.
Confidence is something that, especially when I'm in the IMSA paddock, you try not to talk about, because everyone, if you're not confident,
you're not there.
You probably shouldn't be there, right? But here, especially when you have drivers coming here for the first time, they don't have test days like they do in IMSA a lot of the time, so they don't get 2 or 3 days before they come to the racetrack to go and figure things out. And it's not like a simulator can really help you necessarily with some of the unique builds that these drivers have, although just wonder now, with the advent of AI and whatnot that you and I have been playing around with quite a bit, could some of these drivers build really good representation of their cars in the sim world? That could also help them tweak and figure out what sort of changes they want to make as well.
It certainly wouldn't hurt. And there's a lot of drivers in this field that work on their own cars. There are some that have a little bit of team support, not a ton, but you know, if you have that knowledge or have the comfort to start tweaking on your car to find speed, Kittil almost to the edge of the road at turn 10, then I think you're in a good spot. But Eric Kittil, you know, he was reasonably pleased with 5th place in qualifying, but dropped a spot on the start, and now still trying to apply pressure to the back of the C36. And here comes Hilo. That's an LS swapped 350Z, but remember that this year, their new regulations only allow up to 240 horsepower, so the differentials aren't as big as they used to be.
Kittil lost out slightly to Ibrahim there, but you saw brake lights on, even dropping down past the apex for the BMW. That's going to slow his momentum as you now climb the hill. Great drone shot as you saw the separation close, but now this is where Kittil maybe struggles a little bit more. It takes him a while for that car to reach terminal velocity. As much as the top speed is good, just not enough of a straight here at Watkins Glen with the incline as well to really see a difference there. Everyone around 130 miles an hour as they pitch the car in.
It's so even. That's really the thing that I'm noticing here is everyone's struggling to find an advantage. Everyone's so tight.
I'm pretty sure Matthew Ibrahim feels he's quicker right now than Morrison in front, but just unable to pull alongside and make moves.
Oh, Kittil took a look into the inside of 6, but got the door slammed shut.
There's not enough heavy braking zones here to really make lunges, and I think that's what's causing them issues right now. There's going to be a desperation send at some point, I would think. Matthew Ibrahim just being very patient right now and trying to avoid causing that chaos too early.
Oh, Houghton trouble out of turn 7. He's slow and off pace to the inside. likely a mechanical issue for the 41, but drops out of third place, and now this becomes a battle for third.
So podium stakes, Cotil on the inside, heading up to turn 8, which is the preferred line. He's going to give space to the BMW to roll speed, long way around, mindful of track limits, but slides in front, and crucial move from the championship leader.
Yeah, again, when you're looking at Magnussen already having such a strong start to this event, you've got to figure out how do you cut that deficit. Morrison drops the tire at the exit of turn 9.
Ibrahim's going to feel frustrated and instantly back up the inside coming into turn number 10, as up front getting closer potentially between our leaders. But with Ibrahim knowing he's quicker, I think, than Morrison, he's going to be even more frustrated to be stuck behind Cotil. It's going to be about a second gap between Morrison and the chasing pack now. He might be comfortably clear in that podium spot as Houghton dives to pit lane.
That was actually Ryan Christoph that dove to pit lane too. So issues for the CRX, unfortunately. 7 minutes to go. Cotil running out to the edge of the rumbles at turn 1. It's only half a second between the two leaders. Magnussen over Smedegaard, and Andy is looking good chasing this number 3 down.
I mean, his car was imperious at Gingerman. He was the driver to beat, no question about that. Cotil and Magnussen were fighting over second, and effectively the scraps, as it were. That car, though, it just must have been on the last lap where Magnussen made a mistake, or maybe Smedegaard was able to just close up the inside, surely not through the outer loop.
Yeah, here he comes. Andy's dialed in now. Took him a couple laps to build up the confidence, and then without the pressure from James Houghton behind, he can focus entirely out the windshield here. And last time by was a good bit quicker, almost a full second quicker than Eric Magnussen.
And Magnussen must have made a mistake because he was close to 8/10 off his fastest lap. Is the car maybe starting to struggle a little bit as well? He's leaving doors for Smedegaard to attack, but I think he's aware that Andy's not going to force the issue until he takes the time to figure out where the move will be made. The ASM team have got a couple of cars here, although we should mention Salil Shukla had an incident during practice that saw him hit the tires on the exit of turn 9, slewed sideways, someone went straight into the side, and that car's a write-off. So at least one of the ASM machines, unfortunately not here today.
Yeah, for Andy, the biggest loss is the dig out of turn 7, the toe of the boot. That is a very steep uphill. And though the FA24 makes pretty good torque, that Subaru-based Boxer engine, the LS under the hood of the M3 out front right now is much stronger in those torquey digs out of the lowest point on the racetrack. Single yellow waving flag, and I would bet if that's still for Houghton, he was not able to find a cutout, so that is going to leave us under a local yellow.
We had someone else stop there, I think, yesterday, so it's not an unfamiliar position for our track services team to be in. It's a climb before you get down to the drop that gets you to turn 8. So if you've got no power, it can be hard. 4/10 the margin at the line for our race leaders, and Andy's there, but he just doesn't seem to have the torque to get alongside at this part of the lap. It's in the middle and final sectors where he's going to be.
Yeah, that's that 41 still.
So that will be somewhere at just after turn 8.
Yeah. So into the inner loop again. 130 miles an hour, remarkably consistent is the number 3 of Eric Magnussen. And Smedegaard is quicker through this section. He's going to open the door to the inside. He takes a look in the carousel. That's where this car is so strong. And he knows the boot is probably not going to be the place out of those digs where his car has the advantage. And he's identified where his car's quick, to the inside at 6.
Well, Magnussen is struggling. He was down to a 2:08.9 last time. He is driving in the mirrors, and so as much as these are not the places maybe to get the drive off the corner, surprise could help Smedegaard here to force the issue and try and force Magnussen into a mistake. And if you're Magnussen, as much as Smedegaard could be a championship contender, your main focus must be Eric Cotil. Second would not be the worst thing in the world here.
No, it wouldn't. You're right. Big picture.
But tell that to a racing driver.
Yeah, big picture racing, for sure. But this is a great battle. These two are in their own zip code. A little wide there for Andy in the 212.
Now there's something on the front that makes me wonder if Andy's had a bit of an interesting weekend as well, and there's maybe a story to be told.
I noted that, and he actually got into the back of, I think it was Magnussen at Gingerman Raceway. So these two have had a little bit of comings together. That bump that you're seeing, I believe, is from the last event.
Okay.
But I think that's the white flag that we've got displayed now. This should be our last lap, and it will be, I believe.
Catch fence getting in the way once again. Drop down to the first turn.
Yeah, there it
is the final lap of the race.
White flag. And this is Andy's last opportunity. He's half a second back. He has identified where he is strong. Joel Morrison's had a problem in the 71. That moves Ibrahim up to third. Catil is going to take fifth. Hilo has slotted himself into fourth place. What a strong run for the Eibach 350Z. And Donald Louie, a career day for him in that 898.
Yeah, I got to say, for Eric Catil, he won't be too frustrated given that he started fifth, will finish fifth as well. I think that damage limitation, last lap of this race, is Smedgaard going to be able to get close enough? He's really sent it over those inside curves, back to the inside through the outer loop, but Magnussen closes the door.
Yeah, took a swing at him there. I just don't think there's quite enough space there, and Emag kept it tacked up. And that might have been Andy's last opportunity, but he's going to keep digging. Just 3 car lengths behind. Down into the boot for the final time in race 1 for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. M3 versus Toyota 86. Power to weight racing at its best.
Sign as well that if Smedgaard and Houghton hadn't cost each other time on that first lap, maybe there would have been a couple more attempts to work on the back of this BMW, because there's no question this is a fight that in the remaining 3 races is going to be interesting. And based on the fastest race laps from race 2, we set the grid for race 3. So there's some interesting things for us to think about in our second race coming up later on today.
Here comes Eric Magnussen leaving turn 9 ahead of Andy Smedgaard. They battled back and forth for Andy. Missed the second round of racing at Road Atlanta. But for Eric Magnussen, a win in the first race of the season back at South Carolina. He is just going to hold off Andy Smedgaard. It will be his 3rd win on the season in Eibach GLTC, and Andy is just behind, 2 car lengths back across the stripe. Magnussen wins at WGI.
Smedgaard just doesn't have that power to get off the line and force a drag race. And if we had a lap or 2 more, I think Eric would have been a lot more nervous about how that race would have finished, but ultimately wins. Catil down in 5th. Championship getting even tighter as we pass the halfway mark of the year.
Yeah, great battles coming to the line there. That's Jeff Donati just eking out Brandon Gannum. Didn't see what position that was for, but Ryan Christoph, Houghton, Lee Wombolt, Gatos, Veerhout, all with mechanical issues in this one. Ayrton Grimm, we didn't really hear a lot from him either, did we? P21 for the 2 car, so hadn't been much of a story this weekend.
I think 3 wide to the line.
Yeah, that was good back there too. But all right, let's have a look at the results here for our first race for Eibach GLTC. Big gaps. The start was a little messy, Arjuna, and it kind of changed how this race panned out. But Eric Magnussen, Andy Smedgaard, Matthew Ibrahim, I think is his first podium in that 600 Garagistic car. Michael Hilo and Eric Catil, top 5. Decent finish for Eric, but I think he's going to want a lot more.
Yeah, but again, damage limitation in front of Donald Louis, who had great results. Matt Woolbaum, Joe Morrison, Mason Bursack, Blake Korth, your top 10, and big gaps then starting to build as you dive into the meat of the top 20.
Yeah, and looking down, Julio Crispin in his first race back in a while, and a brand new car to him, a 2009 Mazda RX-8, finishes 19th. Joe Tulo in 20th. Kevin Zhu, by the way, late entrant to this event, drove down from the Boston area on Thursday to be here. P12 in the first race of the weekend for him. And then looking down the rest of the order, Ayrton Grimm, we pointed out, Justin Lee, Jeff Wasilko, Matt Beck, Michael Pagano, and the rest of the runners down to Chris Gatos in 30th. And then Peter Cipollini, Shreddy Brown, Nathan Manning, Jay Rebus, and then, of course, the cars that pulled off, Ryan Christoph, James Houghton with some kind of mechanical issue, Lee Wombolt, John Gatos, who is in a borrowed car. He was the driver that was involved in that testing accident on Thursday, and Robbie Veerhout out with some issues early on in the going. Let's have a look at the highlights here for Eibach GLTC race number 1 and get a little bit of a look back on the very timed race. Not a lot of passing, but Arjuna is so close together on pace that it was difficult for people to make advances.
Yeah, a couple of people getting some great jumps. Michael Pagano included in that mix in the white and orange BMW, but really the start battle between James Houghton and Andy Smedgaard allowed a bit of a breakaway. The top 3 eventually started to concertina together as the ASM machine in second got closer and closer. Morrison and Ibrahim having a great battle for what ended up being a podium spot at the end of the day, once James Houghton had a technical issue coming out of turn 8.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. I mean, this 41, it hasn't seen a racetrack in some time, so there's going to be a couple little gremlins here and there to fix, but when it runs well, it is quick. There's Eric Catil running from Matt Waldbaum. They fought for positions back here in 2023. Waldbaum went on to win the third race of the weekend. But Andy just a little bit short. That is Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1 rather. We've got 3 more to go from Watkins Glen International. It's our lunch break on the racetrack now, so we're going to take, actually we got, what do we got going on here? We've got lunch up next and then track battle heat 5 at 1:05, so we'll see you in an hour just after this break. Thanks for watching.
Well, there's always something for everybody here at a GRIDLIFE Festival, and here at Summer Apex, the Showcase Collection here at the infield is no exception, and we're getting started with a personal favorite for me and Mac. This is Willie Izaguirre? I'm going to butcher this big time. This is a 3.0 CSL, inspired by the Batwings, what some people consider to be the first M car. We'll leave that up to Kyle and Arjuna. Some people say it's the M1, some people say it's the M3. This was under the BMW Motorsports badge. I don't know if that's a BMW motor. Oh no, that definitely is. Get a load of that. That is a good looking machine right here. Again, we're showcasing some of New York's best here and local show winners in the Rochester and upstate area. No Good Racing Red Bull Civic. Beautiful looking hatch. Bride buckets on Sparco belts. Plenty of Hondas out here. Another really good one over here. This is Daniel Chicory's Integra Type R. Very similar, inspired and a tribute, if you will, to the real-time Speed Vision GTs. I've seen the real one a handful of times out in Torrance at Honda's headquarters. And I see some official real-time branding on here. So I think this has gotten Real-Time's branding. Real-Time is still around, by the way. They don't race much, but they are in Pirelli World Challenge, formerly Pirelli World Challenge, now GT America, doing more of the GT stuff still part-time, more Honda stuff. Mark Tindoy's Mugen, I believe that is a Mugen front end. But again, in this Rocket Red, this is a right-hand drive car. I'm not sure if this was imported or given the conversion treatment. Regardless, it looks absolutely phenomenal. Last but certainly not least, Ray Ramirez here in the RPS13. And a turbo large enough to ingest a average-sized bird. Oh my goodness. Mac, let's zoom in on that. Yeah, baby. That's got to be doing some big damage at 5,000 RPM. It's like nothing, 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 boom. Oh my gosh, look at the seats in this. Red Recaro's in there as well. The old school auto setting seat belts, that's old school cool. Ray_PR_DR. This is a phenomenal build. But it is so much more than cars here, guys. Just behind where we're sitting here, or behind the camera, the GRIDLIFE Arcade is back with racing simulators, arcade machines, and of course later tonight, Teddy Payne, Shaq DJ Diesel, a full set list later tonight going late into the night. There is something for everybody here at Summer Apex. We're saving the best for last here, a Toyota Land Cruiser from the golden age here. And Carl, who's a friend of Project Prime, our production crew, talk to me about this build, what it started life as.
Certainly. What's up, guys? Carl here. This is my 1997 Lexus LX 450. It's 98%, 99% the same as the Toyota Land Cruiser of the day. I won't bore you with the history, but this was the first SUV that Lexus ever made, and they didn't want to spend a ton on R&D, so they were like, let's just make it like pretty much the same as the Toyota, so in case it flops, we won't lose a lot of money. And then, of course, shortly after that, the US became obsessed with SUVs, and now it's a classic, but I always find it funny that Lexus was like unsure if people were actually going to buy this.
Ever since Carolina, we had a ton of overlanding cars. I'm stoked we got some more here, but your first weekend with GRIDLIFE, you've come out from NYC. Talk to me about your thoughts here after being a part of this experience this weekend.
Well, I wish I had known about this sooner. I love camping. I got my tent set up over there, and like, what's better than camping at a track? I mean, I love all types of motorsport, from Formula One down to grassroots stuff. So it's really great to be here, and I could have never imagined how cool and chill it is.
We appreciate the time. Thanks, Carl.
Oh, of course, man. Thanks for having me.
We'll throw it back up to Kyle. Well, if you were with us for Midwest Fest, you saw us ripping around these electric motorcycles. That's from Electro & Co. And to tell us a little bit more about what they've brought here for this weekend, the first time I've interviewed someone where I'm wearing the helmet, it's Austin from Electro & Co. What are we looking at here?
Right here behind us is our eDrift. We're doing an activation with GRIDLIFE. We're a partner here, as he said. We are doing all the pit bikes for the video crew, and this is a project that we've been working on for the last 8 months. They are custom built for drifting, and we're out here so people can get a taste of the action, get them in, the guys in the pits out here to get a little taste of what the drivers experience on the track.
So we've already seen a couple of these rip around actually at Carolina, and if you've seen us already, I've been begging to get an opportunity to get behind the wheel here. But the first ever one-handed test of these Electro & Co. karts, you come from karting, Lambros. Do not mess this up. Flip on, and we are ready to go. Oh yeah, this is not going to be fun. I am going to need my second hand. Yep, that went about as well as I thought. Uh-oh. Oh! Austin lost it too. We're good. Okay. I am on the lowest power setting as well. Oh yeah. So it's got these big PVC pipes over the rear tires. You guys can see them. That's what's allowing the rear end to kick out here. And because I'm getting that instant torque from this electric motor, I can just let it hang. See if I can initiate. Nope, that was way too early. Come on, Lambros. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Try that one more time. Austin, you lead. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if I can get on the door here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Years of Horizon has trained me for this. No. Oh yeah. No, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. No. Oh, there you go, guys. Electro & Co. just outside of turn number 10 here. Come in and experience the action. I'm putting down this mic. I'm going to go lock in.
Welcome to GRIDLIFE.
This weekend started long before the track ever went hot. Hours on the road, with storms rolling through the night, and an uncertain start to one of the shortest events of the season. But as the weather cleared, a new chapter for the team was just beginning.
My name is Dai Yoshihara, and I'm originally from Tokyo, Japan, but lived in the US, Southern California for most of my career. Before I got a driver's license, I was riding the motorcycle. When I was riding the motorcycle on the mountain, I saw drifting, and then that moment I have to do this. So my dad used to work for a car dealership, and I think I got a lot of influence from him, and ever since I was a kid, I was just loving cars. Late 90s to early 2000s, I was basically the street racer in Japan. So I don't know if I can say that for now, but I'm not sure if I like competing, to be honest, even till this date. But it was the only way for me to showcase my driving, right? I wasn't sure if I was good at it. I wasn't sure if I'm liking it. It's a lot of pressure, right? Especially I'm getting a lot of support from many companies, many people. Working with brands like Moto, Yokohama, the industry leaders, opened up more opportunity for myself. They made my dream come true.
Dai Yoshihara brings a perspective to the team that goes beyond just experience behind the wheel. Growing up in Japan and coming into motorsports, there's a different approach to driving, preparation, and respect for the cars themselves that naturally carries into the paddock around him. That influence fits closely with what's always been at the core of the Subi-Mods community. A lot of these cars trace their roots back to the same Japanese engineering and enthusiast culture that shaped drivers like Dai in the first place.
Yeah, I'm from Japan, so of course I would like to drive the Japanese manufacturer and represent the brand. I think that means a lot to me. I don't really have a family except my wife and kids, so I feel away, right? And then if I can represent the Japanese company, because I feel like I'm representing Japan. So we're here at Road Atlanta for GRIDLIFE, and I'm here with Subi-Mods, and we're gonna do the track battle, which is the time attack. I will be driving the 2005 GT WRX, and today will be my first time taking the car out. The session starts about 30 minutes, so I'm super excited, but at the same time a little bit nervous because I don't know what to expect. But you know, every time I'm getting in a new car, it's always fun, so looking forward to it.
The GD was originally built for one purpose: maximum performance in NASA TT2 competition. But heading into this round, the team made the decision to completely rethink the platform. For the 2026 season, the car was moved into Street Mod, which holds an entirely different set of limitations. That meant major changes across the entire car. The aero package was scaled back, and tire size dropped from a massive 315 width slick to a 255 width Yokohama AO52. Underneath the car, the suspension package was completely reworked with a new set of Feel 443 coilovers. Alongside the transition, the GD also returned with a refreshed engine package centered around its proven 2.3-liter IAG stroker engine. With so many changes happening at once, the weekend presents an entirely new set of challenges for the team to work through. Both Dai and Nick are preparing for their first time attack sessions of the event. Nick comes into the weekend carrying momentum from a third-place finish in class. And with a field full of experienced drivers on one of the most respected circuits in the country, there's plenty to measure against this weekend. With the cars shaken down for the weekend, the team gathers back in the pits to start working through adjustments before the next sessions. The first runs gave the drivers a much better understanding of how the cars are behaving here.
I almost lost it, because the car unloaded a second, and I was like, all right, and then I was waiting for it to grip.
Suspension bumps and stuff feels good, but it's way understeer. Yeah, I want to go much more to the back, if possible.
EFI Performance starts to work through setup changes on the GD. Like a lot of all-wheel drive Subarus, this chassis naturally wants to lean toward understeer once the car is pushed to the edge. With the shortened nature of this event, there is precious little time to rest before the next sessions are underway.
Something seems like the car's starting to get down. It's not not going fast. And then 2 laps later, obviously, like as soon as I could cross start finish, it started breaking up.
So we left CMP with some overheating issues that we thought were sensor related. And in between the events, we ran the car at Watkins Glen, and then another issue came up. It was a fueling sensor issue. Then we got to Road Atlanta. I don't want to say that my car was a complete basket case. I don't know how much more I can stomach being in the bottom 20.
The shortened schedule was interesting because we didn't have a practice day, and we basically got right into it, and 2 out of the 3 drivers have never even turned a lap. I, has driven many different cars here, so we were confident with him. This race weekend, we realized the dude is just driving the wheels off the car. Whatever we give him, he will use every bit of.
We're not getting any podium or anything, but I feel like this is what the car can do for out of this weekend. So I'm just looking forward for the, the remaining of this season.
So what's unique about the VA STI that I drive is that, most people build a race car and they build it with any and all things to make the car go fast. And they sacrifice things that everyday drivers need. Our program does all of that, but with a major asterisk at the end of it, which is all the parts need to be available on our site. They need to be something that a customer can order, have shipped to their door, install, and go to the track. Our program doesn't exist without the customer. How would the idea work if we just completely disregarded the customer and just said, oh, well, we'll just build this car with a skin on it and it'll be completely unobtainable to the end user? Well, that's actually about 99% of race programs. While everyone else is doing something bespoke and custom and sacrificing all of those moral elements to make their car fast, let's do something really noble. Let's do something really hard. Let's build it with off-the-shelf parts.
Sharing a similar set of objectives is Max in his BRZ. GLTC is preparing for its first race of the weekend. For Max, every lap at Road Atlanta is another chance to get familiar with the car on this circuit and a field he'll be racing against all weekend.
I think this track just favored some higher horsepower, some higher torque cars, and the BRZ FA24 motor just doesn't have that low end torque that gets us the run out of turn 7 on the back straight that we need to be competitive. We were all complaining about how we were getting gapped at turn 7 by our 2 or 3 car lengths, and then we would just not be able to make up that gap by the time we get down into the brake zone in 10A. I think that we have a car that can definitely be in a top 15, definitely a top 20 on pace car.
As Friday sessions come to an end, Road Atlanta now belongs to Formula Drift. The time attack cars have come off track and the GLTC field returns to the paddock. For the Subimods team, the day isn't quite over yet. Friday brought progress in some places and new questions in others. With the cars parked for the evening, there's finally time to look back on everything the first day revealed before heading into Saturday's sessions.
My experience of the shortened schedule this weekend was kind of unique. Like it was really fast paced. It's a lot keeping up with 3 cars, especially when some of them have like pretty big issues that we have to deal with. Things that aren't just like swapping wheels around. Like it takes hours to fix these things and troubleshoot and make the car work so that they can get out for the next session. I'm Will Don Savage. I'm a technician at EFI Performance, and I'm here to support the Subimods race team. I think I've been into cars my whole life, but when I was 8 or 9 years old, my dad and my brother just were breaking engines and they had to replace them. And I don't know, that seemed interesting to me. It was like a big Lego piece.
The one thing I don't like about the SDI, the understeer. If I can eliminate the understeer, I think the car will be really phenomenal, easy to drive and fast.
Dai's honestly like a super easy guy to work with. He communicates really well. Everything I'm telling him to do, he understands, and he's asking me questions that I make sense, and you know, we can adjust the car to make his driving experience better and ultimately make him a faster driver. Some setup changes that happened to the GD STI over the weekend were mainly, we took the gurney flap off of the wing, which is, you know, it's only like a 1-inch lip that goes on the back of the wing, but it really creates a lot of downforce in the back. And then we stiffened up the rear bar all the way because he just wants the car to oversteer, almost like a rear-wheel drive car.
As the day comes to a close, the team sets off for some much-needed rest. An early morning awaits them. Saturday morning starts quietly. After a long night of Formula Drift, Road Atlanta sits empty for a moment before the first GRIDLIFE sessions of the day begin rolling back out onto track. The last cars were running full course drift, and overnight temperatures dropped hard, leaving conditions noticeably different heading into the morning sessions. Street Mod may have a close fight at the front, but Club TR is packed with competition from top to bottom.
My name is Jeremy Bailey. This is my FA24 Swap 2013 Scion FRS. I got into this several years ago at this track with GRIDLIFE when the first time they came here, and it stuck with me. It's something I've been excited about, and it's been in my blood ever since.
Club TR has become one of the more competitive fields in GRIDLIFE, built around simple, track-focused platforms where consistency and momentum matter more than outright power. A lot of these cars still resemble the enthusiast builds they started as. That's what makes the competition so close.
Right now I'm sitting in P1 for Club TR. Day 2 of a 2-day event. We've got 2 sessions left, and right now, if it rains, that's going to ruin it for everybody for the weekend. I'll stay in P1. If it doesn't, Club TR is so competitive, I'm up by 0.7 of a second, but that doesn't really mean anything. Every session, somebody goes faster. We did a lot of work on the car to get to this point. Today we just come off the track and we set the record for Club TR.
Adding to the list of record competitors this weekend, Dewey DeWitt arrives with momentum already behind him. He continues putting down serious pace as the times keep falling around him. Dewey leaves Road Atlanta the same way he left Carolina Motorsports Park, at the top of the podium. Another first-place finish and another record added to the list. Dewey continues to prove himself wherever he goes, but weekends like this have a way of putting things into perspective. Because while only one driver gets to stand on the top step, progress isn't reserved exclusively for the winner. Sometimes the value of a weekend comes from the people around you. The opportunity to learn from drivers who've already been where you're trying to go, and for a team like Subimods, that's a big part of what keeps everyone coming back.
There's going to be wins and losses during your driving career, be it DE or time attack or racing. You're not always going to get on the podium. You're not always going to be able to drive your car home. There's nothing like it.
Racing doesn't always come down to wins and losses. Coming off a strong result, expectations naturally start to rise, but development as a driver rarely follows a straight line. Sometimes, progress shows up in adapting to changing conditions while learning what the car needs and finding confidence in places that don't come easy.
I think one of the most shocking things is people will go to these events and they'll do one lap and say, oh, well, like Di, for example, in a way, like he's like, oh, I'm good, I did my lap. Like, and I'm like, oh, I'm staying out for the whole 15-minute session just to do it, just to say I did it. And that was something that Ben told me is he's like, just stay out. You're gonna regret if you don't. Competition is competition. Winning is winning, but adjust your framework a little bit and maybe you'll have a better weekend, even when you lose.
Nestled in the sandhills of Kershaw, South Carolina, lives Carolina Motorsports Park. A track that stands as one of the Southeast's most technical circuits. Tight corners, fast transitions, and just enough speed to keep you honest. It's a place drivers know well, and one we keep coming back to. Because every return here marks the beginning of something bigger. Another season of Grid Life. This time around, the Subimods team shows up ready. 4 cars on track, each built with a purpose, each pushed in its own way. New drivers, familiar faces, and a full schedule ahead. And it all starts here. This is Advance Beyond the Grid.
The first car that I've actually driven on track was our 22 WRX. One of our team members, Chuck, actually is an instructor, and he was kind enough to work with me a little bit at a local track day. And it was a situation where I went out and I thought I was doing great. I thought I was, obviously the fastest person on the grid. And Chuck went out and blew my mind. I didn't know that the car could do the things it was doing. I didn't know that it had the speed it had. There's just a whole nother, I guess you could say, discipline that I just didn't have.
Coming into this weekend, Nick's not new to the track, but he is new to time attack. Last season was Nick's first full year of drifting. A lot of time spent getting comfortable and figuring things out behind the wheel. So the question is how that translates. Different styles, different demands, but the same environment, just approached a different way.
Yeah, when I first learned that Nick was going to take the VA STI out for TrackBattle, I was just like, oh, he's getting interested in time attack. This is going to be very interesting to see how he does, to see how he translates those drift skills over to driving on track with the grip car.
Nick heads out for his first session of the weekend. It's his first time on the grip side of grid life. His early laps are steady, working through different lines, getting used to the way the car wants to be driven, and keeping everything smooth. Nick comes back in from his first session in the VA STI. Even early in the day, temperatures are already starting to climb, and it's clear that the heat is going to be a factor over the weekend. Back in the paddock, the hood's up, and the EFI performance team is right into it, going over the car, getting it ready for the next session, while making a few changes to help manage temperatures before things get hotter later in the day.
After the first run, we started looking at the data, and I was like, oh wow, I'm actually like pretty quick. I've never done time attack before. I don't know pressures. I don't know how the suspension is going to handle. I don't know any of the lines on the track. Having EFI alongside me for this drive was important. So, you know, whenever you have a question, to be able to go to someone that's been in that position before and say, hey, this is what I'm experiencing, and then them go, okay, I got it, let me take care of it. It's a massive burden that's lifted off the driver.
While the VA STI is back in the paddock getting attention, the rest of the event keeps going. Grid life isn't built around just one discipline. Across the weekend, there's time attack sessions, drifting, and lots of forms of wheel-to-wheel racing, each with its own pace, focus, and unique way of pushing drivers. And at the center of it lies the Grid Life Touring Cup. That's GLTC for short. A structured wheel-to-wheel racing series that brings together tightly matched cars and some of the most competitive drivers. GLTC consistently delivers some of the most action-packed racing on track. This is where Max lines up. This weekend marks Max's debut in GLTC. He's no stranger to wheel-to-wheel racing, but stepping into the grid life field brings its own set of challenges and a level of competition that's tight from front to back.
Leading into this weekend, knowing that I'd never been to this track, knowing that we had some changes to the car, I spent a couple days at EFI kind of my car myself, starting to get familiar with some of the things that we've changed on the car.
A new environment for Max, but one that doesn't take long to settle into. For Max, the weekend starts as a shakedown. It's his first time back on track this season, working through the kinks of a new setup and getting a feel for the car again. Early issues arise back in the paddock.
Entering the weekend, we took a car that competed in a couple NASA events and was proven to be running in a top third. We made some off-season changes, put the suspension on with Feel suspension. We put on Veris Aero, we put a splitter on, and then we also added some sensors and relocated some sensors into the FA24 engine. So coming into this weekend, we knew it was going to be a hot weekend. We go out, we take the car out on track, and the oil temperatures are spiking past our limits, which started to pull in some of the safeties. Sometimes those safeties were very aggressively cutting back the power on the car. But it was becoming very frustrating because I was only turning one lap before the safeties were kicking in and I couldn't move the car around the track.
With Max back in and the car under attention, the focus shifts. Nick's getting ready to head back out on grid and going over data with Max, looking for precious seconds on the track and what can be carried into the next session.
Putting Nick in the car and seeing him start building some speed, getting familiar with the car, and then getting into the mid 40s was pretty good. And then he clicked off a 43. Okay, he can drive, so there's some natural ability here. Now flip the script, it's like, hey, we're really focused in on making it the podium sprint.
While Nick continues to bring his times down, the pace across the field keeps getting faster.
Well, we started out the weekend at a pretty lowish power level for the car. Figured it was a good starting point for him to get used to the car. My name is Calvin Dotson. I own and operate Dotson Tuning. I also work really closely with EFI Performance. I got my tuning careers kind of started with working with Cobb Tuning. Around 2008, I was a dealership technician. It's in my DNA. My grandfather was a dealership technician who ended up starting his own shop. My father was a technician who started his own shop. My brother's a technician. My uncle is a technician. So I kind of grew up in it. So I've always been around cars. I worked alongside with a couple of guys that were really closely connected to Trey Cobb and Cobb Tuning. And we did a lot of aftermarket performance work at the dealership. So not only was I repairing Subarus day to day on the line, we were also taking brand new cars and selling them, as a full, Cobb Stage 2 kind of package car. Time came for Cobb decided they wanted to open some retail locations. So we kind of got together with Trey, opened up a retail location in Plano, Texas. They needed a tuner, so they sent up one of their tuners, and he spent a couple weeks with me teaching me to tune. That's kind of like where I got my start. Worked with Cobb there in Plano for about 8 years, so from about 2008 to 2016. So I decided to open my own tuning business. It was kind of a bit of a luck there, where almost the exact same time EFI was looking to move on to a new tuner, and I just happened to be available.
As the final time attack session of the day comes to an end, another GLTC practice gets underway. Max heads back out in the BRZ, looking to finally put down some competitive times. The car is finally coming together. Everything seems to be working as it should. Until it isn't.
We just ran this car last year. We ran it in a hot summer event, and the car was working perfectly fine, and now we're running into issues here. And essentially culminated with me coming to the end of the day on Friday, and I just sat in the hot pits, staring at my steering wheel and trying to soak it all in. Never been at this track before, and the car was basically taking all the confidence out of me. He seemed to have run out of talent, and I was in the bottom 5 of the GLTC list. This was going to be a challenge to claw back from, knowing that you're starting at the back of the grid with a car that you're not so sure will provide you a full race if it really is an issue. And 2, I have only completed like 3 true laps at that point of actual power, like full power in the car, where I didn't learn anything yet about this track.
As Friday starts to wind down, the focus shifts. The sun drops, temperatures ease up, and the activities start to move over to the kart track. Nighttime drift sessions are underway, and Nick is back in a familiar environment, taking passengers out, staying behind the wheel, and picking up more seat time. He also links up with Subimot's partner, driver Nate Chen, who's competing in Formula Drift Pro this season.
Differences and similarities between a grip car and a drift car from what I experienced this weekend. There are some similarities in the line that you'll run, but the eyes are the big difference. How far you are looking up the track in grip driving. For me, it doesn't compare. Normally, if I'm in a tandem, I'm going to be eyeballing the car to my right or left, and that's going to be the extent of it. My peripherals will pick up the kind of track exits and corners and apexes and whatnot, but in grip driving, you are actively looking a football field at least up the track to find your exit point. Your body will naturally put the car where your eyes are looking. Very similar in drift, but way more pronounced in time attack. As far as similarities, I think just fatigue. You're exerting yourself every time you get behind the wheel, and to be able to do that hour after hour after hour, day after day, and demand the same performance when, of yourself when you started the weekend, that wasn't realistic.
As the night winds down, the Subimods team heads off. With improvements on the horizon and 95 degrees in the forecast, tomorrow brings new challenges and another early start for the team.
This weekend was extremely hot, but as like the EJ platform, it's a hot running car, and we're trying to run the car for 3 days. The idea is to keep the car alive.
With temperatures already rising at the first session of the day, Nick heads out to get a grasp on his improvements over yesterday.
As a driver, I think his drifting experience will actually benefit him more than most going the opposite way, because with him, if the car gets out of shape on the track, that's his natural environment in drifting. So he only has to concentrate on getting a smooth, consistent line.
As the first time attack session of the day comes to an end, the heat has taken major improvement off the table for Nick. Seeing consistency in lap times, even in the immense heat, is a positive sign of what's to come. As expected, the team is already experiencing temperature control issues in the VA STI. The team doesn't want to make any major changes to a car that was already working for Nick. A complete setup change here could throw him off pace for the cooler temperatures on the horizon for tomorrow. In an effort to keep the cars in the best conditions for the podium sprint, many of the top time attack drivers are deciding to stay in during the heat of the day. Full course drift is underway. Full course drift is yet another experience that sets GRIDLIFE apart from the rest. Drivers are taking on the same track that is used for grip racing. This is not a typical drift session for most, and as sessions continue through the weekend, the track never stays the same. This serves as some of the best opportunities of the weekend for fans to experience what a ride-along in a properly set-up drift car really feels like. As the rubber lays down, grip builds up in some areas and falls off in others. With the drift sessions complete, GLTC is back on grid. Max heads back out, with the previous issues starting to fall behind him. Starting at the back is a challenge, but not one he's afraid to take on. The EFI Performance team made some suspension changes, softening the car up to deal with the loss of grip from the drift sessions. Things are moving on the right track. Consistency, lap over lap, and a few positions climbed. It seems Max has found his groove, and the car is cooperating. As the GLTC race comes to an end, the team finally has some relief.
Think about being in traffic with 20 to 30 other high-performance cars, and you just got through the construction zone and everybody just decides to just floor it all of a sudden. I was starting to become extremely competitive. I started clicking off 46s in traffic pretty consistently. The car was waking up. We were solidly in the pack, and we were not outside of the pack, which is going to give us a lot of hope going into Road Atlanta.
As the driving starts to wind down for the day, the rest of GRIDLIFE begins to come alive. The paddock energy shifts, and the focus moves away from the track. Crowds start to gather. The stage lights come on, and the atmosphere changes. Live performances carry into the night. Artists, a packed crowd, and a different kind of energy than what's out on track. It's a mix you don't really see anywhere else. As a brisk 65-degree morning rolls into Carolina Motorsports Park, speed is in the air. Track temperatures are far more stable this morning, and the grid is just starting to come alive after last night's activities. If there was a time to ensure a spot in the podium sprint, it was now.
Saturday night, we had a bit of a team meeting, decided, if we were going to get into the podium, that we may need an extra power. We had another 100 horsepower to go, so we figured might as well give him all that he had to have. Make sure that we had enough power to surely get him into the podium sprint.
The EFI performance team has been working on the cars since they arrived this morning, making sure there is nothing left to chance. This would be their only opportunity of the weekend to position themselves for a trophy.
So what was going on in my head was a balance of, I'm not supposed to be here. I don't know anything about this. And I don't even know if I'm doing it right. In drifting, you're pretty self-aware. It's a pretty easy to understand concept, right? You're gonna put the car sideways and you're not gonna spin out. But this, you have the safety aspect, right? With regard to yourself and your car. Then you have 17 other people that you're going out with that you don't want to screw them up, you don't want to hurt them, you don't want to cause any issues. It's best to not think of that, as I've found out. You just tune that out and you get into a state where it is literally just you and your mind. There is nothing else, and that's that was the only way I was able to get out of my head.
We're here today, day 3. It is heat 6. Last before podium sprint. It's a very steep competition now. Everyone's really racked out into the 143s behind me. So if we have any chance of getting into podium sprint or even further, I got to be down closer to 140. So that's what we're gonna go for, and we're gonna see.
As the morning unfolds, it becomes obvious that Nick isn't going to give up his spot easily, and ultimately lands himself a 4th place finish. Drivers start pushing for more, like Dewey DeWitt, another Subi Mods driver, going out in his 1995 Impreza L, aka Boogeyman. Dewey starts putting down some serious lap times. By the end of it, Dewey locks in 1st place in class with room to spare. But that's not enough. There's a record to be broken. Podium Sprint brings together 5 of the top drivers of each class, all running head-to-head in a direct fight against the clock. There's no traffic to work through and no strategy to hide behind, just flat-out pace and execution. Each driver is given 3 laps to put it all together, which doesn't leave much room for error.
I guess everyone might see the DJ sets and think, oh, it's a huge party. Well, no, sometimes it's, 1 a.m. looking at brake traces and seeing, okay, I can shave a 10th here, or, oh, that corner was horrible, what was I doing? So sometimes it's a little less glamorous than it appears, but it's worth it in the end, I can tell you that.
As Nick clicks off his fastest lap of the weekend, he secures a third-place finish in the podium sprint. But the session isn't over yet.
Dewey DeWitt is going to be a new record holder here at Carolina Motorsports Park in that number 70. What a drive.
What a drive. One more time, if you've been following the history of Grid Life, you know for Dewey it is just another day at the office for a very stoic human being.
We just broke the street mod record again when we weren't even supposed to. We turned power down to keep it chill, and guess what? We did it. But best part, Nick, the mod father himself, is gonna be on the podium with us. Height! He doesn't even realize, he's like stunned right now.
The annual summer pilgrimage to South Haven, Michigan and Gingerman Raceway leads us to Grid Life Midwest. Music, car culture, and racing in one weekend. Welcome to the Grid.
I know that you're mine, but I wish we could pause and press rewind when I'm not with you. Boy, you got me hoping for a redo. Might run out of time, so why can't we just pause and press rewind when I'm not with you? Boy, you got me hoping for a redo. I know that you're
Standing here, Georgie Shannon, a native of Watkins Glen, who might be regarded along with Henry Valent and Lester Smalley as one of the pioneers in Grand Prix development in this part of the country. This organization, of course, is known as the Watkins Glen Grand Prix Corporation. Once around, the cars will return to the starting grid and will resume their normal static positions, after which they'll receive the green flag and the race will be underway. Anyhow, there's plenty of horsepower here today for these small engines. And there they go, the race is on a standing time.
Welcome to Watkins Glen International, one of the most historic road courses in the world. It's held every kind of major racing series over its 80-year history. And while this racetrack has been here since 1956, racing in the town of Watkins Glen happened even earlier than that. It didn't start here. It started here, right in the middle of downtown Watkins Glen, right in front of the courthouse. This is the original start line for the 6.6-mile course that ran from 1948 to 1952. The name of this place was called Jefferson until 1852, when it was renamed after Dr. Samuel Watkins. The town was called Watkins, and this is the Glen, hence Watkins Glen, and the name of the racetrack we have today. One of the coolest parts of the original street course is the old stone bridge, mile marker 3.0 on the 6.6-mile track. This is the farthest west that you go before you turn back around and head back into town. A lot has changed in the last 70 years, but the old stone bridge is still here, and you can drive across it yourself today. Just after mile marker number 4, the second place that train tracks crossed the track, but this time at grade. So on October 2nd, 1948, the first ever race in the town of Watkins Glen, they had to stop the railroad. They called it the day they stopped the trains. One of the most recognizable corners on the original street course is Big Bend, this long downhill right-hand turn that led to the end of the lap. It's really no coincidence that today on the full course, there's a corner just like this, a fast downhill right-hand turn. When the permanent course was finally built in 1956, it was set up so that this section was actually the main straight. Pit lane used to be right next to me here. And this is the original flag stand. It was discovered in a barn after a fire a couple of decades ago, and they put it back where it belongs, right before the climbing S's and the 3-story climb to the back straightaway. This is the 90. It's turn number 1. It actually used to be the last turn on the racetrack. But in 1971, when the track was reconfigured, everything shifted around and the start-finish line moved up that way. And this became the challenging first turn around the 3.4-mile Watkins Glen. The famous S's. These have basically been unchanged since 1956, although there was the Schechter chicane put in during the 1970s and 80s when Formula One was here. But the track narrows from 60 feet wide on the front straightaway down to just 32 feet at the top of the hill. And you're traveling between 120 and 150 miles an hour through this section. It feels like you're driving through a tunnel at the top of this hill. In 1992, Watkins Glen International installed the inner loop, better known as the bus stop chicane, to slow cars down before the high speed at turn 5. The inner loop has a couple different configurations for the entry curbs, but for this weekend, all of the curbs are gone. This is just flat concrete all the way through, and it's going to make this 3 corners instead of 4, and exceptionally fast, especially if you can get right against this Armco barrier on corner entry. Once you fly through that first section of the bus stop, then you hammer these curbs. They're really tall and they're going to send the car airborne, but if you do it just right, you sling through here at the top of 3rd gear, sometimes even 4th. It's a really fast, fun section to get right before turn 5. Does this part look familiar? This is sort of reminiscent of that big bend we saw on the original course. 10 degrees of banking and a downhill right turn. Now, if you're running stock cars, you typically take the short course. You stay to the right. But here this weekend, we're on the full course, the Grand Prix circuit, 3.4 miles. You stay to the left and head down to turn 6. And that is a major trouble spot here, that plunging descent into that 6th turn. Over the years, cars got faster and the course needed to get longer so that there was a more interesting lap. So in 1971, Watkins Glen added the boot. So much elevation change down here. And when you get into the braking zone for the toe at turn 7, you have that gravity assist heading back up the hill. So you can hit the brakes so much later than you think before you turn around and head towards the hill. This is the NASCAR cut through, and this is where the boot rejoins the main circuit. The challenge here is because these two surfaces have to mix, there's really no camber here, and this flat turn makes it really hard for drivers to get back on power and accelerate towards turn 10. Once you leave turn 9 and head to turn 10, the next left-hander up the road, if you have enough downforce, you might be able to take it flat. That's a gut check for sure before you finish out the lap. Behind me is turn number 11, the last turn on this lap. You have to use all the racetrack at corner exit to maximize the track limits, right up to the old-fashioned outside wall. And that finishes your lap around the 3.45-mile Watkins Glen International.
Well, there's about a half a dozen racetracks in North America that make up the beginning of what modern road racing has become in the United States, and this is one of them on that short list. Watkins Glen International. It's seen a couple of transformations over the years, from the original downtown circuit to the 4.6-mile track that was here for 3 years before the permanent course in 1956. It's changed over the years, but we're so blessed to be here at Watkins Glen International, the 3.45-mile 11-turn road course located just on the southern tip of Seneca Lake. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Arjuna Kankapati and Jackson Lambros in the pit lane. Our afternoon sessions are about to begin, and there's a look at your circuit with that inner loop added in 1992, and then the drop down into the boot added in 1971 to make the lap a little longer. Arjuna, this is one of the fiercest, fastest, most formidable racetracks on any calendar. But given that we have Lime Rock Park and Laguna Seca, the last two on the year, all built in the mid-1950s, they share a little bit of history and lineage amongst them.
They've all hosted chapters of motorsport history as well, right? You think back to the chapters of Formula One, NASCAR, sports car racing that have been written here. We're writing chapter 2 in GRIDLIFE's history here after our inaugural trip in 2023, but while that was impacted by weather, only a couple of dry sessions, lots of rain, we've got glorious weather. To quote Ryan Marine, it's Chamber of Commerce weather here in upstate New York.
It is just lovely out here today. Mid-70s and sunny. Again, I'm Kyle Heyer, Arjuna Kankapati. Beside me, Jackson Lambros is in the pit lane, and Track Battle Time Attack is on course. It's 76 in the air. Track temp is triple digits now, Arjuna, up into the 101-degree range. That's an estimation based on a whole bunch of different factors, but the wind has picked up. A 9-mile-an-hour breeze out of the south, no precipitation on the horizon, and you know, it hasn't really gotten that much hotter in the air, but on the racetrack, it's a little bit hotter. So I don't know that we're quite track record pace, but I do think that some drivers still could find some time. And for those that aren't familiar, Track Battle Time Attack is all about building a car to one of 7 different rule sets to go as fast as possible around the lap. 3.4 miles. The fastest of all of our time attack cars has done it in 1:43.8. And our main focus in this first session of 4 is to look at the Club SC cars, the cars with the pink stickers. Those are Falken Club SC on a spec Falken RT 660 plus tire. 25 pounds per horsepower is your power to weight ratio there. It's all about accessibility, running cars that are inexpensive to buy and maintain and very inexpensive to run on the racetrack, but certainly no less competitive.
Momentum cars, I think, around a track like this as well. So see the half-a-second gap that currently splits Michael Jansen and David Best, the cut line to advance into tomorrow's podium sprint, take the top 5, let them loose with just a 3-lap run to go and set their best lap. Just over half a second, or just under half a second right now. So a little bit of pressure, I think, heading into these next couple of sessions to really maximize your own comfort around the track. You're going to probably spend a lot of time in one gear, not on the brakes very much in these Club SC cars, and some of our drivers have done unique things to make aerodynamics a little bit more slippery.
Yeah, a couple of drivers have, there was a spin there at turn 1. A couple of drivers have added some tape to the nose of their cars to reduce the amount of drag. But about the weather and how nice it is, Jackson's over in the paddock. Jackson, isn't it gorgeous out here? What's up down there? Well, we didn't get a hold of Jackson that time through. We'll try it again next time. But down the back straightaway, there's David Best on the hunt to Mike Jansen. 2:24.432. It's about a half second, as you pointed out, between Laughlin and Froworth. But now we got Jackson. Let's check in, buddy. How's it down there?
You do. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Slight breeze. That's going to be a tailwind into turn number 1, but some slight cloud cover as well. That'll keep the track temp honest. But doing my rounds here before this round of track battle, I would anticipate a lot of our guys in the further up heats maybe will elect to sit this one out as they don't think they're going to be breaking any records. But a lot of people further back shift their focus from getting their fastest laps in to simply making the show and qualifying for the podium sprint on Sunday afternoon. So the main focus for a lot of our guys, get in the top 5, make the show.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, that's right. You see the green dots on the timing and scoring. Those are the drivers that are currently qualified in, but it's a rolling qualifying, meaning if at any time between now and tomorrow morning you improve and you are faster than any of the drivers in the green bubble, you're going to move up into the podium sprint qualifying position. All the drivers with the orange X's are currently out and need to advance if they want a chance to win a trophy this weekend. David Best having a spectacular drive. So is Austin O'Brien, that white and black car just behind him, Arjuna, the 412. He is another Northeast-based driver in the conversation for the podium right now. And look at Sam Dooling, just, what is that, a couple of thousandths behind him. So if that's your battle for third, those are the drivers fighting for a trophy with just a split second between them.
And you know, as much as there are some drivers that may not head out onto track, given that these are the conditions that our podium sprint will likely be in tomorrow, got a bit of cloud cover, that wind has set in to make it a bit cooler than it was this time yesterday.
Run upstairs really quick.
It's not a bad idea to still head out there and get a sense of, well, maybe what's the car not doing, as we take a look at one of the cars that's made some aerodynamic improvements at the front.
Yeah, that's Sam Dooling, and you were talking about it right before we went to Jackson there. As he climbs up the hill towards turn 9. Again, you'll note that this car has silver tape. It's a silver Honda Fit, the number 370. The silver tape on the nose is to reduce drag. These cars have, you know, a little bit of an air intake just where the Honda emblem is. Now, in most cars, the air intake that's between the headlights isn't really doing a lot. Usually it's the one that's lower on the bumper. But so Sam has decided that he doesn't need the cooling ability. He just needs the car to be a little more slippery in the air. So he's taped it off like you would in a stock car at Talladega to hopefully find a little extra straight line speed. I haven't yet seen, of course, we don't have Lennon Radcliffe here, but if Mike Jansen still has those aero disc wheels to kind of cover off the wheel face and also reduce a little drag. That's the game you're playing when you have but 100 horsepower to play with.
Yeah, Michael Jansen has 92 horsepower in that leading 156. Now, we had heard that he had needed to replace, was it a suspension arm, Jansen? You would got a text
Jensen.
Jensen, mixing my cars
Engine
up.
GRIDLIFE GT, yes, close up. We had a Jensen and a Swenson in GLTC for the longest time, and that was, you know, definitely a troublesome one. There's Jansen in the 156 in the Honda Civic. D-Series engine under the hood of this thing. Very low slung. To the point where he's got the aero discs on the rear for sure. You know, this car is so low. The biggest consideration around a track like Watkins Glen is your frontal area, which is your biggest and most important metric when it comes to your drag coefficient. This car is a lot less tall and doesn't have to push as much air out of the way. And in the class where you're very much horsepower limited and drag limited, you know, you're going to be in kind of a tough spot with a bigger car. He's given a point by to Noah Janke in the Toyota MR2 that will go on by. Probably doesn't even have to lift off the throttle to facilitate that.
Club TR versus Club SC there, so a bit of a visual indication of the performance differences. Lap time difference about 22nd between the fastest in Club TR and Club SC so far. We don't have the fastest of the Club TR drivers out in this particular session. We'll have to wait until Group B. So we've got a couple more groups, C, B, and A, as we work our way through the effectively speeds. We shouldn't just talk about classes because we don't group the drivers up by their classes. We group them up based on their pace over the course of the weekend to make sure that traffic is relatively manageable around this just under 3.5 mile track.
Yeah, Noah's third in the session, but 23rd on the weekend. About 9 seconds that he needs to find, and I don't know that he'll find that with that 1.8 liter inline 4, the 2ZZ-GE Toyota engine, but it was doing about 123 into the bus stop on our speed radar that's mounted on the back straightaway wall. So again, it's a big racetrack for a 1.8 liter engine. But the MR2, 3 different generations of that car, mid-engine machines for a pretty small price as far as mid-engine cars go, but they tend to be a little tricky to get balanced quite right. They tend to be a little nervous in high-speed corners in particular, which makes the aero so important. The MR2 Spider, which is the latest and most recent generation that this car is an example of, didn't have as bad as an off-throttle oversteer tendency as the previous generations of the car, but you know, we were following Gears and Gasoline with their MR2 project over the course of a couple of years, and again, it's just been a struggle to get that thing to drive quite right, though now in unlimited time attack trim, it's got a little bit more to stick on.
Yeah, we saw it at Gingerman with a rear wing that's about as tall as I am off the back of the car. Not maybe the worst thing in the world to try and get a bit more stability at the rear of this. Lots of license plates on these cars. Remember, they are street cars. Not all of them will be driven to the track, although in Club SC that is very much the case. Saw one of the Mini Coopers that's inside of our top 5 to move to the podium sprint tomorrow. They were at a gas station a couple of days ago after having made the journey over. So
this is Alex Westergaard. Now this car has seen a livery change since Midwest Festival, I do believe, because it was black just a couple of weeks ago. And unless this is a different car, which it doesn't look to be, and I don't know if he's got more than one, but this car, in theory, is the 4.2 liter V8 F136 engine out of a Maserati. But that sounds like a 4-cylinder. I think this is a different car.
Yeah, maybe explains the black versus silver. That's a bit of a drastic change between those, but interesting as well. You know, these drivers often might have multiple project cars in the works. A lot of them are doing the entirety of the engineering, the work on the car themselves. There's not really teams behind them like sometimes we see when we get towards the unlimited class. So definitely don't think that's the same car.
No, yeah. Again, it looks very similar on the outside other than the wrap, so I just had to double check myself there. There's John Laughlin.
That's the car I saw at the gas station a few days ago.
Oh, that's lovely. Minis, you know, what a great choice for this category. Probably not quite as developed as Honda Fits and things at the front, and I'm not sure how they are as far as drag, but they're dimensionally small, which, you know, probably doesn't help at a place like Lime Rock where we're going next month.
Yeah, but they're not as mini as they used to be, right?
That's true.
Get an original Mini and send it out there. That might actually be a pretty competitive car if you put in a decent engine.
I'd say so. I guess the question is, can you get enough power in an OEM engine layout enough to be competitive with, you know, the modern Honda Fits that we're making north of 100? But John Laughlin, that W10 B16A 1.6 liter 4-cylinder engine, making work with it right now. What a cool car, though. Again, just great diversity in this class. It was originally concepted as sort of, you know, quote-unquote spec fit. But over the years, the rule set has expanded to allow a lot more different types of cars. Lennon Radcliffe, who's not present here this weekend, has that Toyota Corolla that has been pretty competitive here as well. So a little bit more diversity than we used to see. Checkered flag is out on Group D, and Laughlin will come back around and finish this lap. His best time of the weekend puts him still on the outside looking in. Austin O'Brien, no pickup for him in the 412. And Laughlin, actually, sorry, he is in by about 1.1 seconds. So just hanging on for now.
Trying to spot if there were many improvements in this session, or as we expected, was it more just going out there and getting some track time? I think the only driver that improved was one of our track mod machines, who might not have had a pretty decent run this weekend, so maybe the first representative time that we've had from them, but seeming as though the track temperature in triple digits, as our predicted graphics showed slightly earlier, making it difficult. Some drivers have told us that they feel a bit of a balance shift as well. We were talking with the Rush drivers when they came to say hi to us slightly earlier, and they definitely said, you know, there's a shift between the cool and the warm track.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting as drastic of a change, but the other thing that goes against the favor of time attack in the afternoon here is the track is still pretty dark in color. Repaved in 2016, it's going to soak up that sunlight and get greasy as well. Have had a couple drift sessions on it so far today. That rubber gets picked up fairly quickly, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be ideal. The mornings have been really the rocket ship moments. We did see some improvements late in the day yesterday, but on day one of competition, you sort of expect that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll see the same improvement, especially once we get to Group A with the Unlimiteds, especially seeing the speed that we saw from Dussault in the morning.
Yeah, well, we also saw some dramas a little earlier in the day with some parts and pieces and tooling falling off of some cars. Jackson's got more on that from before.
So let's break down how this yellow flag actually happened. That's Jason Moldrig in the 218 S2000 trying to get into that podium sprint category here in Falcon Club TR. There were some last-minute repairs he was trying to make after Friday, was rushing to get to the grid in time, and unfortunately just rolled it out without realizing that that hammer was still on the splitter. GridLife officials have taken the blame as well. They didn't notice it, but there is actively a legal battle of sorts to figure out who now has possession of the hammer, whether it's the track, whether it's GridLife staff, whether we just give it back to Jason. Actively figuring that out as soon as there is a development in that story, I'll let you guys know.
Thanks, Jackson. It looked like it came out from underneath the car, like they were working on it and like left it balanced on a suspension arm or something. I don't know. Either way, we're going to jump to break real quick. We've got Group C coming up in GridLife Track Battle. We'll be back right after this. GridLife Track Battle Championship competition continues here from Watkins Glen International. Group C on their warm-up lap now and getting ready to take on their 5th qualifying session of the weekend at one of North America's fastest road courses. Kyle Heyer, Arjuna Kankapati alongside me, and then Jackson Lambros is in the pit lane. Group C is a little bit of a grab bag of everybody here. Again, we group these cars by pace, so we're not really going to see the class leaders in any individual category, but plenty of action around the midst of these 7 different class rule sets. There's another look at the weather. 76 air, 101 on the track, and the wind now changing, shifting a little bit to the southwest. But the sunny skies have just been persistent here so far this weekend. And here we go, coming to the green flag. It again is Will Evans in the front of that street mod Honda Civic. And a whole bunch of cars, including the 600 of Isaac Ambrose. That's that blue hatchback Subaru in the background. He was up here at the R92 Lounge hanging out. He's P4 and must feel pretty confident about his weekend so far. But, you know, he's ahead of Giles Marciano in a Civic Type R, and right now inside the podium sprint qualifying position.
Will just inside of the cut line by about 0.6 of a second right now. The driver behind him is also in this session though. So while we're not looking at the front of Street Mod, we do get a close look at the battle just on the cut line. I'm going to refresh my own results because I wonder if I was looking at something slightly outdated based on the timing up there. Will Evans showing down in 6th, not 5th like my page was showing before.
Yeah, just trying to see, maybe the Heat 4 times haven't been loaded in the tank yet, but no, they're there, so either way. Will Evans, just about 1.8 out of that podium sprint qualifying position. You see Dewey DeWitt at the top there. We'll see him in the next group, or actually probably Group A in that number 70, using that H pattern 6-speed after replacing it with a broken input shaft. Evans on the brakes down into turn 7. The Evo behind, it's a turn-in concepts car. I'll be honest, that one looks new to me.
It's Dover Runhoff, who is the car. It's directly behind Will in the standings right now in that 167.
This is a whole thing in the registration. It's not actually, Dov is the father of the driver of this one, but I have to pull up the correction for the name there. But either way, that's a great looking car.
And looking quick right now as well. These two, only about 2/10 split them actually, rather than the slightly larger gap I had seen in the previous heats. Nick Nazzaro will be out in the next session, and he's kind of in no man's land. He's 5 seconds adrift of Jesse Myra in 4th, but a good 2 seconds or so clear of Evans and Ronhoff. So Evans and the chasing Lancer behind have got some time to find if they want to be in that shootout tomorrow. I don't know if this is the session where they'll find it.
It's Michael Kozior in the Evo is the name on that I had thought I had corrected, but didn't quite make the entry list for the graphics. So down on to turn 1, there's Kevin Horn in Falcon Club TR. Giles Marciano is in the mix as well, that red Honda Civic in street class. There's Kevin in the 71, currently 10th, 3 seconds off that cut line for the podium sprint. Digging down at turn 1, getting all 4 tires up on the painted curbing and beginning to climb up the hill.
Just looking through the rest of Club TR, Daniel Persing, he is 1.9 seconds back from Kevin View, who's been very solid this weekend from what we've seen. Peter Granberg, Stan Feingold find themselves a little bit behind the two that are very evenly matched. Jeremy Bailey and Evan McLaren. We'll talk about their battle in Group B when we get to them. Through the bus stop, looking very, very good there for Kevin Horn. That car just rolling itself nicely through the curbs, not looking too active, and then carry that momentum down through the boot.
Yeah, it looks very controlled over there. It's very easy to over-attack that section and end up 4 tires on the curbing. I would imagine a Club TR car that's pretty pointy, that, just getting 2 tires up on the curbs would generally be enough. If you feel like the car's robust enough, then you can go 4 tires on that last rumble because you can kind of cut distance on it. But sometimes if you are aiming at that one, you sort of end up throwing away the middle section of the inner loop. So, yeah, looking very solid there. And going back to the street class battle, Willem Dries again holding the front wheel drive street record. Very impressed with their performance this weekend. They are just a couple hundredths off of Mike Coons in 2nd place there. We'll see them coming up here shortly.
Yeah, and the difference really between street and street mod is aftermarket parts being allowed. Street, you are still allowed factory aero, and if my memory holds correct, you can use aero parts from other trim levels of the car as long as it sticks within the price. Up to 2nd for Ambrose.
Yeah, Ambrose in that Subaru jumps up to P2, 207, 194, and you're exactly right about the OEM aero, which you know, it's always a topic of discussion. Well, this trim and this, you know, this year was this much money, but there's an MSRP limit.
Ooh.
And that is Mario Moroni, and he has stopped on the entrance to the inner loop. He is rolling now, but he's going to pull off the course. And again, trying to get to one of those orange cutouts, doing his due diligence, trying to find a way off track. And that's the 48 of Jeremy Hensley, another driver that's in the conversation here for the Track Battle Podium Sprint. P9, 3.7 seconds off, but I wonder if he's working through some issues here. I've seen that car do some pretty strong speeds down the straightaways. I feel like it'd be a good car for this racetrack.
Yeah, the top 5, Coons, Dries, Ambrose, all looking like they're battling with each other. There's a new record punched in by Chris Scherzer, 2:11.429.
And that is, the Scherzer is in the 64.
It's an M3.
Okay, so that's rear-wheel drive street, which is a class that is a drivetrain subdivision, I should say, that's sort of undersubscribed, I think. And is that the silver one? I think it is.
Yes, I think it is.
Yep, it's a really clean E46.
I like one of those, that's for sure. There's a look at it heading down into the inner loop.
Watch him, big time commitment, really shallow entry. And with these E46s, very comfortable on the curbing, much bigger, heavier cars that are happy to dance around on the rumble strips. He's digging, look at his arms working through the carousel right now. I love watching drivers get their elbows up.
But as much as the wheel is moving, the car looks planted, and that's a good thing, right? He's just working with the momentum through the corner, balancing the car as it moves around underneath him on the tires. And that's something else to maybe point out with these street cars. They're all on 200 tread wear tires, so there's a little bit more limited in what they can do there. You've got your factory aero, you've got some bolt-on modifications that you can make, but these are quite true to the street cars underneath them.
Absolutely. Look, Scherzer rocketing down the backstretch towards turn 8. Into the heel of the boot. And this car is very stock looking on the outside. Not really a lot done to it, no livery or anything. And to be 8th in class in street, which is mighty competitive, and people will do all sorts of things that make their cars look very much not prepped for the street. This is a great example of a car that is in street class and looks like it could be parked in the driveway once you peel the stickers off it. And probably is, frankly.
Yeah, some really clean cars this weekend as well. I'm sure there's going to be even more when you go to Lime Rock and we see the car show that we're going to see there. Car Concours, I guess, it is effectively what it will be. Should be really cool to have that alongside of our race cars as Chris Scherzer goes faster once again. He is in a rhythm right now.
Yeah, looking good. 2:11.137. And you bring up the concourse at Lime Rock Park in Circuit Legends. We have the Prime Concourse preview here this weekend, which is a couple of hand-selected cars from Prime NYC, and they're basically setting up our concourse for us at Lime Rock Park next month. We bring out some of the coolest cars that you could possibly imagine, the poster cars for our generation. A lot of JDM legends are going to be there at Lime Rock Park next month. So if you're here at the racetrack and you're a little bit east of here, Lime Rock Park is going to be less than a 4-hour drive from right here, I'd bet, maybe 4.5. So there's another Grid Life. It's a very different flavor without the music, of course, but with that car concourse, very family-friendly, fun event. Lime Rock, another spectacular, historic facility. As Ilya Bella gets after it in Street GT. That was fun.
That's an odd number choice for a BMW, but I'd love the diversity that we have in the Street GT class.
Oh, the tires are going to work right now on that car. And Street GT is very similar to Street, except it's designed for 6- and 8-cylinder engines rather than the 4- and 6 stuff. This is, again, the S58 is powering this thing. This car weighs 4,200 pounds. It's a 2023 BMW M3 competition.
It is the heaviest car in the class, but you compare it to some of the other machines. There's a Shelby GT350 in there. There's a BMW M2, the Silver Bullet, which looks really clean as well. 4 Z06s, by far the most popular choice of the bunch. But like I said, I love the diversity that you see here. As much as there's some other classes where there's a bit more of a particular car, like previously Spec Fit, which has now opened up a little bit more. I like when people try and do something different, and that's where the drivetrain records reward people as well for being willing to try something different.
Yeah, again, Time Attack is all about building the car that you want to build to the 7 different classes that all sort of have their pros and cons depending on what kind of car you have. If you're talking about these modern BMWs, Street GT and up is really the only place that they're going to naturally fit in. But they can be competitive in a number of different classes. Love the sounds up the S's. Climbing the hill, engines are under strain, top of the gears, and then this run down the long back straightaway.
Let's not call them cons, let's call them trade-offs. And be positive about things. The checkered flag flies yet again, and now halfway through this second heat of the day for Track Battle. Getting quicker and quicker, 2 more groups left to come. I don't know if there was too much improvement here. Obviously, we saw Ambrose jump up to second, showing that there is a bit more speed left on track, but I think for the by and large, just track time for our competitors in this afternoon run.
Learning lots. And they will have one more opportunity, and it's possible that they could get a little cooler track temps later in the day when the sun drops in the sky a little. So especially if you're still finding time now, or at least getting more consistent, I wouldn't hesitate to give a session a little bit later in the day a try. I do expect that we'll lose some of our front-running competitors in Group A in this session. They'll probably look at the temp sensors and say, you know what, probably not worth it to run our 1,000 horsepower glass fragile engine just for 2 laps that are probably not going to improve our position.
Well, and if anyone's got a spare Corvette steering arm, Alan Patton and company still need it as far as we're aware for the car that's second on the board. So still some mechanical issues plaguing our competitors as they head to what is a fast track with a big demand on the driver. But one thing we haven't really talked about too much is this is a high energy track for tires, but the car itself as well. The suspension takes a big working, and so there's a lot more impact that I'm guessing these drivers are having to, and their crews, are having to adjust for after each of our sessions.
While we get a checkered flag here before we head to break, if you're here at the racetrack, Nappy Boy Automotive is doing a jam sesh with T-Pain and Hurt on the skid pad for the next 20 minutes or so. So head on over there, the Nappy Boy Automotive jam sesh. We'll see you after a break. We'll be back with Group B, GRIDLIFE Track Battle in just a moment.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
There's a look at the Nappy Boy Automotive Jam Sesh happening down there. T-Pain and Hurt are hanging out at the skid pad here at Watkins Glen International. So many different surfaces and things to play with down here. I don't know if they're giving out trophies or whatnot, but it sounds like a fun time over there on the skid pad, Arjuna. I love places like Watkins Glen because they just turn into a playground for the weekend when we can not only have the full course running, but also the Dodge Thrill Ride experience as well as the Nappy Boy Automotive Jam Sesh.
I've got one complaint for you.
What's that?
Why are we over here and why aren't we over there where we could actually have a view of all of this?
Yeah, I need to be a little higher in the sky. Maybe they'll put us on top of the pyramid next year.
Oh, that's a good idea. This is so much fun, though. And T-Pain, Teddy Payne, as we should call him today, ahead of his performance on the NOS Energy main stage. Great to see the pink Mustang out, the convertible that he often comes out to GRIDLIFE events and drifts around with. I wonder, we did see the car out on the main track for a drift session, didn't we? I'd be curious to get his opinion on just how grippy the surface was.
I hope we'll see him at least one more time. But while the cars are on their warm-up lap, one of the cars we should see out here is Nick Nazaro in the Subi Mods WRX, and Jackson Lambros caught up with him a little while ago.
The Subi Mods tent, but ringleader Nick Nazaro has been rock steady in this WRX. You're a couple of heats in now. What have you made of the weekend so far?
It's an amazing weekend, honestly. You know, coming out here, it's the premier track, I think. Honestly, I'd probably say the East Coast entirely. This is my 5th time doing time attack, ever. So being here and like seeing the speed, it's like, oh, this is serious, you know, like this is a different level. But I think it brings the best out of us as drivers because we're all competitors. So it's like, I'm going, I'm on, I want to win.
Well, you picked a pretty good teammate too. Talk to me about what it's been like getting to work with Dai Yoshihara and what you've been able to learn from him as a driver.
I think, honestly, Dai has no fear. His brain does not work the same way that ours does, and he is so... I think his drifting career helps him drive a car so loose and so fast that like normal people are just like, no way. So on one hand, amazing. On the other hand, I'm like, I got a long way to go.
I'll let you get ready here. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, guys.
It is a cult to say the least here because the IAG guys still sharing a lot of data with the EFI performance guys and vice versa. Subimot's trying to advance beyond the stars here in track battle.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, Nick Nazaro, what a great guy to hang out with here with Subi Mods present, one of our GRIDLIFE partners here for the season. And there he is in the WRX, headed down into turn 8. We're now working our way into Group B, and we'll have a couple class leaders present in this session as well. I believe as far as our street class, and I think our Club TR leaders make it to this session as well. So we'll see them on the road here in just a moment. A lot of Street GT presence out there as well, those big engines making lots of noise. And Jeremy Bailey and Evan McLaren, they're turning onto the front straightaway now. And the blue FRS and the silver Integra are the top step. You see them at the bottom of the screen there, Bailey and McLaren, 205.564 and a 205.779 as Nazaro throttles up in Street Mod. There is your leader in Club TR, big bobble on the braking into turn 1, but he keeps it on the road, Arjuna.
And remember, that's a rear-wheel drive car, Evan McLaren in a front-wheel drive car, and we've been hearing a couple of axle issues potentially for him, not making it the smoothest of weekends. Up the hill we go. Draft is going to be helpful, and we heard it from Nick. This is his 5th event, so he's really still getting to grips with what these cars are like when you let them loose around a high-speed track, which requires the commitment. So he's doing good to keep inside of the top 5. That will be his goal, to be part of podium sprint.
Oh, Evan McLaren, big slide. He gathers it up and keeps it straight, but that was absolutely a moment to catch your breath.
That's front-wheel drive for you. Power down and out of the struggles you are.
Yeah, that car does not look as happy as it has. 2-time reigning champion of Falcon Club TR, Evan McLaren is, and he's won them in pretty spectacular fashion. Back in 2024, defeated Peter Granberg by 3/1000ths of a second to win the title. And then last year at the Pittsburgh International Race Complex, went into the weekend behind Mario Moroni in the points and won in podium sprint in the last event of the year. So McLaren at the moment, his season has been, I'd have to say pretty good, but he could always find a little bit more speed. At the moment, he has scored in sixth place, only having done 2 events, a second and a fifth so far this year.
Have to keep our eyes on Stan Feingold as well, who's in this Group B for our second heat of the day, 5th heat of the weekend. We'll have one more later on this evening. Curious to see how the track temperatures shake up for that. But then just one in the morning. So we're heading into the final sessions. If you're not in that top 5, your final couple of opportunities to better your own position and make your way forward. And I bring that up because in Street GT, we've got basically all the contenders except Luke McGrew and second place Matthews as well. So they'll be out in Group A. McLaren, 2:07.7 on lap number 1. Not the worst, actually, given the struggles that we saw.
Yeah, but still 2 seconds off his best of the weekend. So curious to see if he's going to keep throttle up to try to find some more time. Chasing Eric Peachy up to the top of the S's. Someone's on 156 on the back straightaway into the braking zone. Again, there's a couple street class competitors, Josh Hulka, as well as Street GT out there too. There's the aforementioned Stan Feingold, third place runner in Falcon Club TR. That's that white Toyota 86 in the background with a K24 engine swap. And then Matthew Bowers, and then Peter Gramberg in the 511. We saw an issue with him, a mechanical problem in the previous heat, but he's back out here trying to find a little bit more speed. Whoa! Dirt, dust kicked up in front. I think we made it.
Seemingly okay. Go back to Josh Holker for a second, as it's the Corvette in Street GT, if I remember.
Blue one, that'd be Bowers.
That has had that moment. But for Josh Holker, he can wrap up the championship this weekend by our calculations. We take the top 4 events. He's won 3 so far. Win 4 out of 6. It makes it impossible for anyone to come and better you.
Eric Peachy getting well out of the way, trying to come to a stop, and that is actually quite well done. Again, you don't necessarily want to come to a complete stop, but drivers are very much encouraged to do all they can to not impede each other's laps. Here's Granberg once again in Falcon Club TR. So close so many times to a title. He was in the conversation last year. K24 engine swap in this car, very similar to Feingold, who's currently 3rd on the board. But chasing Jeremy Bailey for that record and a shot at the podium sprint trophy.
At this point, I think Granberg pretty confident that he will be in the podium sprint, so he might have half a mind on tomorrow and figuring out what he needs to do to go quicker in the 3-lap shootout that we'll have. That was a bit of a wiggle out of turn 10 as he got past the apex and tried to settle down. Someone else has hit the magic 88 mile an hour button.
Back to the future we go. Turn 1, Granberg on the binders. And you know what's so cool to watch? Just how late he braked. It was brakes, turn in. I mean, that's how fast we're going into these turns, carrying as much speed as possible. But maybe overcooked it.
But there was an apex there and he missed it by quite a bit. So maybe a little bit too late, but you again see the 2 different lines that can be run. The slightly wider arc, he may be slightly too wide down on entry, but then there's the slightly tighter arc that some people have been taking. Use the banking a little bit more to turn the car initially. And I guess it really does depend on your power. The more power you have, the more you want to swing out and get on the power early.
Yeah, I was actually talking with Hans Horpedal last night, and he has sort of a leftover habit from a lot of racetracks where the corners are more square, where you sort of wait to turn in, and then you just going to arc it in real late. But he was talking with a couple other drivers, and they're saying, no, here at this racetrack, there's so much grip, and it's so wide that it might be faster to turn in later, but there's so much extra distance that you're covering, and it's actually not quicker in the end. So sort of unnatural to turn in that early. It feels like you're turning in a mile too soon, but the track will catch you.
You use the track. That's what you're doing at all points. Final couple of laps. You only get in a 15-minute session when your lap times are around 2 minutes, maximum of 7 laps, and you're not going to push for 7 straight laps. You'll have a couple of cool down laps potentially to go again, and we've seen it in a couple of cases, especially when you get to Group A. Drivers go out for 1 run, maybe a handful of laps, and that's it for the session. Granberg's going to maybe catch some traffic down on this next lap. Will be interesting to see what he decides to do. I see Nick Nazaro in the queue as well.
Yeah, Nick's been kind of in front of Stan Feingold for a couple laps. I don't know that he's held him up any. He's able to escape him on the straightaways here, but Feingold's going to dive into the pit lane. And Granberg accelerates up. You see Kevin View in the background there, the right-hand drive Integra. He's P5. This is 4th and 5th in class at the moment for Falcon Club TR.
So Granberg's best lap this weekend at 2:06.7. Currently in this session, 2:06.611. So he's actually found about 0.06 of a second there. It's a very marginal improvement in time. It's not going to move him anywhere on the board, but just good for us to know there's some drivers who are going faster.
This class will be decided by thousandths this weekend. So, you know, a 600th gain is going to matter, and that's the time worth finding. I love this inner loop, though. Watch him dive in there, and there's Kevin View past us there in that right-hand drive Integra. He's going to feel real close to that wall on turn-in, but getting nice and aggressive over the rumble strip. I'm excited that we have such a high-quality lens over there. In 2023, when it rained, no one would dare touch the curbs, so we didn't get to watch the classic curb jumping that you get at this racetrack, and I've been pleased today.
You've got your payoff. Just had to wait for 3 years to see the curb hops of some of our drivers. Seen a couple of close moments, including in our wheel-to-wheel racing when Alan Patton found himself in the gravel slightly coming through the inner loop. It's been a good weekend for Kevin View, I've got to say. I mentioned that he's been very, very steady in this Falcon Club TR, and inside the cut line, another one who I don't think there's much worry about if he will make it or not. 2:07.3, the best lap in this session. He's about 0.6 off of the best lap of the weekend.
Yeah, it looks very composed, and I think podium sprint appearances for him are fairly rare. Not that he's not fast, but a lot of the events that he's done in the past don't have podium sprints, so it's good to see him out here at an event that if he qualifies, he'll get to compete in that 5-car 3-lap dash that we have on Sunday afternoon.
And I love the 3 laps, by the way. Puts the pressure on them to get it done with the pressure truly on.
And it is on. We've seen a lot of drivers make mistakes.
Whoa!
Peter Granberg to the top of the board, 2:05.432, and that will put him ahead of Jeremy Bailey by 1/10 of a second. New track record.
Well, we've got a third in this fight up front.
And that is going to really make things interesting. There is just 0.3, around a 3.4-mile lap between the top 3 at the moment.
So he found 1.2 seconds or so, maybe closer to 1.3 seconds there. It's a big jump. And that all comes down to commitment. We've heard plenty about that today. People have used some more crass ways to describe this, but confidence, commitment, bravery, it all kind of combines to cojones. I think that's an acceptable way to describe it.
What a lap. That is a fast lap for cars making, what, 225-ish horsepower in Peter's case? I don't actually know off the top of my head what his car makes power level-wise, but I guarantee you it's not at the very pointy end of the class. He hadn't written his horsepower in my car form yet, but that's all right. It's quick, and it's now the leading time here at Watkins Glen in Falcon Club TR.
Probably somewhere in the 220 horsepower, I would guess, based on others in the class. But so McLaren, the only front-wheel drive car in the top 3. We should point that one out. He's got the drivetrain record of by himself. There's no one, I think, really in contention at this point. Granberg and Bailey, they will be pushing tomorrow morning, I think. I think there's a sub 2:05 if someone can hook the lap together and put it all out there as well.
I think you're exactly right. In the morning, cool track, I think we could be in the 04s, which is crazy to me how fast these cars are going. I mean, so little power. Here's Kevin View finishing up his laps here in Heat 4. Granberg will head to the pit lane, and View, we'll see if he can pick up anything at the very end to put him in conversation for the top 3, and I think the answer is no, not that time. Group B complete from Track Battle qualifying 4 at Watkins Glen. We'll step away for a moment. We'll be back with Group A, and we'll see what takers we have at the pointy end of the Track Battle field right after this.
You boys up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you.
I get more sideways.
I'm louder.
Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
GRIDLIFE Track Battle coverage continues from Watkins Glen International and GRIDLIFE Summer Apex. Welcome one and all back to our live coverage from one of the world's fastest road courses. Kyle and I are joined by Arjuna Kankipati and Jackson Lambros in the pit lane. It is a gorgeous afternoon. Nice breeze up here on top of the R92 lounge. If you want to come join us, show you proof of your racer subscription at the bottom of the steps, and you can join us up here on one of the best viewing platforms at the racetrack. But this afternoon, the track temp has picked up. Group A cars are on the road. And my question was, which of the front-running unlimited cars would we see? And the answer is Sasha Anise. All right, here's one thing I haven't talked about yet, Arjuna. Not only is this car hybrid and a 4.2-liter V6 that makes an amazing noise, it also has DRS. So let's carefully watch that rear wing on the back straightaway. It'll open up a flap to decrease the amount of drag that it has, and it will rocket down the straightaways even faster. So this is a cool car. It's known as Kels. It's an all-carbon bodied 350Z.
Well, he lost part of the exhaust earlier today, so I hope they've been able to replace that. Send him back out. He's searching for about 2 seconds to close up to Dussault and Patton at the front. He's a little bit down on power, as you were telling me. I think a bit closer to 500, 650 horsepower. As opposed to the 750 that we've sometimes seen from the hybrid 350Z. It does not look like a hybrid, but there's all sorts of amazing software that's gone into the car as well.
Ton of custom work, and he had electric motors from someone in Europe that makes them for this purpose, and they burned one up a couple of weeks ago in testing. We're able to replace them, but with smaller, less high output versions. So it still makes about 650 horsepower. There's that DRS flap opening now and heading down the straightaway into turn one. Sasha Anise's best time of the weekend is a 146.798. We'll see what he's got.
You see how early he closed it? He did not want to risk that being open when he got back down onto the brakes. Not going to see open here up through the S's. Let's listen. Was he flat? He's flat there.
What a sound for Sasha Anise. And into the speed trap. I hope I can get him this time through.
Back open and closed once again.
Into the inner loop. Don't think I got him that time by. Oh, it was. All right, 150. Just wasn't quite fast enough to hit the trap.
He's been averaging about 150, 155, somewhere in there. He's a little bit down on the 192 we saw earlier from Dussault, but he's still plenty quick around the rest of the lap. The car very nimble through the corners.
Well, it's just more efficient, right? I mean, it doesn't make as much horsepower as those other cars, but on the lap timer, it's not that much slower, and it's all about the corner speed and how much momentum it can carry. Just listen to this.
What a noise.
And for those in the know, VQ V6 power plants are not known for being the nicest sounding things, but whatever magic they've done to this, it is glorious.
So no Dussault, no Patton, as I think we kind of expected. I do see Jake Ertel out there on track. And Estes Pizelis will be out there in his Corvette. John Veloso. Dewey DeWitt is going to be back out there, and maybe that's the story we should focus a little bit on now in Street Mod. Once we see what Sasha Anise is going to pull out of the 350Z with a 6-speed sequential in there as well. Bounces over the curb as he runs up to the wall.
So close to that outside wall, across the stripe there. It's not an improvement. Actually, it was pretty far off his best time, 155.380. And he's still on it by the looks of it. So maybe we'll follow him one more lap. Keep our eyes on Dewey as well, because he'll be a topic of conversation. But Sasha looking a little quicker this time, I have to say. I think he's a little bit more tuned up to speed, as there's Dewey. Track mod record. Brad Perkins has reset the rear drive record. 162 for Anise. So going a lot quicker this time. That's the fastest I've seen Anise all weekend long.
He's definitely wound things up. Perkins looking very strong. John Veloso in the GT3 car is going to pull to the left, or right, excuse me, left of screen and allow Dewey DeWitt to slide through. Now, Dewey drove a lot yesterday, but not out on track. Instead, out to the shop to go and get a replacement gearbox, and instead of the sequential that they've usually had in that Subaru STI, it's a proper H pattern, and he wanted everyone to remember he's not forgotten how to drive with both feet and with both hands as well. He's only had a couple of laps though. Oh, great sound, but I know there's a sub 158 from him.
Sailing down the back straightaway into the speed trap there, 154 miles an hour, but maybe on the brakes a little sooner. Again, he's on 255 width tires in Street Mod. That's all he's got available to him in the class. That is not a lot of tire for a car that makes 650 some odd horsepower. So that'll be his limiting factor, is he might be braking by the time he gets to the speed trap, but they're scoring it on time, thankfully. And here he is into the toe of the boot.
Other driver that impressed us in the last heat earlier this morning was Cal Fortner in his Mercedes GT3 AMG. Not an actual GT3 car, excuse me. It's the road car, but shaped aerodynamically to be a lot more similar to the GT3 counterpart.
Dewey out of turn 8, heading up to turns 10 and 11 to finish this flying lap. A lot of driving, a lot of wrenching, which they haven't had to do a lot of lately. Brad Perkins, rather, pulling over to the side of the course, getting well out of the way. Here comes Boogeyman, the car that everyone was wondering where it would be years ago in Street Mod. When was it going to come out? When was it going to be a championship contender? He has the potential to win his 8th straight GRIDLIFE event this weekend. It's not a pickup. And one of his competitors here this weekend, Dai Yoshihara, in the Subimods 861. Jackson Lambros has some more on Dai Yoshihara and maybe why he's missing.
Yeah, thanks guys. Just checked in with the Subimods and EFI Performance guys. It was originally believed to be just a ball joint issue after that brush with the wall. They unbuttoned the whole front left corner of that car, took the front bumper off because that extended as well to an ABS sensor, a tire rod, and a handful of other pieces. The good news is they are now in the process where they're buttoning it back up. The car's starting to come back together. The bad news is, as you can tell, not ready for him to come out for this heat. Game plan still, though, is to get Dai back out for the final one of the day.
Thanks, Jackson. Chris Smith having some ABS issues, I've heard, in the 212 BMW for Seems Legit Garage. This is a group that not only do they make some really great sounding cars, they also make some really great looking cars. Matching liveries on Smith and Pagano, I guess sort of reversed. One is white in the front and orange in the middle, and one is orange in the front and white in the middle. But there's Smith clawing out of turn 7. Currently 3rd in class, the 158.440.
Now, this has got a 6.8 liter V8 under the hood. Very different to the power plant that it's shipped with out of the BMW factory in Germany. And a 8-speed torque converted manual gearbox. So there's a lot of engineering that has gone into this car as well. There's another orange and white BMW with a very different story that you were telling slightly earlier on. It's a right-hand drive car, comes out of the Japanese market, but this is a proper beast that now let loose is looking for about a 1.5 seconds to close up to Perkins, and then a bit more time to Adam Slowinski in the BMW M4.
And he picks up that time, a 157.093, best lap of his weekend so far, within now 0.3 of a second of that second place car, Brad Perkins. On paper, those two cars are actually quite similar, so I do think that they'll be in pretty fierce contention. Here's Cal Fortner. We saw him a couple of times. I believe he was the Street Mod winner here back in 2023. And a car that has seemingly struggled. It is competitive in Street Mod, but I think the last couple of years they've added so much power to it. It was just a matter of getting it to the ground. And so far this weekend, he's looking really solid. This is the kind of car that I think is well suited to Watkins Glen International.
Definitely, although pulling down to pit lane, I wonder if that's him deciding that about 0.6 off his fastest lap, there's no real need to stay out there on track, and in fact he's going to hook the right into the paddock area as well. So wonder if that is session done there. Porsche Cayman heads down in through the boot of the lap here, the 992 machine.
Rocco Canada, new to us this weekend. Jumping on the brakes. There he is as he throttles up out of turn 7, currently 6th, 1.9 seconds back. I think within the noise, but compared to the other cars in this group, I think he's down on power quite a bit. There's a lot of really high horsepower cars here this weekend.
I'm pretty sure that is the stock power plant. Now, it says 718 Cayman GT4, but the thing about the Porsche Cayman GT4 lineup is there's a lot of different things that it can be. It could be one of the road cars, it could be a race car, but then there's different variants of the race GT4 machine as well. So I think this is one of the slightly lower powered versions of the car, which is what they use at the Nordschleife to get your permit, as opposed to, I think, the true quote-unquote GT4 race car that you might see from Alan Patton, which we've had to slightly down-tune to fit into some of the racing that we'll see later on.
That is the 3.8 liter engine in that car. Here's a look at John Veloso in the Acura NSX GT3 Evo. Once again, just having fun here this weekend, as he does with this car. And Andres Bertulis in the Lexus RCF. It looks like something out of the Vassar Sullivan camp almost. But
hey, they won here.
Yes, I mean, a good racetrack for a Lexus. This car originally was quite heavy. It's been lightened up quite a bit with Lexan, a lot of carbon parts on it. These are heavy beasts from factory.
And he won at Gingerman because of the way the event kind of played out, missing a couple of the big players, and he really rose to the occasion, and so leads the championship, and in a decent spot, I would say, with how the schedule is slated. Has had a couple of decent results mixed in with that win, so could find himself in a very good position in currently just on the wrong side of that top 5 podium sprint cut line. He needs to make a little bit more progression there.
Ooh, hearing some issues for Sasha Anise behind us in turn 11, heading to the pit lane, but it was backfiring badly.
Very unhealthy car there.
Yeah, that didn't sound so good. And limping back to the pit lane now, as Andres Bertulis is offline and going quite slow. But I think just on a cool down lap by the looks of it. Jump back to Veloso in the Acura GT3. Car that is quite quiet. GT3 cars, they have very carefully tuned engine notes, but much less quiet than, or much less loud, I should say, than a lot of the cars that we see here this weekend.
You're going to get me off on one of my rants about modern race car engines. I appreciate the twin turbos for their engineering, whatever. They just don't sound good. There's a reason why the Aston Martin Valkyrie is the most popular car in IMSA, because it's a V12 that just screams.
Yeah, there's just not really a lot wrong with making a car that it sounds good. I don't think it has to be loud. It just doesn't have to be quiet either. So
agreed. And we do have some good sounding cars, to be totally fair. Lots of the LS3s and whatnot that do sound good. The Acura sounds pretty good. And does that sound like it has its turbos? It sounds a bit healthier than it did at Gingerman.
I think it's definitely on power. It's just a matter of, you know, when you've got a toy like this, how hard are you going to push it?
Yes, definitely. But that's a good sign.
Yeah.
The fact that they've been able to maybe make some progression on that car, like we were saying yesterday, I think it was. If the turbos weren't working, that's a software update. That means you'll be likely talking to HPD, Honda Performance Development. So proper race cars have so much intricacy and nuance, and this is not necessarily a car that is supported too much in real-world customer racing anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately not. They're cool-looking cars. We'll have a look at our event results so far in GridLife Track Battle competition, because this is the end of our 5th heat of 7 before we go podium sprint running tomorrow. And we'll kick things off quickly with the Club SC results. No changes here. It's still Jansen, Best, O'Brien, Dooling, and Lachlan. They're in. Froworth on down. They are out as it stands as far as moving on to tomorrow's last competition. In Falcon Club TR, Peter Granberg is the new leader in this class in the 511 Subaru BRZ over Jeremy Bailey by 1/10 of a second. McLaren, Feingold, and View, the rest of your top 5. Persing, Schuster, Maroney, Flavin, and Horn, your top 10. Into street class now, Joshua Halka, about a second off of his event best lap, but Isaac Ambrose jumps up to second. A great run for him. Coons, Willem Dries, and Giles Marciano, the rest of your top 5 qualifiers at the moment. As we look down at Cole Francetic in the EV Honda Fit, P13 in that class did not go out in this session. Up into the next category, Street GT. No pickups from basically anyone there in this run, so it'll still be McGrew, Matthews, Hendricks, Zendejas, and Smith in your qualifying positions. And with Ilya Bella still picking up pace there, 210.115, that is a personal best. Dewey DeWitt didn't quite go quicker than that 158.7. Fortner, Yoshihara, Myra, and Nick Nazzaro still remain your top 5 runners. Pick up there for Will Evans. Devin Hoffman, Ethan Brown did not go out that session. Into track mod, we saw a couple of records fall back to back there. It was Brad Perkins, though, that moved up to a 156.887 behind Slowinski, over Smith, Kesilov in the Tesla, and then Chris Boersma, who did not go out that session. Kubiak, Anderson, Peachy, and Ishnik, the rest of your runners. And then in the unlimited category, none of the top 2 went out, but Sasha Anise got the car on the road, didn't improve. Hertel, Pizzellis, the rest of the top 5. And that's it for GridLife Track Battle Heat 5. There's one more heat today for the Track Battle groups, but we're drifting and then we're racing up next.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No ruler mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
back on track at GridLife Summer Apex at Watkins Glen International. Kyle Heyer joined by Jackson Lambros here for a moment. It's T-Pain on course now on the full track with his Ford Mustang RTR on the back stretch in the pink Mustang. Let's see how this goes. T-Pain going for some full course drift.
We haven't seen him in a minute here, Kyle, but the pink pony making its GridLife debut at CMP on the skid plate, getting an opportunity now and wastes no time with that initiation through the bus stop. You need power to hold that angle. That RTR machine has no shortage of that as we see it work its way into the carousel.
It's got so much squat in the rear. It seems very happy under power. It just digs and gets that rear grip. Common misconception, Jackson, about drift cars is that they're out of control. They are very much in control, and the whole idea is to have grip in a controlled manner sideways, right? So you need a lot of mechanical grip, and this car has tons of that. And one car, the Subaru, is
IAG Forester
gone around.
I think he might have been dealing with some issues earlier on. The right side of that.
Did he get the tires there?
I thought he might have, and that might have been a broken tire rod on the right side. How bad is it, Doctor? Let's try and get a zoom in here. I think he's okay. I think he just got that's good enough to drive, not good enough to drift.
Yeah, that's pretty knocked in, unfortunately. The turn 6 tire bundles have taken a bite out of that car. There's T-Pain coming back towards you if you're here at the turn 10 grandstand. He is coming your way on the full course. Here he comes, rejoining the short course. Teddy Payne performing tonight on the main stage, the NOS Energy main stage with DJ Diesel. Here he comes into turn 10, sending it for the fans here at Watkins Glen.
Perfect attendance so far, with the exception of Midwest Fest, but put on a heck of a show with Formula Drift in the halftime show at Special Stage. And the meat and the sandwich right now with the Falcon Tire Boys as well, working their way out of the bus stop in a marquee first festival event we've had here at the Glen. These guys are putting on a show.
And what a great weekend we've got, right? I mean, go think back to 2023. It was not the best weather weekend. Given I'm from Rochester, I'm very familiar with the poor weather. It was exceptionally bad here a couple of years ago, but we've been absolutely blessed with it. The merch booth is open all day long, so head on over and get yourself some GridLife merchandise. There's all sorts of really cool shirts over there. Shirts, hats, gizmos, gadgets. So check out the merch booth. Tell Nate and Maddie we said hi.
Absolutely. They always do colors that are specific to events. You guys saw the double blues we were rocking yesterday. They always do unique ball caps as well. I'll probably run over there during one of the GT or TC races and give you guys a peek when you can. But there is a tire that is perfect if you're a New Yorker. I'll say that. But if you're already out here, it's by the NOS Energy main stage. Go walk over. Tell them Jackson, Kyle, and Arjuna sent you. They'll get you hooked up.
Pete Collins out there in his ASM BMW M3, drifting the S's. Big send, climbing the mountain. What a drive. Can he get some angle here? He's gonna, send it.
I think we'll just get a little bit of a peek of audio there, but there is music constantly blaring out of the windows of that E46. I don't even know what this is or what it started life as.
It's finishing, whatever it is, it's finishing life as
Instant
a favorite.
Instant favorite. And we've had some very weird drift cars. You rewind to the, is it the 840 wagon we had, or 240 wagon we had for Midwest Fest, the Volvo that Arjuna was absolutely adoring.
Here's Matt Kaufman. He is trying to take some big sends here into the inner loop.
Oh man, what's that speed camera gonna say?
Not sure if he's gonna be close enough to it. Center track there. Nor is he making a big initiation just yet, so. Cutting through the inner loop to come back around. He's going to initiate into the carousel instead. Matt Kaufman, former pro driver, and the sender, the biggest sender of all things. Famous Clips made it to ESPN a couple of years ago with a big send into Laguna Seca. So, pretty wild driver, fun to watch.
And again, what makes this so special is the variety both in aesthetics, but what's underneath the hood, because you do have a couple of straight six original engine family E46s, you obviously get a good chunk of those that have been swapped. A handful of Coyotes have made their way out here, but obviously the LS family, by far the favorite in pretty much every chassis platform. But that has led to us seeing some very interesting machinery being thrown sideways, whether it's the Volvo wagon, whether it's obviously the Subaru Forester.
Backy into one, but that's what the runoff's for.
There you go.
Hey, turn one's a good spot for a backy. I haven't really thought about that, but either that or the bus stop, because you have the entire rest of the inner loop and the carousel to catch yourself.
I was talking with me and Arjuna were talking to Andy Smedgard. I don't know if he brought the Drift BRZ out this weekend by, but he was saying he was almost happy to, because he was going to want to do another 360 like at Gingerman, and we were saying, I don't know if there's a lot of places on track where you can really do that and make it stick, and if there was anywhere where you really could, I think it'd just be turn one.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. BMW wagon.
This is so sick. One JC swap, I believe.
I think it's a 2J, actually.
Is it?
I think so.
That's an LS.
The easy button.
Yes.
Falcon folks are on the racetrack as well at turn 11. Justin Paulak, Evan Bogovich, Sonia Klaus, Matt Kaufman. Big send up the S's. Wow. That's a lot of angle. Oh, he's on the rumbles. Wow.
And still finding angle at the top of the hill there. Wow. That's how you know there's a lot of power on tap there. Even when you're going over 120 miles an hour, still find something in that LS to break loose. What's this gonna be?
Yeah.
Into the bus stop, cut through.
Yeah. But that was cool. I hadn't seen anyone commit to the S's that big yet. But yeah, he's gonna knock off through the carousel this time. That was sick. He's no stranger to those big slides down the straightaways, but to do it up as the track walls come in on you like that, that takes a lot of bravery.
I mentioned it earlier, but part of what makes GRIDLIFE special and what it's been able to do is give, traveling drifters an opportunity to go sideways in venues that conventionally don't really allow it. And you look back at past events that allow people to send it sideways at the Glen, you can maybe count on one hand how many times people have been able to really, really do that, with the exception of the infield. But what you really get there is you get people who have traveled from all 50 states, from outside of America, to come and experience it. As we're seeing on track now, some individuals with celebrity status.
Man, T-Pain's digging out there. I wasn't expecting to see him out on the full course for so long, but he's having fun. Also should point out that Matt Kaufman, he had to do a motor swap a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
And he got that motor from Andy Smedegard. So
there we go.
He was up there at the ASM shop, had just had it tested a couple days before coming here.
Electro & Co. factory team out here in full support. Became a GRIDLIFE supporter starting in Midwest Fest. Kyle, we got to test their product a little bit following the weekend.
Man,
that was awesome.
No, I don't need more things to make stupid decisions, but that was 45 miles an hour on the backstretch of Gingerman Raceway.
That was awesome. Some of you guys might have seen it earlier. They've got a showroom and a little drift track for the rip and go-karts just on the outside of turn 10. And I can confirm that they are a riot. 3 different power settings, and when you get to 3, if you breathe on the throttle, you are, it wants to swap ends pretty quickly, but if you're out here in the paddock, head over, it's next to the Nossen Falcon 10. Absolutely worth a shot.
All right, well, I hear we have a video. Let's watch it.
Okay. Well, if you were with us for Midwest Fest, you saw us ripping around these electric motorcycles. That's from Electro & Co. And to tell us a little bit more about what they've brought here for this weekend, the first time I've interviewed someone where I'm wearing the helmet, it's Austin from Electro & Co. What are we looking at here?
Right here behind us is our eDrift. We're doing an activation with GRIDLIFE. We're a partner here, as he said. We are doing all the pit bikes for the video crew, and this is a project that we've been working on for the last 8 months. They are custom built for drifting, and we're out here so people can get a taste of the action, get them in, the guys in the pits out here to get a little taste of what the drivers experience on the track.
So we've already seen a couple of these rip around actually at Carolina, and if you've seen us already, I've been begging to get an opportunity to get behind the wheel here. But the first ever one-handed test of these Electro & Co. karts, you come from karting, Lambros. Do not mess this up. Flip on, and we are ready to go. Oh yeah, this is not going to be fun. I am going to need my second hand. Yep, that went about as well as I thought. Uh-oh. Oh, Austin lost it too. We're good. Okay. I am on the lowest power setting as well. Oh yeah. So it's got these big PVC pipes over the rear tires. You guys can see them. That's what's allowing the rear end to kick out here. And because I'm getting that instant torque from this electric motor, I can just let it hang. See if I can initiate. Nope, that was way too early. Come on, Lambros. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Try that one more time. Austin, you lead. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if I can get on the door here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Years of Horizon has trained me for this. No. Oh yeah. No, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. No. Oh, there you go, guys. Electro & Co. just outside of turn number 10 here. Come in and experience the action. I'm putting down this mic. I'm gonna go lock in.
Jackson, I think you need to have some more fun around here. You're looking a little glum there, bud.
Oh my gosh. So what you didn't see was me giving the mic back to Mac, our mobile operator, and me going for another 3 laps. I put it into the max power setting, and I don't think I did a full lap without going fully around at least once. No, you've given me the opportunity to have way too much fun today,
Well, that's the whole point.
I know.
Jackson, that we like to have fun here. So if you're not having fun, have some fun.
You would be surprised in this world of motorsports how many people find it weird to have fun at a racetrack.
I know.
Which
what are we doing?
Kills the point of doing this.
It's a party at a racetrack. Let's enjoy it. And all the different disciplines here. And oh, there's a flat tire on the wagon, unfortunately. Wow, Fox body. Love a good Fox body drift car. Oh, big angle through 11. Just gotta watch that wall on the exit. It gets real tight there, but heading straight to pit lane.
Love the Fox bodies. I hate how in the past decade and change people have, compared that to being the Meg Griffin of the Mustangs. But you look at when it was in its prime, it was an absolute favorite for ripping back roads and getting sideways. It was the shortest wheelbase Mustang by and large. And it was so lightweight, it was instantly a favorite for drag, for drift. It was a very capable machine, and just because it was a little bit more boxy and didn't necessarily look like the Mustangs of yesteryear, it kind of got the tomatoes thrown at it. But I mean, even still today, you've got people trying to get those back into circulation, especially here at GRIDLIFE. I don't think we've seen too many on the grip side, but definitely a handful for GRIDLIFE Drift.
Yeah, what a fun weekend it's been so far. And for those that arrived sort of late morning and might have missed our first races of the day, don't go anywhere. Find yourself a spot along the fencing because we go racing again in just a couple of minutes' time. Next up will be the GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 2, 2:35 p.m., so about 7 minutes from now. Then GRIDLIFE GT Race 2, Eibach GLTC Race 2. Then we go drifting again, and then it's Track Battle Heat 6 to wrap up the day. And of course, the skid pad and the Dodge Thrill Rides and the Hyundai N Laps are still happening all afternoon. And hey, if you're here tonight, I would recommend that you don't go anywhere tomorrow as well, because we do this all over again. We've got 2 more races for each of our 3 series, more track battle, including the podium sprint competition, and we've got drift. So there's plenty more coming your way. We're going to step away for a couple of minutes. We'll be back with the GRIDLIFE Rush Series in just a moment.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
What do you get when you pair one of North America's fastest road courses with one of the biggest fields you'll ever see in racing? You get the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, round 4 of 6 at Watkins Glen International. Welcome back to Summer Apex. Kyle Heyer joined by Jackson Lambros for our second race of 4 of the weekend for a 55-car race. This is going to be a blast, the GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 2. Jackson, lots of exciting entertainment this morning. Ryan Leach was victorious. Post-race, there was a couple of penalties issued. There was Vila Saldana for incident responsibility. James French, Boysen, Hardesty, and Michael Neff were all warned for various different things. But for the most part, we had a yellow that took up most of our race, but the 3 or 4 green flag laps we did get were quite good.
Like fireworks, Kyle, it was short, but it was explosive, and it was really, really fun to watch. And you know, you're still seeing those main storylines we were talking about coming into this weekend being played out. Jalen Batley throwing Hail Marys to try and keep himself in the championship fight. And for guys like Ryan Leach trying to build that gap, get a little bit of breathing room, but everyone is trying to close that gap to Bryce Mersberger. We saw it a little bit further back in race 1 right now, in that, you know, we're starting to see people work together, interlocking bumpers on the straights, finding someone that they can draft with in the run up to the bus stop, as well as coming back down the front straightaway. We're going to get a little bit of a shuffle, I believe. I think as well, that yellow flag definitely shook things up, but you've got to find someone very quickly from the get-go to try and work with if you want to move forward.
Yeah, big standouts in that last race. It was really the newcomers that stood out to me. Spencer Piggott having a great drive for his first run in a Rush Series car. You might be familiar with that name from IndyCar fame. Randy Popst as well in his first ever race in the Rush, P29, about halfway down the grid. Is pretty good. And Jackson, you were down there post-race. Let's hear what you had to say when you caught up with a couple of the front runners.
Well, there's always something for everybody here at a GRIDLIFE festival, and here at Summer Apex, the Showcase collection here at the infield is no exception, and we're getting started with a personal favorite for me and Mac. This is Willie Izaguirre? I'm going to butcher this big time. This is a 3.0 CSL, inspired by the Batwings, what some people consider to be the first M car. We'll leave that up to Kyle and Arjuna. Some people say it's the M1, some people say it's the M3. This was under the BMW Motorsports badge. I don't know if that's a BMW motor. Oh no, that definitely is. Get a load of that. That is a good looking machine right here. Again, we're showcasing some of New York's best here and local show winners in the Rochester and upstate area. No Good Racing Red Bull Civic. Beautiful looking hatch. Bride buckets on Sparco. Belts. Plenty of Hondas out here. Another really good one over here. This is Daniel Chicory's Integra Type R. Very similar, inspired and a tribute, if you will, to the real-time Speed Vision GTs. I've seen the real one a handful of times out in Torrance at Honda's headquarters. And I see some official real-time branding on here. So I think this has gotten Real-Time's branding. Real-Time is still around, by the way. They don't race much, but they are in Pirelli World Challenge, formerly Pirelli World Challenge, now GT America, doing more of the GT stuff still part-time. More Honda stuff. Mark Tindoy's Mugen, I believe that is a Mugen front end. But again, in this Rocket Red, this is a right-hand drive car. I'm not sure if this was imported or given the conversion treatment. Regardless, it looks absolutely phenomenal. Last but certainly not least, Ray Ramirez here in the RPS13. And a turbo large enough to ingest a average-sized bird. Oh my goodness. Mac, let's zoom in on that. Yeah, baby. That's got to be doing some big damage at 5,000 RPM. It's like nothing, 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 boom. Oh my gosh, look at the seats in this. Red Recaro's in there as well. The old school auto setting seat belts, that's old school cool. Ray_PR_DR. This is a phenomenal build. But it is so much more than cars here, guys. Just behind where we're sitting here, or behind the camera, the GRIDLIFE arcade is back with racing simulators, arcade machines, and of course later tonight, Teddy Payne, Shaq DJ Diesel, a full set list later tonight going late into the night. There is something for everybody here at Summer Apex.
The GRIDLIFE Rush Series still under a slight delay here because of a belting repair at Turn 6. See the Hyundai N-Laps cars that are about ready to grid up to do a fast lap. They're taking people along for rides, and Jackson will show you some more about what Hyundai's N cars are doing around Watkins Glen International.
Well, if you stuck with us so far in this 26th GRIDLIFE season, you know Hyundai's tagged along with us for a couple times. Another weekend of the Car Corral being here. But additionally, Hyundai's brought a couple more of their friends from Brian Herta Autosport actively competing in IMSA and SRO. They've brought a handful of their professional drivers. And the people you're seeing line up behind me here are about to get an opportunity to get a lap at full racing speed behind the wheel of one of these Hyundais with a pro driver at the wheel. I think seats are probably getting a little bit low now, but if you're around track right now, you've got an opportunity for a once-in-a-lifetime lap with a BHA driver with Hyundai. Come on down right outside of Turn 10 and Turn 11. You're not going to want to miss this.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
I rode in the race car yesterday, in the Hyundai race car.
Oh, yeah. How cool is that, folks? A little bit empty now since I think everyone has moseyed on over to the pit lane to get an opportunity, but we've got a full star-studded cast from Brian Herta Autosport coming out. Again, just we're here with IMSA a handful of weeks ago, but you get an opportunity to ride in either a TCR car, a Ioniq 5N, or a very interesting TCR spec Elantra. It's the all-white one we've seen with the white rims. It is a sealed-off SRO motor that has been transplanted into that car. It is still fully road legal, but is meant to be a TrackBattle inspired build. And honestly, we saw it earlier when we were going over hardware at the top of the hill, Kyle. That thing was flying by. But definitely one of the cooler cars. There is also a GT spec car out here with Rika Autosport. That one's second in line, what I'm talking about specifically. They do also have a GLGT spec Elantra. We haven't seen that on track yet. I'm not entirely sure why.
Yeah, I haven't caught up with Jeff Ricka to find out exactly what was going on there, but he was on the entry list, so a lot going on here this weekend. But again, this is an experience that fans can sign up for this weekend to go for a ride around Watkins Glen. And let me tell you, it is a crazy ride. You talked about how we saw that white car going fast yesterday. We were setting up the speed trap, and a couple of those cars were over 140 miles an hour, and the Ioniq 5N was one of them. Yeah. So you want to talk about performance-capable cars. Hyundai is building some of the most exciting machines on the market now, at least in a car that you can just keep in your driveway, too, a four-door saloon car, but with a ton of power and handling to go. A couple years ago, I got to drive the 2023 Elantra N around here with three big dudes in the car. We looked down at the speedometer to doing 126 into the bus stop braking zone. That thing scooted. And it was my first and only fast lap around here while driving. So I was, felt comfortable enough to be doing stupid things. Anyway, here's a look at the Hyundai end laps. Rush is coming up right after this, so don't go anywhere. But there's that TCR spec Hyundai Elantra N. And they've been not going slowly into the inner loop. They have been doing every bit of 140 miles an hour.
Definitely a new taste for the IMSA drivers. Again, they're so used to that big chunk of curbing on entry for the bus stop.
Oh,
Give
the
a
turbo
listen
whistle,
to that
was
folks.
fun.
And I can tell you right now, Kyle, we were on the other side of the racetrack, and you could still hear that flutter. When they're darn near where we are right now in the booth, it is one of the loudest things on the race car. This thing is not loud at all, the Ioniq 5, but that thing still finds the straight line speed and a lot of speed in the cornering to really keep up.
Much performance in that car. Love the sound of that turbo all by themselves. I don't know that in IMSA you'd ever get to hear it because it's so drowned out by so many other things. But there's that TCR spec Elantra N that you were saying earlier, so this is the rear wing that the KTM Tuners driver, Willem Dries, has attached to the rear of his car. And they are allowed to do that because technically Hyundai makes this car. It is quote-unquote OEM aero. So that's how they've managed to finagle that into the rules.
I need to update you on that because we did have you might have seen the rear wing missing on Jordan Weissleit's car during the show run if you saw it earlier on. That is because the one that they originally had on was believed to be holding him up a lot, especially at the top of the hill going into the bus stop. It has been basically a parachute for them. So they're not removing the wing altogether. Rather, they're ripping that main element off of the back of the Elantra R that Willem Dries is driving. They are swapping that wing back and forth car to car whenever either of them go out. But talking to him a little bit more, the game plan for them, move back to TCR, put a little bit more weight on the car and finish out that season down from GT to TC.
Rush Series cars gridding up now, almost 60 of these machines. If you're unfamiliar with them or would like to learn more, down on the Rush Auto Works website, you can have them turnkey for about $50,000. They make 150 horsepower, which doesn't sound impressive, but they weigh 1,350 pounds with driver. So they are extremely lightweight. They rev to about 11,000 RPM, and they make great noises, and they're very easy to work on. They're very easy to transport. And clearly, there is a desire for a lot of young drivers and old drivers alike to battle here. Starting grid based on the finishing position of race number 1. Leach and Mersberger, your championship leader on the front row, followed by Blair Hosey. James French had a warning for an incident responsibility in that race, but he will start in 4th. Eddie Vocal starts in 5th place alongside Ellis Spezia in the 111. Then it is Keegan Bosch in a nice starting position, P7 for him. Tony Barber rolls off in 8th place in the number 150. Grant Bourne starts in 9th in the number 127. Jalen Batley, Jackson 10th in the 88.
Bourne dropping back, Batley moving forward. Same as well for Spencer Piggott. He'll be P11 alongside Ant Maganoli in P12. Isaac Nullen, the young gun in the 46, will be rolling off P13 against the fellow rookie in the form of Ayrton Grimm. Nick Billingsley of Billingsley Motorsports alongside Heath Pomeranz. That'll be 15th and 16th. Pair of penalties here on row number 9. Michael Neff, Ethan Hardesty, they'll be 17th and 18th respectively. Adam Spence Gate in a couple positions will be alongside his CJR teammate Matt Wilson to round out your top 20.
21st place, John Weisberg in the number 40. Ryan Anderson starts in 22nd in the number 48 car. Then in 23rd, it's Mark Charnogorski in the 718. Ben Carroll, 24th in the 68 machine. 25th is Darius Garcia in the number 18. Kyle Melnick starts 26th in the number 35 car. Then it's Spencer Morgan in 27th place. Jared Anderson rolls off 28th in the number 99. And rounding out the top 30, Randy Popes and Jeremy Boysen.
We'll keep rotating through them here as we go all the way back to a near record-breaking field of 55. Lee Keller, Larry Brady, Jeff Hardesty dropping a handful of positions as well. But again, we talked about the tone setters here. If you're out in front, maybe make a move early on. But if you're 10th, 11th on back, it is all about survival. And then maybe opening up that conversation once you get past the bus stop onto the carousel. But for the first couple of laps, it is definitely hold your breath and try to make it out in one piece.
Yeah, lots of rows here, pushing the graphics to the limits of how many grid brackets I can show. Dalton Snedden back there in 41st. AJ Campo had a great climb forward in her first race. Again, didn't have a lot of laps to do it either. Kevin Welsh and Paul Click starting in 45th, 46th. Last couple of rows down through the order here. Ryan Power, his first weekend in Rush Series competition. Brett DiGiacomo down in 48th. Jake Sanders was involved in that collision. Sounds like he was just a victim in that circumstance, but we were lucky that we got away with mostly clean racing for the remainder of that event. The field is doubled up now as we head down into the heel of the boot. Jackson, expectations. We had a pretty frantic start yesterday or this morning. How do we feel about this one? Are we going to get more aggressive, or is everyone going to kind of lay back and let things play out?
Those are the only two ways I think it could go, Kyle. I think it's either going to be more fireworks to get things started, or we see things get a little bit more nip and tuck. And, you know, again, waiting until maybe that first full green flag lap before we see guys pop out of line and really make moves. But you got to watch still. Jake Sanders in that incident, he's incredibly fast. Brett DiGiacomo had an issue as well. Two guys that were inside the top 20. But the lights are out on the BMW 240i pace car. We're ready to rush for race number 2.
Field's doubled up. Over 20 rows deep here for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Race number 2 from Watkins Glen International. 15 minutes is our duration for this event. And as that pace car pulls off, fingers crossed for a clean and green race under the bridge and down towards the opening turn, the 3.5-mile historic road course at the southern tip of Seneca Lake. Here we go. Green flag, and we're racing at Watkins Glen. 5 wide already for third place. It's going to be a storm down to turn 1. Leach goes defensive, and here comes everybody into the 90.
That was Spencer Piggott with the pop-up early. He's side by side with Andy Volkel through turn number 1. How we looking further back? Couple of guys popping off, or excuse me, popping out to the outside of the curbing there in turn number 1. And it looks to be, once again, Ryan Leash, Bryce Mersberger giving him the bumper, trying to have those two break away, give themselves that insurance so they can battle together. But here we go, working our way up into the S's. Now comes the weave. Spencer Piggott up a handful of positions. He's trying to get more right now on the inside of Blair Hosey.
Into the inner loop now for the first time. Mersberger right on the heels of Ryan Leach, last year's champion. Mersberger is the championship leader coming into this event. So far, so good. Into the inner loop. A couple cars getting a little bit wide up onto the rumble strips at corner exit, streaming through the carousel now into that trouble spot at turn 6. We're going to go down into the boot now. Built in 1971. 55 cars descending down to the toe.
Top speed isn't much, and that means you got to carry this momentum as much as humanly possible. Keeping rotation is one thing, but if you over-rotate, get some slip angle, you're bleeding off a ton of momentum. And if you're a guy like Grant Bourne and you're forced to the inside line where grip isn't necessarily there, you're forced to bleed off speed. Ayrton Grimm using that high line, using that banking on the outside to try and roll that momentum. Looking like they're still side by side, but look at that, wow. 55 cars snaking through the boot right now, outside of the normal course we see for NASCAR use. And we look back to the front, it's still Ryan Leash over Bryce Mersberger.
I think that was Keegan Bosch that went defensive there into turn 8. He's got some angry drivers behind him. Tony Barber's in the mix, Ayrton Grimm, who we haven't heard a lot from this weekend in either of the two categories, so he is a hungry driver. Got emancipated from his parents. He's under 18 years old. You can't legally race in New York State unless you're emancipated. And went through all that trouble to be here. Here's Bosch trying to cover off the car behind. I think that's Nolan that he got by, actually, the 46.
Believe so. Here comes Spencer Piggott trying to make that move stick on exit. And now the response, that's the 127, I believe, just behind. As Bosch tries to go to the inside, 3 wide with Volkel just behind. He has to go off throttle.
That's Tony Barber in the white car just off the nose here. Big push from behind from Keegan Bosch on the run up the S's, side by side through turn 2 here as the track funnels down to just 32 feet wide at the crest of the hill.
Top of the rush, Carolina's drivers has no friends, but the Paraturn and Concept guys are able to lock bumpers and maybe build that gap over that hot pink machine. And look at this, green flag of full racing action. And now it's Ayrton Grimm on the inside.
Yeah, that was dicey. There was a surface condition flag there at the inner loop, so somebody's kicked up some dirt or gravel. Car off in the background, slipping, sliding. Didn't quite catch the number on it, but they straightened out, didn't get to the barrier. Kyle Melnick goes for a ride, slams over the curbing, and digs the splitter through the dirt. But otherwise, I think we're all right.
I might have jinxed that, Kyle, my bad. We'll have to wait and see. But look at this, Ryan Leash making the most out of that clean air. as they work their way back down to the bottom of the hill. And Spencer Pickett, another handful of positions gained. Went from P11 to P7. Now trying to get to work on the pair of turn-in machines. Barber again made that move into turn number 1 and got to the bumper of his turn-in teammate. And now they found a door jam further up, I believe, Volca and Spezia.
Oh, Spezia trying to arc underneath Tony Barber there. Look at the exit. Just carving a little later apex there, but turn 8 is so deceiving. You want to enter it so much faster than the grip will take you. But Volca, tighter line through turn 9. Tracking out there, Barber chasing the car a little bit, right out to the edge of the rumble strips, and then flat out through this left-hand turn 10. You got the downforce to lean on. These cars are so darty. They're happy to stay flat through there, even up on top of the curb.
And talking to everybody across all classes this morning, Kyle, as the full course yellow finally does come out. We'll finish my point quickly. The grip level's higher than any track we've visited so far this year. That is great for confidence because you think you can really make it stick in these corners. The only problem is when things go wrong, they go wrong really quick. And I think that might be why we're full course yellow for the second time today.
Yeah, I think that was for the car at the inner loop. I don't think that was able to drive away from it. And I think that's the 19.
Anderson, I believe, one of the LEM entries.
That is, I think that's a Billingsley, isn't it?
That's the 9, excuse
me. Kelsey Anderson, rather. Oh, sorry, the 9, you're right. Nick Billingsley. So I was right, it was a Billingsley.
It was.
Going back, let's look at it.
The 19.
Looked like he was to the inside of the red car there. Didn't get the number on that. It was right behind Ayrton Grimm.
I'm not sure if that was contact, Kyle.
Would it? I don't know that there was contact. It could have been Michael Neff potentially, or Grant Bourne's in a red car, right?
Correct.
The 127, so could have been him. Again, I don't know if there was contact or not, but when you're so close together on that arc into the right, it's very easy when you have the weight pinned on the nose in the braking zone to have it sort of step around on you. And then sliding to a stop, just was unable to resuscitate that car, and they're going to have to put it on the hook here, but should be able to pull this car pretty quickly and get back to racing.
It's starty when all that weight is on the front of the nose, as you mentioned, but I think as well, it could be possible maybe a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact that we didn't see.
Even the slightest of touches. The cars are so on edge there that, you know, if you're side by side with that weight on the nose and you have a little bit of a touch, even if you just have to turn your hands really fast to avoid contact, it doesn't take a lot. And you're bleeding off the aerodynamics there too, so you don't have the downforce to lean on. And let's not forget that the curbs are gone.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're all the way to the inside, the curb does end, and there is a couple feet of grass, and then there's the wall. So if you grab the edge of that curb too, it can send you for a slide. So either way, let's put us under our second full course caution of the day for the Rush Series. This is the first of this race, but should be a pretty nice quick pickup, and I'll expect 1 or 2 laps, maybe 3 if we're lucky.
Do you reckon they're able to get her behind the wall just there and tow it back through the paddock? I don't think so.
It depends. I don't know that there's a lot of roads back there. There are some cutouts that you can hide in, but typically if they're going to put the car on the hook, they're going to drag it back around at least to a pavement cutoff, so they're not dragging it over rocks and grass and scenery in general. Watkins Glen safety crew doing a great job. Again, this is a big place and a lot of space to cover. And a lot of the people that are working the safety crews here are here for basically every event. They know this track well. They're very good at their jobs, and it's a pleasure to be here at a racetrack like this that has such a professional operation just across the board. It's been awesome to be here, bringing something new to Watkins Glen, right? I mean, there's a lot of events that happen here of very large scale, but I hope this weekend that there are some folks here that have never been to Watkins Glen International, and maybe they'll return for GRIDLIFE Summer Apex next year or other events on the Watkins Glen calendar.
That's the game plan, right? Trying to build something up here in the Northeast. We're doing it as well with Circuit Legends, which has been going on for a handful of years now. But, you know, there's a reason why we've picked this track. And I feel like I learned it in the drive up here from Rochester. There is something special about this place, and being able to, from the booth right now, look out and see the southern tip of Lake Seneca and the vineyards all around. And if you are a racing fan, you are entitled to make that drive alongside Seneca Lake for yourself, because you get it. Very quickly, you understand why people treat this place like a fantasy book.
When I was a kid, coming up, you know, out of town, you make the turn onto County Road 16, and you kind of come up over the crest of the hill and you just see the grandstands looming in the distance, and you always get that butterfly, right? I still get it coming here, and I'll be honest, I've been to a lot of racetracks, and you know, the novelty does wear off in a lot of places, but for your home track, I don't think it ever does.
Not bad, not bad. I think what's been so special about this season especially is you obviously have Gingerman, and that will be the home of Grid Life and Midwest Fest. But you look at where else we've gone and where we will be going, and places that are staples of American road racing. Whether it's, you know, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, we will be going to Lime Rock Park, and we will be returning to Laguna Seca. Those have weight, those have history, and how blessed we are, right, to be someone who can etch our little bit of history in the very long history books of each of these venues.
Look, I mean, the back half of this season, and throw in Road Atlanta for that measure too, but the back half of the season, all three of these tracks, Watkins Glen, Lime Rock, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, all of them are historic road courses built in the 1950s. And for, you know, Laguna Seca and Watkins Glen specifically, they were built in the era that you raced on the streets in town. And then obviously at some point, the cars got fast enough, it got too dangerous, they built permanent courses. In the case of Lime Rock, where we head next month, that track was one of the first tracks ever built that used highway safety standards to create a safer environment to race. And there's also the sort of the untold story of the extension of Lime Rock Park. It was actually initially designed to be much longer than it is today. And if you look down into turn 1 at Lime Rock when we head there next month, you'll see that the runoff has a road that just goes straight into the trees. There was a plan to continue the track up around an additional loop. And when you look at how things played out today with, you know, prototypes and things needing a longer lap, you just wonder what if. But regardless, all three of these tracks we go to on the back half of the season, legendary facilities and put on some amazing races.
We haven't gotten to a point where with 55 cars on track, it feels congested, right? And half of that is because, frankly, these are smaller cars, and there are a ton of advantages with that. I am very curious once we roll into LRP if we're finally going to get to that point where maybe this does feel a little bit like a bull ring. We'll have to wait and see. But, man, I mean, you look at the season we've had so far for the Grid Life Rush Series, it has been some of the most entertaining racing we've had in America, and the fireworks that got us started at CRP, a three-way battle for the lead, really set the tone for the championship battle that would unfold, you know, in front of us. Leash versus Bryce Mersberger, Blair Hosey, you had James French as an outsider the entire weekend. Just absolutely setting the tone for what's been a back and forth. In the micro, it's been battles for wins, but overall you're still seeing this overarching dominance from Bryce and this consistency from the Mad Motorsports driver.
The consistency is the key there, right? The wins have been, you know, there, but you know, few and far in between. But maybe there's one coming up because the lights are out on the safety car, and that means we're going racing next time by the stripe. For how many laps, I don't know. I'm going to guess 2. That's my guess.
I'm feeling 3.
But we'll see what race control has time for here as we come up out of the boot. It is Ryan Leach in command. Remember that the rules in Grid Life, single file restarts. When the green flag is waved, you can race. You don't have to wait to get to the start finish line. You can go. And there'll be a lot of drivers trying to figure out how to best tackle that rule to advance their position into turn 1. Here we go. Keep an eye on James French at that 191. He's a front runner in the championship points as well. Leach, Mersberger, Hosey, French, Barber. And waiting for the green flag. There it is. We're back underway at Watkins Glen, immediately shuffling to the inside. We're 3 wide for 4th. And Mersberger is in the shadow of Leach into turn 1.
Oh, late move there as Hosey tries to make it stick on the outside through turn number 1, but Bryce is understanding the assignment. He remembers how race 1 went. He's got to put that pressure on Ryan almost immediately, and he's fully cleared him here. He's getting help from Hosey and French. This will immediately hang Leash out to dry. Will drop nearly 5 positions as Spezia is the last one to take it.
This is the last lap as well. I did see the white flag there, so we're coming back to the checkers this time. Mersberger rocketing down the backstretch, trying to get by Ryan Leach into the inner loop, and he does. Mersberger takes the advantage over Blair Hosey, and they're fanning out behind him there. This is going to be spicy with Spezia now up to 4th place.
Big wiggle there from Hosey. I'm not sure if he got off the brake a little bit too quickly, but that let Bryce fire out like a cannon, working out at turn number 5. and that will give French, Spezia, and company an opportunity to maybe work their way onto the podium. We have not seen Ellis Spezia on the podium yet. Could that be the race where this changes? Not if Tony Barber has anything to say about it. He's going to try jamming it up the inside there of French. Still side by side. What a phenomenal weekend for Tony Barber. Been relatively incognito, but has really turned up the wick this weekend.
Yeah, of course, typically he's supporting customers at the Turn-In Concepts camp, but elected to jump in this rush last time out at GridLife Midwest and was quick, but was involved in an incident where he hit a clamshell of a fellow competitor's car. And it's been a really strong weekend for him so far at Watkins Glen. A couple corners left to go, though, as we leave the boot. Ayrton Grimm trying to claw his way up into the top 10. He might not get there just in time, but one corner left. Bryce Mersberger in the 114. The red nose indicating he's the championship leader, hoping to extend his advantage, leaving Watkins Glen. Checker flag, and it will be Bryce Mersberger that will get to the line ahead of the 56 and pick up a win over Hosey, Spezia, Barber, French.
Great last lap for Spezia, 3 positions gained there on the restart. Spencer Piggott getting chewed up there by Volkel. Isaac now unable to get 1 or 2 as well on the restart. But what did we say going into this weekend? It could have been the tipping point of the championship, either giving Bryce the opportunity to really run away with it for the remainder of the season, or, really bring a handful of other contenders back into the conversation. But for it to be preferred for the former, that is exactly what the doctor ordered for the 114.
And we'll have a look at the results here before we move on to our next event of the day. GridLife Rush Series Race 2, won by the championship leader, Bryce Mersberger, over Leach, over Hosey, then Spezia, Barber, French, Volkel, Piggott, Nolan, and Keegan Bosch in the top 10 in that number 112.
Ayrton Grimm was able to move forward, just not enough there to get into the top 10. Anthony Maganoli trying to go with him, and Grant Bourne unfortunately had the single lap pace in qualifying, just has not been able to get that 127 figured out in race trim. Jargonorski and Michael Neff rounding out your top 15. Jalen Batley, another horrendous race for him too. Unfortunately, he went all the way back to 19th.
Yeah, not the weekend he was hoping for so far. As we roll through the rest of the order here, Keith Pomerantz, I think, up a couple of spots. Randy Popst, slight improvement over the previous race, up to 25th place from 29th in race number 1. And then looking down the list here, Landon Welsh, I think this is his first race weekend. Dalton Snedden up a couple of spots as well to 38th. But what a race, what a drive. AJ Campo, P42 this time by, and then Spencer Morgan, Nick Billingsley, a couple others. We saw the 9 get shuffled off track a couple laps into the race, and that will do it for the GridLife Rush Series. As far as the action on course here, Jackson, that was fun.
How fitting it is that in a Arrive and Drive championship where you've got a handful of very skilled drivers, and a lot of skilled teams, it is the self-maintained driver taking the victory here, but the GridLife highlights can help us walk through how we got there, because the odds were stacked against him on the start.
Yeah, frantic start as we are joining the Racer Network here from GridLife Summer Apex, just on the tail end of the Rush Series Race 2 of the weekend, but it was a frantic start. Ryan Leach was able to get out ahead. This was the trouble spot, the 9 of Nick Billingsley going around in the inner loop. That brought out the full course yellow in this 15-minute race. See Kyle Melnick go for a wild ride as well, rejoining the circuit. That car was hitched up, and on the restart, frantic down into turn 1. This is the move that won Bryce Mersberger this race, charging to the outside with assistance from Blair Hosey.
Dog eat dog world here in Rush SR, and unfortunately, Leash just had absolutely no help, nobody willing to give him the bumper to stay in conversation, so he drops all the way back to P5 with Spezia. That allowed Mersberger to really run away with it here and take the victory in race number 2.
And again, hi to those fans watching on the Racer Network. And if you're here at the racetrack and a subscriber of Racer Network, you can join us in the R92 lounge up on top of the grandstands at turn number 10. So the Rush Series is complete, and GridLife GT is about to head on the racetrack. So we will bring racing to the Racer Network. How fitting is that? And Kyle Heyer joined now by Arjuna Kankapati as the field gets out onto the racetrack. It is a picture-perfect day for motorsport. In the mid-70s, track temp well over 100 degrees. It is hot out there. This morning, we had our first GridLife GT race of the weekend, and it was Christian Aranja and Alan Patton that did a little battling before a full course yellow was brought out for contact between the 247 of Eric Pilipczyk and Eric Jensen in the number 8 FRS. Jensen was trying to get out of the way, but just couldn't quite find a hole to escape. That brought out the yellow, but on the restart, Patton charged Aranja up the hill to the S's, to the inner loop, but lost that battle. Aranja wins. So Arjuna Kakapati joins me now. Arjuna, what are we expecting in GLGT Race 2?
Well, we set the grid based on how we finished in Race 1, so Krista Lucha going to be a little bit further up the grid. I'm expecting him to be rocketing off the start, and outside of that, it's going to be an interesting battle. I think Alan Patton's going to be aggressive at the start here. He'll want track position. He'll think he'll be able to defend from Christian Aranja if he's up front.
Let's have a look at the starting lineup here for our second race of the weekend in GridLife GT. It's Aranja, runner-up of the championship at the moment, the 57 car, alongside Alan Patton, pulling double duty in Track Battle Time Attack and in GT in that Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo 2. Chris DeLucia, after his car burnt up in flames at Midwest Festival a couple weeks ago, he is up in that second row. Gary Wimble and AJ Hartman will start in row number 3 and 5th and 6th. Hans Horpedal and Eric Meadows will share row 4, both in C5 Corvettes. And row 5 will be Ryan Power and Jordan Wisely, 9th and 10th. And then the last couple of rows here in GridLife GT, Anthony Scafuto and Eric Jensen. They will join us in 11th and 12th. And then Eric Pilipczyk with that disqualification for the incident responsibility. Sort of saw that coming, frankly, Arjuna. But unfortunate, it didn't mean to do it. Just got together and contact isn't tolerated at all here in GridLife because we're building cars in garages at our houses here. So you got to be nice to your buddies and keep all the body work in the right shape.
Yeah, he bounced off that inside curb and washed out into his fellow competitor. So I like that word, or that phrase, incident responsibility, because at no point are we trying to judge intent. We're just trying to judge ultimately who is deemed as the responsible party, and realistically, who could have done more to avoid the situation. So the allowance for these sort of driving standards does mean that we get some great battles, like we did last time out, the 1,000th of a second finish between James Houghton and Matan Rosenberg. Took me a second there to remember which two were involved. Rosenberg's been struggling a little bit more this weekend, though, so let's keep our eyes out to see if he's made some adjustments into race 2 in that bright red Corvette that slots into 4th.
Yeah, Matan Rosenberg, as the championship leader in that vibrant performance car, is the reigning Eibach GLTC champion twice over and has stepped up into the GLGT championship by unrestricting the engine. That car ran basically as is in GLTC at about 250 wheel horsepower. It's making closer to 350, and we've seen it about 145 miles an hour into the inner loop at the end of the back straightaway. This race will once again be about 15 minutes in duration. If everything stays clean and green, we might get a couple minutes extra or a little less, depending on how things work out. The field is packed up and paired up as we enter turn number 11. The safety car dies for the safety of pit lane, and Watkins Glen International is about to be roaring to life with the sound of 24 GridLife GT machines. Christian Aranja, the yellow and black Corvette, is in command as we wait for the green flag, and there it goes. We're underway at Watkins Glen. And Alan Patton, a very strong start in the green Supra. He leads into turn 1.
Interesting that Christian Aranja was so close to the wall trying to protect the inside on the run down to turn 1. There's a couple bobble wide, including Jordan Wisely. What a start from Patton. Couple of car lengths clear as we scamper up the hill. Rosenberg and DeLucia, a little bit of contact between them as they crest over the hill and turn left.
That was absolutely a gut check. There was a little contact there. Jordan Wisely and Alex Pites, was that Meadows? Did he get the wall there on the driver's right coming up the S's? He might have been able to lift and miss it, but that was very tight through the S's the first time up to the inner loop. Patton leads over Aranja. Then it is the championship leader of Matan Rosenberg.
Wisely goes straight at the bus stop, so not quite sure if he just missed his marker or maybe something with the braking system that he didn't feel quite comfortable with. But I said for Patton, he would feel like if he got to the lead of this race, he might be able to hold this track position. The Supra, the Evo 2 GT4 car, down-tuned a little bit from what you may see it racing in SRO or IMSA competition, but it's great through the twisty stuff. This is where it's going to be at its best, you would think, and Aranja might have a small advantage in top-end speed, but if you've got track position, it's hard to make the move at the inner loop. Jordan Wisely's still stuck there. And
yeah, I don't know that car is going to move unless he's going to try to give it the old recycling there. But to your point about Alan Patton, I've heard a lot of drivers in these cars tell me that they really like to be revved out. The turbocharged nature of them, they don't like to dig out of corners, but they're very happy in high-speed flowing circuits. This racetrack is a perfect example that maybe saved for the bottom of the boot at the toe. So I would say that, though it is an inline 6 compared to all the V8s that he's battling, if he could keep it up in the rev range, he'll be very happy out front.
And again, it's a race car at the end of the day. Modern race cars are built for the specification of the class they run in, right? So ultimately the engine is kind of tuned to what the class in GT4 kind of allows. And yeah, it's like you say, as long as the rev range is kept up even with a little less power at his disposal, he'll be in a good spot. Rosenberg defends now from AJ Hartman, who did slide backwards in race number 1. So we'll keep an eye out for the long run pace to see if these drivers increasingly under pressure as we head to the closing stages of this 15-minute dash.
AJ Hartman, the blue and black Ford Mustang, a new Edge Ford Mustang with a twin-turbo EcoBoost motor out of a Ford F-150 with a S550 Mustang rear end. So it is all of this amalgamation of Ford components under the subframe of that car. A little wiggle there, though, right ahead of Chris DeLucia.
And he's got, the F-150 engine in there because he doesn't want to be the same as everyone else and put the Coyote engine that most would throw into a Ford, including what Ford have picked for their most recent prototype project.
Challenge for the lead. Aranha's caught Patton down at 6, and it's going to be a race for the top spot. Here comes the yellow Corvette. Patton defends into the toe of the boot. Here comes Aranha the outside lane, though, with that V8 power. The torque is going to be the advantage on the run to the heel.
The thing about GT4 cars is they don't really have too much aero compared to a GT3 car, so they're a lot more reliant on mechanical grip, and we mentioned this in race 1, but the Michelin tires that this car runs on in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge will be a little bit more compliant than the slightly stiffer sidewall that he's dealing with this weekend. That was a note that Alan had mentioned to Jackson Lambros down on pit lane, and Jackson threw it into the notebook, and I'm shamelessly stealing it here. But especially when you think about the nature of this track, the bounce of the curb at the bus stop, that's going to send a lot more shock through the suspension, and it means there's a lot more load being put through this car, even though it's only a 15-minute race, which is not that long for these GT4 machines.
It's not, but we did see a lot of ebb and flow, more than I thought in the first race. Definitely drivers finding some speed. Championship leader peeling to pit lane. Baton Rosenberg is on pit road, and that's huge for the championship, especially while his runner-up in the championship is chasing for the lead.
Arana had a bit of a wiggle down at turn 1. AJ Hartman goes wide, slides off the painted curb, but now up into the podium spots with DeLucia hunting him down. Wimble Power tucked in behind. Hans Horpedel then a little bit further back in the Corvette as he continues to get more acclimatized to the car and more comfortable here at the track. Jordan Wisely, by the way, still stuck there in the inner loop. He's going to be watching for the next 10.5 minutes as the field continues to cycle by. Challenge into the inner loop as Chris DeLucia made the move on AJ Hartman.
You know what? I think Jordan Wisely's out of the car. So they're still covering it with the yellow, but I don't know that, there's not really a safety risk any longer, but it is a standing yellow flag, and unfortunately for the drivers, it's like pick your poison. Do you want a full course yellow to go get the car and waste the time, or would you rather just have that very important passing zone unable to be passed in?
Well, it did look as though there was an attempted move into the corner. I'm not sure if someone had missed the yellow flag that I think you've been keeping your eye on, but as much as that's a passing opportunity, it's not a heavy braking zone. So it's hard to pull alongside there, as much as you may think that high-speed corner, it's a place to make a move.
Well, we saw Patton give it a go last race, didn't we? It just didn't work out so well. On the wrong side of the track, I think, that time.
And when I had dinner with some of the drivers on Thursday night, they were saying that they wanted to have like a drivers meeting within the drivers meeting, where they basically come to an agreement between them not to go side by side through the chicane. Now, these weren't drivers in GLGT, as Patton joins Aranha, the Slidey Club here as we reach the peak of the track temperature here in the afternoon. But this is where I would assume the GT4 car is probably at a bit of an advantage. Christian Aranha and that Corvette, he's going up against the engineering might of Toyota Gazoo Racing. Le Mans winners this year as well.
Yeah, again, factory race car out front and a home-built, homebrew race car in second place. So very different ideas on how to go fast. That's the idea behind GRIDLIFE GT, is you can build your way in or buy your way in, and depending on the kind of program that you're running, there might be an advantage to running a car like a Supra GT4. And some drivers might prefer to build their own car. You have freedom of choice here. And the formula has been thrilling. Thinking back to some of our best finishes in GRIDLIFE GT history, even as recently as Midwest Fest a couple of weeks ago, it was a home-built, homebrew car in the form of Matan Rosenberg up against the TCR IMSA spec machine that James Houghton was driving.
And I love that we can see all of that diversity in the class. They pulled away from the rest of the field right now.
What a great battle.
Yeah, Hartman about 6 seconds back, and so this is good news for us because it means that they've got space to fight if they can pull alongside of one another. And as much as I say it's hard to make moves here, this is also a track where outside of the inner loop, you can run side by side through basically all the corners. It's a fairly wide track with the exception of the narrowing up into the S's.
And these guys are good friends too. They spent a lot of time hanging out in the paddock. Christian Aranja drove Patton's other GT4 car at pit race last year. So they're happy to toss each other keys, and now they're racing each other in their own cars here. This is going to be a pretty poetic battle, and they're not going to pull punches either. They trust each other inherently.
Yeah, they're not tossing the race win to each other.
No.
They are going to fight here. There's no question about that one. It's just where does Aranja pull alongside? He's struggled a little bit in the more recent laps to get close enough. That was within the bounds of track limits. Keep 2 tires on the painted surface, and you're okay here at Watkins Glen. Breathe up to the wall coming out of the final corner and tick yet another lap back. Let's watch the lines here through turn 1. Slightly wider on the entry from Aranja, and look at the momentum that he carried down through the 90.
Yeah, that worked out really well for him here. But again, once the Supra is up in the rev range, it's very happy through this section. The other thing to consider, I don't believe that Aranja has any kind of fancy gearbox. I think that's old-fashioned H pattern in that Corvette, as far as I know. And Patton is just clicking through paddles on the wheel. So that is a big advantage climbing the hill, where you don't have to pull the power from the car to get it into the next gear.
And from what I've been told, there's a couple of GT4 cars. As Aranja takes a big lick on the curb and slightly cuts it and maybe digs a slight rut too. But from what I've been told in terms of GT4, there's a couple that have a lot more sophisticated electronics. Ford is one, the more recent car that springs to mind, where that's a lot more like a GT3. But by all accounts, the Toyota's pretty close as well. So there's a lot of adjustment that Alan has at his disposal on that steering wheel.
Through the toe of the boot here. Battle is on. 3-liter inline 6 in the Supra with a turbocharger on it, and a 6.2-liter V8 in the Corvette in trail. All-American muscle under the hood of that car. No turbos or superchargers or any funny business. It's just sucking in the atmosphere and spitting it out the back.
Well, Christian's faster by lap times right now, but again, going back to what I said at the start, if Alan gets in front, I think he's got enough speed to hold on to track position. Oh, Christian flirted with the tires on the outside of terrible turn 9.
Well, one thing to note about the gearbox in that 57, heard that 4th gear is making some crunching sounds in there. And again, just maybe something that they've been struggling with, but that could explain why Patton is gapping him on that run up the hill, because just trying to synchronize that shift as best you can. And you don't have time to be double clutching this stuff like Granny. You got to get that thing in gear no matter what.
There are some drivers who told me that they intended to run a ratio that basically meant they could stay in 1 gear 4th the entire time. Christian clearly doesn't have that luxury with the power with the power he's got and the gearbox issues that he's dealing with. But yes, right around here where you see the gap slowly start to build. You're still climbing as you crest over the top of the S's and up towards the inner loop. We're just talking about a 10th and a bit between them in terms of lap time difference, but 4 minutes left to go. That probably translates to 3 laps at most, depending on how our schedule has played out so far. You can hear the tire squeal. They are both pushing.
And our championship leader, Matan Rosenberg, is off the racetrack at the moment, and Jackson Lambros was able to catch up with him. Jackson?
So it was a really fun start to the race. We tried to kind of stay in a spot where I could keep Chris next to me and managed to actually make a move on him through the S's, so I was happy about that. We made a couple of adjustments to the car, so I was really looking forward to maybe trying to bring it to Christian and Alan, who have really been doing outstanding this weekend. And they just started to battle. I was, slowly going to maybe reel them in if they continued the battling. And I think it was maybe turn 8. We'll go to turn 8, and it's like the turn effort is much higher, and I was like, I must have lost the serpentine belt. So I said to come in. I didn't want to overheat the motor or dump coolant on the track or anything like that. So a little bit of a bummer, but I think I hopefully got maybe a decent lap in there before he came off, and maybe not lose too many grid spots for race 3. Probably cost us a decent finish for the weekend, but overall for the season, hopefully maybe we can come back with a couple decent finishes for race 3 and 4. And I was having fun until I wasn't, so that's how it goes sometimes. That's racing, but the guys do everything they can to keep the car reliable, and sometimes you lose the serpentine belt, so it happens.
Thanks, Matan.
No problem.
Kyle?
Thanks, Jackson. If you couldn't hear that, serpentine belt for Matan Rosenberg.
Appreciate you.
And we're going back to the battle here at the front. No changes. It's still Patton over Aranja. Here's your points as they stand. Aranja has 49 to Patton's 48 in the weekend. So for the trophy, that's what they're battling for. 1 point separates them in the middle of race 2.
Maybe more importantly for Rosenberg as well, good run for Aranja through the inner loop, just gets checked off as they come to the final part of the chicane, runs into the dirty air in the gearbox of Alan Patton. But for Rosenberg, tomorrow's first race the grid is determined by the fastest laps of this race, and he didn't get a fast lap, so he'll be starting towards the back and get that issue fixed. He's got some points to make up in tomorrow's first morning race.
Yeah, the points at the top of the screen, those were coming into this event, and he noted that he wasn't even in the top 5 of the weekend points, so he's got some work to do as Aranja is hot on the heels of the 606 at the moment. Very close, but getting out-dragged on the run to the heel.
Struggling a little bit, Patton potentially now. Really using all the track everywhere, but he's making it difficult. It could be white flag this time by.
I think you're right about that. That's what we're hearing anyways. So 2 car lengths, 3 car lengths between them. Alan Patton in the 606 GR Supra leads Aranja. They are in their own zip code at the moment. And let's see who's going to take home the mail on Saturday. Through turn number 11, leaving the final turn on the racetrack. Should be 1 lap to go. There it is, white flag. 1 lap left in race 2 for GridLife GT.
So we've seen Aranja get closer and closer. He is the fastest car on track, but track position so important here. He gets another good run out of turn 1, carries enough momentum as they begin the climb up the hill for the final time. No real argument, by the way, for third. AJ Hartman's clear now of Chris DeLucia by about 3 seconds. So all eyes towards the front as they crest up to the inner loop on final time.
What does Aranja have left? And how much is he willing to chuck it down there? Seems like the car's strongest really from the inner loop down to the toe of the boot. And then he starts to sort of lose that advantage. Big commitment on the curbing that time through. Patton leaves the little margin. And the gap is down to 2 car lengths again through the carousel.
But this is where Patton's car comes back to life a little bit, has enough of that mechanical grip to overcome maybe the deficit in aero that a GT4 has to a GT3. Drop down.
Here you go. This could be that battle. If he can outbrake Patton, that'll be tough to do with Motorsport ABS ahead of him.
Yeah, not into this corner. Maybe turn 8. That's the final place. Get a good run up here out of the hill, and he's got a decent run, but he's just run out of power as he washes up the track.
So evenly matched, these two. It was race 1 where Patton was chasing Aranja. Race 2, it's Aranja chasing Patton. But qualifying advantage to the 57 still has him leading the weekend points by 1 if it finishes like this. 2 corners to go, Arjuna.
Look how close he has gotten. If he had a couple more laps, he might have thought he could have made his move, but he's just run out of time, and Alan Patton has held on to that Supra through 15 minutes of nail-biting action.
2 corners to go. He is right there. He's going to swing to the left, try to arc it into the final turn, and run to the line. Not quite enough. Alan Patton wins GridLife GT Race 2 at Watkins Glen. Aranja gave it the best effort, just not quite enough.
He'll be happy, though. Showed some good speed. compared against a factory prepped race car effectively. And with his main championship rival finishing this race from pit lane, Ron Hupp leading in the weekend points as well, I think in a good spot right now.
The rest of the field still coming back around. There's Eric Pilipchik. He was one of the drivers involved in that collision in race 1. Looks like he'll score a top 10 out of it. And Eric Jensen, the driver that was on the receiving end of the contact, ended up 7th. So nice recovery after replacing a control arm bolt. Alex Pites was one of the drivers I thought was really close to the wall. Eric Meadows on the opening lap, maybe we'll see in the highlights, I thought that he might have scraped the Armco up at the top of the hill after some contact with the number 7. But let's take a look at our results for this race and run you down the rest of the order. At the top, as we were talking about, Alan Patton is the winner. Then Christian Ronhan, AJ Hartman on the podium. That was by virtue of some misfortune for Matan Rosenberg, but Chris DeLucia, another strong top 5 run.
Good effort from Alex Pites. He's going to start up in 7th place tomorrow, I think, once things all filter through. So remember, set the grid for race 3 based on fast laps from today. Gary Wimble, in fact, really quick lap. He's going to be up in the mix.
Yeah, really strong lap, 202.664 for Wimble in the number 11. Rosenberg, Meadows, and Wisely, the rest of your running order here, as we'll take a look at the highlights from this second race of the day for the GRIDLIFE GT Championship. And just 2 rounds remain, Lime Rock Park and Laguna Seca after this weekend. On the initial start, again, they have been wild to watch so far. 3 wide in the background there, and it was Eric Meadows in the middle, Hans Horpedal. Ryan Power ended up 5th, by the way. He was at the back of the field to start. And then into the inner loop here. Wisely, there was some smoke before that car let go, Arjuna, so there was some white smoke out the tailpipe, which is never a good sign. And then this was the battle for the race lead. It was the 606 of Patton over Christian Aranja's 57. And then it was just this battle for the entire rest of the race. Nip and tuck back and forth. Tenths here, tenths there, but just such great parity between these 2 cars.
And closely matched, and at a track where we know it's hard to pass. I think Christian will maybe rue slightly the start and not getting the jump down into the 90. And that track position, Alan Patton held on to it from
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
Racing history in Watkins Glen goes all the way back to 1948 when races were held on a 6.6-mile street course layout in downtown Watkins Glen, then a 4.6-mile track here on this property, and then the 3.5-mile track was built not too long after that. It's held racing here since 1956 in a variety of configurations, but it is the boot course that holds our racing this afternoon. Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup racing about to kick off our 12.5 pounds per horsepower wheel-to-wheel racing championship, where you can basically bring whatever you want so long that it fits in our pretty open rule set. Kyle Heyer joined by Arjuna Kankapati, Jackson Lambros in the pit lane. Arjuna GLTC, our original wheel-to-wheel racing, big fields, great diversity across the cars, and some of the most competition you're going to see in our racing ranks this weekend.
There's been some drivers that have stepped up from GLTC into the GLGT racing that we just watched, but it's a really competitive field. Started with 47 cars, entered into the weekend. We had an incident in practice, unfortunately, that saw 2 cars involved and unfortunately taken out of the race. But great news, one of them found a replacement for the weekend and jumped straight back into the thick of the action.
Yeah, that was John Gatos, who had a pretty big incident on Thursday and borrowing a car to finish out the weekend just to get some laps. It's very important also when you have a wreck like that, just to get your confidence back too. So Watkins Glen, New York, the clouds are beginning to come over. It's still very blue out there, but there are some clouds obscuring the sun for the moment as the track temp falls a little bit and the wind still out of the south, just a couple of miles an hour. Expecting the cars to roll off the grid very shortly. Horsepower ranges in this group are roughly 190 to 240. Big mix of engine types and tire selection as well. You can run any 200 treadwear on a list that includes things like Falcon, Toyo, Maxxis. There's a couple drivers out there that are running Continentals as well. So you get a little bit more choice in how you tackle the grip level. You can add aero to your car, you can remove it from your car, you can add ABS, all these things, but it's time for Eibach GLTC race number 2. Now, in the first race, we saw something very similar to what we saw on GRIDLIFE GT, where it was just 2 drivers sort of running away from everyone else, and those 2 drivers were Erik Magnussen and Andy Smedegaard. Pretty even amongst them, but the start of the race was all over the place, Arjuna, and that kind of split the field up. I think if this start is a little bit more even, we could see this race play out a lot different.
Yeah, and I think there's some lessons to be learned on that initial start. There were some drivers, Michael Poblano included, that got good jumps and able to make up some positions. Others who found themselves losing out, including Eric Catil, who had to fight a little bit to hold on to track position as our championship leader. But for Erik Magnussen, all eyes on him with the big engine up front.
Yeah, Erik Magnussen is on pole alongside Andy Smedegaard in the 212. The FA24 Toyota 86. Michael Hilo, a strong starting position in the 224. He starts in 3rd alongside Eric Catil in 4th. Donald Louis starts 5th. Matt Walbaum is 6th. Where's Matthew Ibrahim? I'll bet you a penalty potentially. He was supposed to be up there. There he is. P8 alongside Mason Bursack for incident responsibility. Blake Korth starts 9th alongside Jake Rawson in 10th. 11th place, Kevin Zhu in the 243, that 2009 Honda Civic Si. Jeff Donati rolls off 12th in a Toyota 86. Joel Morrison gets bumped back. He starts 13th alongside Brandon Ganem in a LFX Mazda RX-8. Then Kunwu Lee in 15th alongside Besic George Benabdi. And Brian Hedian and Daniel Geraldo make up your 9th row, and Arjuna row number 10. And your final top 20 drivers, Julio Crispin and Joe Tulo.
Start to get into those that had the most fun on the start in our first race. Ayrton Grimm, didn't talk much about him, alongside of Justin Lee, pair of 06 Miatas, Jeff Waziklo and Matt Beck, 23rd and 24th respectively, with Michael Pagano hoping for another good start on the inside in 25th. Dai Nguyen rolls in the BRZ alongside Brian Hendricks and Brian Tyson, Nissan Z Nismo and Focus ST respectively, and then Peter Zhang and Christopher Gados through the top 30.
31st place, Peter Cipollini in the 771. Shreddy Brown starts 32nd in the 125 car. Then add Nathan Manning in 33rd, William Wu Chen in 34th. And the last couple of rows, will be Jay Rebus in the Kia Forte Coupe, a really neat car. Ryan Christoph starts 36th after pulling off in race number 1. James Houghton 37th after a mechanical issue. Lee Wombolt, same story there in 38th, and John Gatos in that borrowed 350Z, and Robbie Vierhout starts in 40th in the number 95. So a couple of drivers with some mechanical issues. I've gotten an update about the Christoph car a little while ago. It was a lower control arm failure, and Louis Gelati, not only is he supporting Alan Patton's time attack program, they were the ones that came through and re-welded it together. So that is all sorted, and that is probably a factor of curb jumping with a 1986 Honda that doesn't have super strong or large diameter suspension components.
Love the community within the paddock to see that assistance and help. Going back to the start of race 1, James Houghton started third and really put the pressure on Andy Smedgaard down into turn 1 and up through the S's. That was what allowed the lead to build up initially before we saw a 3-car breakaway, before James Houghton found himself with a technical issue. So let's see what happens on this race start with Eric Catil now starting 4th. I think he's going to be aggressive on this race start and try and grab some track position.
I think if Eric Catil can get up to the 3-car, I think his racecraft is going to be fun to watch. I don't know that his car is quite the strength that it needs to be to outrun that 3-car in a dead race, but if he gets ahead of him, I think he can play defense pretty darn well, Arjuna. But again, that race start, those rules that allow you to just go on green, the racetrack is so wide here. Think back to Gingerman Raceway a couple of weeks ago. 3-car widths, we've got 60 feet to play with here. It makes this pretty fun.
And we saw some drivers doing well to time the green. So let's see how they all get ready to go, with Eric Magnussen hoping to leave this weekend with a championship lead, but fearing Andy Smedgaard's late championship offense as we head to the end of the season.
Eric Catil had lost the championship lead after race 1. He starts 4th for race 2. He's got to chase down rivals Eric Magnussen and Andy Smedgaard. 3.5 miles around each lap. And 15 minutes, green flag. We're underway at Watkins Glen. Looked tentative for a moment because the front is so orderly compared to everybody behind. 3 wide into turn 1.
A little bit messy, as I think a couple of drivers further back, not quite sure when the green flag was pulled, and so kind of shuffling out of formation. And side by side as we head up through the S's, Andy Smedgaard using that start to be able to challenge Eric Magnussen. Catil putting the pressure on Hillo as they crest the hill.
Yeah, great racing here up through the S's. And Smedgaard, this is critical for him. He can't back out. He's got to commit in a big way here at the bus stop. Is Andy going to get the lead away from the 3-car? He's going to turn in side by side. He cannot outmuscle the 3 of Magnussen, but Emac slips a little bit, and Andy's back to charge to the inside into the carousel.
He saw the up and under opportunity, but once again, Eric Magnussen able to close the door. This is what happened on a couple of occasions at the end of race number 1. But now he's staring down, defending like this for 15 straight minutes. Smedgaard to the outside, down in towards the boot. Same thing happening as well for 3rd and 4th positions. Catil's been shuffled back slightly. Great start from Matt Waldbaum, who's trying to fight up to 3rd down on the inside, up towards the toe of the boot, as Andy Smedgaard goes for the lead.
Down at the toe of the boot, side by side for the top spot, as Waldbaum carves his spot out in 3rd place. He's a race winner here in GLTC at the Glen, and he can sniff it, he can smell it. His team boss up the road in that black and white Toyota 86, but he wasn't able to get the job done here, Arjuna. That doesn't mean he's given it up.
No, those ASM cars looking good once again this weekend as Andy pushes a bit wide. Lose a bit of ground to Eric Magnussen as they shuffle up towards the tricky turn 9. Eric Catil back up into 4th, so he was able to displace Hillo as Waldbaum slipped through as well. Matthew Ibrahim's had a decent start. He's up now into 7th position as we head to turn 10 and get ready to close lap number 1.
Wow, that was an exciting first lap, wasn't it? We had lots of battling. Mason Bursack is alongside Jake Rawson. Some great fighting through the field as we make our way through the penultimate corner, and now Catil all over the back of Matt Waldbaum in that number 90, the gray and blue car entering turn 1.
Can see the gap between the top 2. I think Matt Waldbaum a little bit more looking in the rearview mirror right now as they sweep through turn 1 once again. A couple of cars a little bit wide, not necessarily ideal. Bounce over that curb can stall some of the momentum out compared to someone who's on the regular racing track. Eric Catil knows that the next 2 rounds of the championship are going to suit his car, and so he is very much just looking to minimize the points deficit to Eric Magnussen at the end of this weekend. Can he make the move up into the inner loop?
Side by side into the inner loop for Kittil, and he's going to just try to muscle it away. Waldbaum going to try to hang on the outside, and they're still side by side into the carousel now. Hilo and Ibrahim also joining the fray in the 350Z and the BMW. Kittil trying to hang on the quarter panel of the S2000.
Some great racing, but you know what looks good is usually slow on the racetrack, allowing the top 2 to continue their breakaways down into the boot on lap number 2. Waldbaum, the outside, rolls the speed through and now has the inside up to the toe. Kittil's going to be lucky here if he can slot back into line and avoid losing out to Hilo, who's fighting with Ibrahim 2 by 2. Step up the hill.
What a great battle between these 2 drivers. They have so much respect for each other, but Kittil edges ahead. And Ibrahim going the long way around of Hilo in the 350Z. Donald Louie in the white BRZ doing him a strong race here, as well as Blake Korth in the 777, and C. Miata also in the fray.
And then a gap to those behind. So this battle pack is really allowing itself to develop amongst itself. Top 2 now about 4 seconds clear as we'll close lap 2. Oh, Hilo a little bit wide out of turn 9. Didn't lose much ground, but he's lost out to Matthew Ibrahim into turn 10.
Yeah, single file now, and that will let all these drivers sort of lock in and focus ahead on their individual battles. Now you got to pick them off one at a time. There's Blake Korth in the 777. New track record by Hoomst. Your leader, Eric Magnussen, just went the fastest a GLTC car has ever gone, 206.713 around Watkins Glen International.
Pulls clear of 2nd place as well, so that was a very tidy lap thrown together by Magnussen. But remember, he struggled at the end of race 1. Smedgar got closer and closer, and it did look as though he was going to be able to make the move.
I do wonder if Andy thinks that Magnussen might fall back into his clutches a little later and is just sort of biding his time, saving some tire. Not necessarily from a wear perspective, these races are too short for that, but from a heat perspective. That's what the 3 car is going to have a disadvantage in is, yes, you have a little more tire, but you're weighing much more than Andy. So over the course of this 15 minutes, you're going to heat your tires up a lot more, and you're going to lose that performance in heat degradation, and that could close this battle back up.
Just heard James Houghton rolling behind us. The car sounds great, but whatever happened in that first race, the technical issue.
So here's why James Houghton's hanging out back here. He's a man of the format. He knows exactly how to get himself back to the front.
He's trying to do a fast lap.
He does not need to finish this race well. He doesn't care about the weekend points. His goal is to win a race. And all he has to do is run a fast lap in this one because our next race is gridded by lap time. That's James Houghton big braining this right now.
So did you find out what the issue on the car was?
I haven't heard from Houghton exactly what that problem was, but I'll bet you it was something simple. The car's been shelved for a little while, so, you know, give it the old Control-Alt-Delete.
Yes. That's good to hear, and again, I love to someone who knows the format and plays to the rules that they're given. Side by side, slightly further behind is Morrison under pressure here, I think, up to the inside of turn 9.
It's Mason Bursack that he's got in his clutches at the moment, the red BMW, new to GLTC competition here this year, and Morrison got the spot, move him to 9th place. Brandon Ganem in the LFX RX-7 back there. It's a great sounding car. And there's Kevin Zhu. How about this story? A driver that wasn't even planning on being here this weekend, but due to the misfortune of some of his fellow competitors, he has elected to make the drive from the Massachusetts area and show up here this weekend. Now, why is Waldbaum back here is the question. Is Donald Louie's got a problem, and Waldbaum's dropping down the order.
There's a couple of cars that have had some issues recently. Matt Waldbaum seemingly back up to speed in the S2000, so that's a good sign. But I wonder if there's also something to be said about, we talked about the tires. Are these drivers running too close to one another and maybe overheating in the heat of the day that we have right now? They're likely to be quite aggressive on their aero and lack of cooling configs, as we saw from some of the Honda pits. That's maybe something to keep in mind.
There's the 350Z of Michael Hilo, P5. As Morrison Now sort of looking like he's going to be, actually he just got by the 777 as well. So Joel Morrison on a charge forward in that lime green and black S2000. And that's not what it seems either. Honda Odyssey J35 V6 under the nose of that car.
He was definitely out of position, I think, though, given the pace he had shown in race 1 before dropping back. So clawing his way back into contention. Slightly different strategy to what James Houghton's doing, where he's going to reinsert himself into the front courtesy of that fast lap. Looks one way, then the other. It's hard to make a move into turn 8, but set something up to turn 9.
Yeah, a little bit of defensive driving there from Hilo, fading to the left. And Morrison going to run the wider line, try to arc in here and build some speed for corner exit. V8 350Z, V6 S2000, both cars that they're actually each have 2 more cylinders than they would have been sold with.
Well, they're not running the regular racing lines right now by any means. They are doing interesting things. Hilo trying to defend. He's costing himself some exit momentum on occasion. In stark contrast, Morrison was just trying to sweep a bit wider, compromising his entry to try and find a bit more exit speed. Watch down here into the 90. How aggressive are they in sweeping out wide? Morrison wants no part of that curb, and I'm not surprised that some of these drivers are avoiding the risk that we've talked about this weekend.
Yeah, the rumble strips in the curbing here are so violent that you have to, use your car as a non-renewable resource. You might have parts available to fix it, but it's just sometimes not worth the risk. If you need the speed in qualifying, ooh, this is dicey between Hilo and Morrison, challenging each other into the inner loop. This is good racing between these two.
Deep from Morrison through the corner, slid through, has allowed Hilo the chance to get to the outside, but now vulnerable as Korth, Bursack start to close, drop down into the boot on the 5th lap of this race. This is about where we saw Magnussen start to drop back in race 1, but he's got about 3.5 seconds up front right now. We'll keep an eye on the lead as this great fight through the field from Morrison sees him now step into the top 5.
In the background, there's Mason Bursack having a look at Blake Korth into the toe of the boot, running the wider line. There's a couple different ways you can drive that corner. There's grip available in a couple different places. You can either sort of late apex it, or you can dive in and charge the entry, because the gravity assist will slow you down and turn you around the other direction. So fun corners, both the carousel and the toe of the boot are sort of like that. But you can also fall out of the groove, and it's like coming off the tracks of a roller coaster. You just go for a wild ride if you miss it.
There's a couple of places here where if you go a little bit wide, it can be an interesting experience. Our drivers, for the most part, outside of our test day, have had a good run of things, although is that someone stopped in the shortcut?
Yeah, it's the 214.
Gatos.
Is that the borrowed car too? I think it might be. That's right, that's Chris Gatos. So not the borrowed car, but he stopped in that shortcut area here. But no mind to Eric Magnussen, who is just lights out at the moment. And here's the thing to consider as well. In GridLife Touring Cup, drivers get extra % weight as rewards weight, but it only applies after the weekend. Emag's been a little bit quicker than Catil since Catil took on all that weight post-Road Atlanta. Going into Lime Rock, and swing advantage back to Catil, and Emag will have to be carrying an extra at least 2% should he go on to win this race, maybe even more. So it could drag Catil right back into this conversation, even though Magnussen is now currently leading the championship points.
But you don't lose success weight.
No.
So Catil's not going to shed any of the weight that he's earned this season. So it's one of the factors that makes things interesting. The weight can be placed in a position that you choose, so the drivers will be trying to balance out the car as best as they can. Eric Catil, I think, for a front-wheel drive car, it's remarkable to see just how active it is at the rear. Proper front-wheel drive car is often loose and dancey at the rear because it's trying to point itself in the right direction to where you want the car to go. And for the most part, Eric's shown us exactly what that car is capable of, and Lime Rock and Laguna are going to be great fits for it.
Catil feeling some pressure. Ibrahim's breathing down his neck. I saw Matthew in the turn 14 lounge grabbing lunch. And it was confirmed his first podium in GLTC. He's hunting for a second one right now, chasing the 2020 Eibach GLTC champion. And coming into this weekend, Catil was still leading the championship. So this is a strong showing by Ibrahim, who has experience in TC America running touring cars. And the Garagistic E36 is closing.
We know that Eric Catil's working on a Accord. The intention for that, I think, is to step up into GLGT with that, but this is still a very, very capable GLTC car. A little bit of a moment down there at turn 1 as he pushes out wide, but seemingly okay, not allowing Ibrahim the opportunity to close as they climb the hill for what should be the final time.
Yeah, white flag is out. This will be the last lap around Watkins Glen. This time we didn't get the face-off between these two that we thought we would after the first race. Eric Magnussen in that 3 car out front and comfortably. And Smedegaard gonna potentially pick up a second place. So the battle shifts to third because Ibrahim has a look at Catil into the inner loop.
Maybe cost himself there a chance to fight in through the outer loop. A bit of a sweep on the curb that sees the rear end dance around for Ibrahim, closing in on Eric Catil, who gets off the corner great as they enter the boot for one final time.
You know what, this isn't quite the close quarters racing that we saw at Gingerman Raceway because of the confines of that facility, but I'll bet you it feels like you are absolutely flying around here with all this open track, the clean green racing. I bet you just feel like you're going Mach 3 through that inner loop, jumping the curbs. I bet you Catil's having fun. I know he's not winning where I know he'd be happier, but this battle against Ibrahim on this last lap, this is a blast.
And importantly for him, Eric Magnussen has shown some cracks this weekend. It's not been all his own way. So Catil holding his own for third, minimizing the points deficit to our new championship leader up front.
And I hear that Ibrahim also has the fastest lap of the race. So that would put him on pole for race 3. But Eric Magnussen in the number 3 is working his way through the last few corners here at Watkins Glen. Coming back to the checkers, Emag 2 for 2 at Watkins Glen. Andy Smedegaard a distant second place.
Very different race compared to race 1. And now an opportunity for these drivers to go off, debrief, and figure out what they want to do tomorrow.
Yeah, lots of learning to do, I'm sure, looking at the data. They've got plenty of time to go through the data points, but unfortunate for Matt Waldbaum, he had such a strong start to the race and ended up dropping down the order all the way to P10. I think it was just a singular mistake. I heard some skidding, didn't see where or what, but what a race. So Ibrahim should be on pole for tomorrow. It's going to shake things up a little bit, having a newer driver out at the pointy end. As the rest of the field comes back around, still drivers finishing up their race, so we won't jump to the results quite yet. But
so clearly Magnussen, as much as he was fast at the front, not the fastest driver on track.
Well, that's why I'm saying I think that this field is way closer than meets the eye. I think a lot of this is the chaos of that first half a lap and the way people qualified. If they didn't get the qualifying run they're hoping.
I'm not sure if that information you were given is correct. Eric Magnussen showing as a 2:06.7. Matthew Ibrahim showing as a 2:08.1 as the fastest lap. Does seem to be, though, that Ibrahim will start in front of Catil. Catil's going to drop behind Morrison, excuse me.
Oh, I didn't see, I was going to see what lap Emag ran that 2:06 on, but it might have been pretty early on. But either way, what a race. Let's look at the results and go through the 40-car field. Top of the order. Again, Emag in that number 3 over Andy Smedegaard and Eric Catil on the podium. So moving forward, collecting points and banking good finishes for the rest of the weekend. That could be critical because race 4, when we do our random field inversion, that could really mix things up, and solid top 5 results are going to be a big help. Ibrahim, Joel Morrison, rest of your top 5. Then Jake Rawson in only his 3rd or 4th GLTC event, 11th place. Daniel Geraldo for Toyo. Brennan Ganem, Lee Wombolt started deep in the field, up to 14th. Great drive there. Ayrton Grimm, his best finish of the weekend, 15th so far. Brian Hetty and Julio Crispin, and then down the order here, Brian Hendricks, Brian Tyson in that Ford Focus ST. Cool car to have one of those things out. Ryan Kristoff also recovering from the mechanical issue he had. Now, what about James Houghton? That's the other question.
2:08.152. So he wasn't the fastest, so he won't start from pole position, but does look as though he's going to slot into the top 4, I think, for tomorrow's first race of the day in GLTC action.
All right, so that'll be fun to throw him back into the mix, but let's take a look at the highlights from Eibach GLTC Race 2. There was plenty of them. That first lap had me on edge. And at the start, again, it was 3 wide right at the launch. Blake Korth stranding Mason Bursack in the middle of the field, with Jake Rawson on the outside. And 4 wide deeper in the pack, but again, everyone behaving on the run to the inner loop. It was Emag, then Andy Smedegard, and then this was the battle between Matt Walbaum and Eric Catil, leaving each other plenty of racing room. This is exactly what we expect out of Eibach GLTC. Leave your buddy room, and you're gonna have the best race of your life.
Catil didn't make this move work, but we did see someone make a pass into the bus stop slightly later on, so maybe a bit of a preview of what to expect. First couple of laps, Medgaard put the pressure onto Eric Magnussen, but as time went by, Magnussen just pulled clear of those hunting him down, all as the likes of Matthew Ibrahim in that blue BMW picked his way up through the field.
So Eric Catil comes home in 3rd place, but it was all behind this driver, the number 3 of Eric Magnussen, the sort of Dale Earnhardt-esque livery. Those use BMW colors, though, so he's made it his own. He wins Eibach GridLife Touring Cup race number 2.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GridLife.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that 0 moment. 0 doubts, 0 fear, 0 competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
Experience Center. Tell me about the car behind me here.
So we have the new Dodge Charger. We have 550 horsepower. It is a twin turbo straight six Hurricane engine. This is gonna get up and go. So we're gonna whip you around our track with our professional drivers. You guys, it's free. And you get a free t-shirt. So you'll get a wristband, come through. We're here all day until 6. And I promise you, it's gonna be the time of your life. It also, if you scan your wristband, records you and the track. It's sent to your email. It's the funnest thing ever.
All right, so we're gonna give this a shot here. Mac is gonna jump into the back seat with me, but this is part of the Dodge Thrill Ride experience here at Watkins Glen. I cannot say I've ever necessarily done something like this. I'm getting a shake of the head that Mac has not either, but we're gonna try and buckle up here. And in the back seat here, you're gonna see me probably go back and forth a pretty good amount. We are ready. Let us commence. Hit it. Oh my God, yep. Oh my gosh! Wow! That is a lot of torque to be able to fully rotate this thing through. And these Dodge drivers are ripping it like Formula Drift, like Dean Carney here. We're getting a donut going now around this cone. They've got this, it is not a skid pad, it is a full layout here with a handful of cones. And they are ripping it like the GRIDLIFE track battle, guys. Wow! For sure, so guys, if you are on paddock right now, on track, come on down just inside of turn number 1, the Dodge Thrill Ride, the Thrill Ride experience. You're not gonna wanna miss this, promise.
Experiences everywhere around Watkins Glen International. We were just saying off air how amazing it looks from here. And walking around the festival grounds last night, Arjuna, I've never seen Watkins Glen dressed up in this color suit, and I like it. So I'm excited to see Teddy Payne and DJ Diesel on stage later tonight. But we've still got a little bit of road racing action and some drift coming your way. There's the skid pad down there at turn 1 on the inside. But we do have full course drift upcoming in a moment. And then we've got another round of our GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. The fastest time attack cars in North America are headed out on course after about a 20-minute drift session. So once again in GRIDLIFE, Arjuna, we don't do competitive drift. Some folks have asked us, hey, would you be interested in scoring or having some kind of competition? And we had considered it and talked about it, and there was some ideas floating around, and all of them sounded good to me, but all the drivers said, you know what, we like coming to GridLife just to hang out. We don't want the stress and pressure of competition. There are other places to do that. There isn't really a place that you can drift Watkins Glen with your buddies 5 deep into the bus stop. So this is a unique thing that GridLife offers, and it's a lot of fun to be a part of.
It's a lot of fun to watch, all as, by the way, the NOS Energy main stage, the activity begins over there. The first of our, is it 9 sets here on effectively Super Saturday, running all the way through to just after midnight for the biggest night of our festival activity. So I'm looking forward to that. We'll finish our broadcast. I'm going to go out, have a very quick dinner, and I'm straight off to see DJ Diesel. So I've got my itinerary set. Now, the one thing that we haven't been able to squeeze in for either of us is a drift session. So at some point, you've driven around this track, but you haven't seen what it's like to drift around it.
I haven't. I gotta find a buddy. Maybe I'll hit up Matt Kaufman and see if he'll take me for a ride. But yeah, I'd love to get a chance to lap around here sideways.
Andy Spetcon might be out there.
Did he bring his car?
He was out there earlier today. I saw him.
With the drift car?
With the white and blue drift car.
Oh, you mean Peter Collins?
Oh, that's
ASM,
Peter Collins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say, because Andy has a car that looks exactly like his GLTC car, but it's a drift, it's an LS swap drift car. But Pete Collins in the ASM camp. Falca guys getting after it. Justin Pollack and Evan Bogovic and Sonia.
I hope they brought plenty of Falcon tires.
I would imagine that they have more Falcon tires than anybody else here, Arjun, if I had to take a swing at that.
I bet that trailer is probably filled with, no, not merch, tires.
I think if you're a drifter, you'd rather have tires than merch here this weekend, but sailing off into turns 10 and 11.
Well, we destroyed some left rear tires in one of our earlier sessions today. There was some fear that the deeper we got into the weekend, the less drifters we would have because we would be going through tires so much. Clearly not.
I was wrong. I'll eat my words on that one. I thought for sure after about 2 sessions we eat up enough tire, but they've come out swinging, the drift drivers have this weekend in a variety of different builds. There's Pete Collins again in that ASM M3. I've ridden in this car around pit race.
Okay.
And that's a track that really ate tires.
I can smell the tires right now as well. It's a delicious smell.
Look at Pete sending it through the S's. I've actually had the privilege of getting crashed in this car too. He and Andy had a little kerplunk.
Oh, on the grass.
Oh man, too much. No, not too much.
Oh, goodness.
Wow, that was cutting it close.
Well, my heart was racing.
And here's Kaufman in that S13. This is going to be fun.
I'm not sure if that was necessarily intentional.
It might be. You know what? I wouldn't put it past them.
To clip the grass like that?
Well, maybe not the grass part.
Yeah, no, going deep into turn 1, I agree, but the grass was maybe not on the agenda of how he had written that one up. Oh, this is great stuff. Look at the amount of smoke that's being thrown in the air.
Kaufman's going to send it. I think he's going to send it into the outer loop here, into the carousel. Here he comes.
Look at that.
Wow.
Unbelievable. You know, I was blown away when I saw GTP cars go around the outer loop. I'm blown away by this as well.
I'm curious about the skipping of the bus stop and how, I wonder if he had asked permission about that. I don't actually know if that's a thing you can do. But generally the rules and regulations around cutting the inner loop are left up to the organization, but I hadn't really considered anyone asking if you could just blow through it without doing anything.
I'm struggling now to figure out who's who. There's so much smoke out on track, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, can't even tell who did it.
Get away with
smoke
it.
Screen.
Exactly.
It's like James Bond out there.
One of these drivers is going to not have the eject button in their car. Instead, it's the oil button, so they can pull even more sideways moments in some of these corners.
Yeah, Kaufman is known for those big sends. Like I said earlier, he's been on ESPN for one he did at Laguna Seca back in 2023, I want to say.
Are they going to be drifting at Lime Rock?
Yes. We're the only group that does it these days.
That will be interesting.
Yeah, it's a small and select group.
Okay.
But yes, we drifted there from 2022 onward, and it's one of those places that you think you can only ever drift in something like Forza and then you get to do it in real life and get to see the hills and thrills of Lime Rock Park in a completely different way. And it's a great racetrack for drift. That whole big bend at turn 1 all the way through the no-name straight, that is such a beautiful sequence of turns for drift.
It's not too long, but it's still a nice radius to work your way through. So no, none of that, what was it called, that mangying?
Yeah, none of that. I mean, again, you're not really going to bother drifting the uphill. It's really just 1 through 4. And
then the last corner, maybe.
You can do, they do, but it's that 25 seconds that you can kind of get the first half of the lap.
Continuous loop.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Slewing back
Holy
and
cow.
forth. That's the first time I think we've ever seen someone go both at the bottom and the top of the S's.
Wow. What through the top of the S's.
I mean, that's 80 miles an hour sideways as the track narrows down. The Falcon car was sideways.
Wow. That was a big send through the S's.
The amount of skill. This is great.
Matt Kaufman is unbelievable. He's going to initiate again into 5. And the carousel in particular, I think, is a great corner for this. You got to use a lot of left foot braking, though, because it's easy to drive down the hill if you don't have a little bit of stoppage.
Did you see how long he had the rear wheels locked up there as he entered the corner, just sending it in?
You know what's so interesting to me when I was learning more about drift and how they hang certain angles and get the car to do what they want. The handbrake is the rear wheels. If you need to kind of get that extra rotation, that's where what you do to you pull the handbrake. But if you need to sort of keep from driving down the racetrack, you need to stop the front wheels. So that's a left foot brake, or your foot brake, I should say, and you're going to stomp on the pedal there, and it's going to hold all 4 of your wheels, but you're powering through your brakes in order to keep the wheels spinning.
Yeah, your right foot's always on the throttle. Your left is the one that's dancing between the brake and the clutch. That was a car pulled to the side at just after turn 8, I want to say.
But the point being that the carousel, because of the downward 10-degree slope that you have, if you don't use that left foot brake, you're just going to drive downward into the wall. There's so much grip available there. So it's a challenging turn, 100-mile-an-hour turn in a grip car, and more than that in some of the higher-level cars that we've seen this weekend.
It's one of our wagons. Now, I'm just going to keep an eye out here because that stationary car, I think, might have been somewhere. No, keep an eye on that later. Here's Teddy Payne in the convertible pink Mustang.
T-Payne out there on course, dangling a GoPro off the back while he's at it, but sending it through the inner loop. Nappy Boy Automotive here this weekend. Jam sessions on the skid pad and making hay out there on the racetrack in the carousel. Look at that, through the high-speed turn 5, T-Pain getting after it.
He'll be on the NOS Energy main stage 10:45 to 11:45 p.m. So I know, Kyle, you're going to be making a beeline to that. And you'll be here bright and early, 9 o'clock when we're ready to go.
Spring chicken, Arjuna. I'll be up and ready to rock at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Enough sleep. Look at the stagger, by the way, on those front wheels compared to the rear wheels.
Putting on a snow.
Nice.
It was right there.
Slipped off the track.
It was right there. I had to do it.
Oh, that shot of the amount of smoke through the carousel is pretty cool. Wonder how many tires we've been able to destroy over the course of this weekend.
I don't even know if you want to know that number.
Hey, they're temporary consumables. They're meant to be used.
That's true. That's true. Well, at least here in this state for now. There are other places that are, it's fine. It's not a statement. It's just a fact. Anyway, T-Pain through turn 9 in the Mustang. Oh. Wow, look at this huge angle coming up out of 9.
He's pretty good at this stuff, He's just one of those guys that seemingly talented in so many different ways, and we're just watching him out of turn 10 from our spot at the R92 Lounge. Oh, beautiful entry into the final corner. Now, this is one where it's slightly nervous at times how close to the wall on the outside you want to get, and T-Pain had none of that. He was as close to the right-hand side of the track as he could be.
Turn 11's a scary place, but think about, I can't remember a time that drift has ever been to Watkins Glen. I'm sure it's happened. We did it here in 2023, but what a unique thing to bring to the racetrack.
More wagons at racetracks, please. Look at this one sawing its way through.
2JZ BMW wagon? Heck yeah.
We had the Volvo wagon last time at Midwest Fest. That made me happy, but Love a BMW. We've got a couple of the wagons as well this weekend.
I saw a podcast, or I guess I didn't see. I listened to a podcast discussion about why wagons never really took over in North America. It was kind of a fascinating conversation.
Because people wanted SUVs instead?
Well, you can have bigger things here, right? They're on offer, and you would think that manufacturers will build whatever people want to buy, right? But the audiences are different in North America, and it's the Plymouth Satellite that stopped up there.
That's the car that was stopped, okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least we got the answer as to who it was. That's a beautiful car as well in its own right. I was admiring that in our previous drift session when Jackson Lambrose replaced me in the booth for a little bit. I could actually enjoy just standing there as a fan with my jaw wide open and seeing some of the skill on display, because we talked about this at Gingerman. It's not a lack of grip drifting.
Right.
It's the opposite.
You have to have grip to drift. That's the whole sport really, is how do you make this car drive on the perfect line while sideways and keeping the wheels spinning. It's an art form, it really is, but it's not a lack of control. You're just controlling the front and rear at different locations on the racetrack.
I'm great at doing this on Forza Horizon.
I'm not even good at it in Forza Horizon.
Well, great's a statement. I've got 3 stars on all the drift zones, so I'm happy about that at least.
My girlfriend makes fun of me when I crash in Forza. I don't know how I feel about that.
Do you have damage on?
Yes.
You see, I've turned it off, so I feel better about myself.
Yeah, there you go. There's Kaufman again. He's not shy about the S's.
That is wild.
Honestly, turns 2 and 3 is one thing. When you get to turn 4, he's probably doing about a $130 there minimum, and that is flying.
There's some cool builds on display, that is for sure, and that car is amongst them. Is he going to shortcut the bus stop again? Yes.
Get a little manji here to set up for the carousel. Big bump, the transition back to turn 5.
On the handbrake for about 4 seconds there. It was great. And then as soon as he's committed, finds the angle that he wants onto the loud pedal, spins the rear wheels back up and controls the wheel speed too.
Descending into 6. And we should be wrapping up this session here pretty shortly, so maybe only a couple more opportunities to go sideways today. T-Pain's in turn 10. Here's Kaufman into 7 rather. I've done that a number of times. You and I both have. What is it about it?
It's easy to do, and that's because corner numbers here are kind of made up.
Yeah. Well, mostly because of the bus stop.
Yes. We had that conversation yesterday about, is it 1 corner, 2 corners, 3 or 4?
It's actually none.
Yeah.
On the map.
Apparently.
Yeah, but I would assume that when you turn the wheel, then you have Road America that they've got turn. I mean, what is turn 4?
Yeah, but they say it's because of Marshall posts. But even that logic doesn't hold up anymore. So
no, I mean, if it was by Marshall posts, this place would have 27
exactly.
corners.
No, don't get me started. Corner numbers is the bane of my existence.
Oh well, let's not even talk about Sonoma then.
No, we can talk about the Nordschleife, because you know what we do is we just band corners together in groups, and we don't care about which specific corner you're in. Right. It's just you're in this section of the racetrack.
Makes it a little easier.
Well, easier, and you've still got 170 corners to try and figure out where they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like Pikes Peak, 156 turns over 12 miles, very similar.
You know, we need to get GRIDLIFE at the Nordschleife at some point.
Oh, man, we've talked about it. GRIDLIFE International.
Yeah.
Where would you go if GRIDLIFE could run anywhere? I would think that an Olton Park would be a perfect place for this. Or a Brands Hatch.
Oh, those are pretty good. You know, when I said the Nordschleife, I was kind of also thinking that we could go to America's Nordschleife. Where, you know what I'm talking about? America's Motorsports Resort. Let's go to VIR.
Oh, well. Maybe. Winky face. All right, drift is wrapped up. I think it's time to get set up for our last track battle time attack heat of the day. We've got more action coming your way from 4:20 to 5:30. It's GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack. Some of the fastest cars in North America. It'll be Group D, the slowest of the cars. We'll make our way to Group A. So by the tail end of the action on course, 180, 190 miles an hour confirmed speeds. We're going to see more of that right after this.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack is a race against the clock. How fast can you go in one of 7 unique rule sets across the paddock from Club SC all the way to Unlimited? You could spend $5,000 to buy a Honda Fit and compete at the top of a championship, or you could throw your entire life savings into an Unlimited Time Attack car. Here's a look at our virtual track preview here for our Track Battle heat number 6 of the weekend. The Watkins Glen history spanning almost 80 years here, from the racing down in the streets of the Glen from 1948 to 1952, a temporary circuit until 1955, and over the next 20 years the track changed quite a bit. A couple of temporary chicanes and then a permanent one with the installation of the inner loop. 11 turns, 3.45 miles, and it all starts with the run down to the 90. That used to be the last turn on the racetrack. Then the climbing S's, turns 2, 3, and 4, rocket down the back straightaway, and then sling through the inner loop into turn 5, the carousel, the downhill right-hander, reminiscent of Big Bend on the original street course. Then turn 6, one of the most challenging turns on the racetrack as the track falls away from you. Then into the boot, turn 7, 8, and 9. Carry speed through 10 and 11, and that's a lap of Watkins Glen. If you do it just right in one of our Falcon Club SC cars, you do it in about 2 minutes and 24 seconds. If you're at Unlimited, about 1:44. Kyle Heyer, joined by Arjuna Kankapati. Jackson Lambros is in the pit lane as the cars roll off the grid to begin their warm-up lap. We group these cars by pace. So of our 100 time attack cars here this weekend, the slowest 25 will go out now, but this does include our entire Club SC class, Arjuna.
So that'll be our main focus for the most part. They'll get one more session tomorrow morning, and then we'll take the top 5 and send them out in our podium sprint. Top 5 drivers with just 3 laps to effectively determine how they finish the weekend. For everybody else who doesn't make it into the podium sprint, well, how they finish in these next couple of heats will determine how many championship points they get. So there's still plenty to play for, as much as with the heat of the day, we're expecting times on track to potentially be a bit slower than the potential that we had at the start of the morning.
Yeah, the mornings tend to be cool, and a cool racetrack is a fast one. But again, there is a little bit more cloud cover than there was earlier, and the sun's a little lower in the sky. So I think there might be a little shuffling going on here, but a lot of track time. We had a nice clean session 5. We didn't really have a lot of slowdowns here. Into the inner loop are the Club SC cars. If you're looking for them trackside, look for the pink stickers. Those are Club SC. If you see gray stickers on the windshield and doors, that's your Falcon Club TR category. That's a track rat class designed to sort of capture a lot of the cars that are highly modified, but in your garage track rat ways, engine swaps and things of the sort, but for smaller engines. And then you get into street class with the blue stickers. Those are cars that have extensive bolt-on modifications but stock aero. And then you get into street GT. It's the same exact thing, but just with bigger engines. And then you got street mod, where you work in larger aerodynamics and more significant engine changes. Track mod is track-focused vehicles with extensive aerodynamics. And then Unlimited, the only rules are safety related, and the car has to have a VIN. Other than that, you got Super Unlimited, of which we have no cars here this weekend. If you were bringing a Dallara Indy car, that's where that would drop in. And so far this weekend, fastest in Club SC, Mike Jansen in the number 156 Honda Civic. David Best just behind him by half a second. On the timing and scoring on the screen, the green dots signify a driver that is currently qualified into the podium sprint and is one of our fast 5 for our main competition tomorrow. If the driver has an orange time and an X next to them, they still need to find speed to have a chance at a trophy this weekend, Arjuna.
And when we look at that Club TR group of drivers, just look at the split 205 down to a 222. They're mixed in through groups B, C, and D. So we'll keep an eye on those storylines progressing through our first 3 sessions, and then we'll get to look a little bit more at the Unlimited and the track mod and street GT leaders once we get to the final session. We'll be curious to see how many drivers go out and get some running. When we looked at the track map, one thing that doesn't really get told, but you can kind of see here, is how narrow it feels with the walls close to the sides of the track on either side. And a lot of pro drivers describe this as an elevated street circuit. Elevation combined with the amount of confidence that you need to challenge a track like this. And a lot of the drivers have said that to us as well. building that up has been part of the challenge this weekend.
Building up that confidence to take on a track that is historic but challenging, and it will penalize you in a big way if you get things wrong. But looked at Eric Nur in the 243 Honda Civic. He's heading down towards the toe of the boot. There he is in the number 243 2000 Honda Civic 4-door. This is a generation of Civic I feel like we don't see quite as much in time attack competition. We see a lot of the EG generation. This is an EK generation Honda Civic. K24 swap on this car and a 6-speed gearbox. And one of the things with the gearbox is that you'll try to do is get ratios that are advantageous to you. Obviously more gears is better when you're limited on horsepower. And you can sort of mix and match different gears in these Honda gear boxes to get a sixth gear that's usable all the way down the back straightaway here. Typically 6 is quite long and designed for highway operation, but at a racetrack, you kind of want to top out a little sooner than that.
Well, there are some that are just running a ratio, which means they're in 4th gear the entire time because you're carrying enough mid-corner speed that as long as you stay in the power band, it seems to work out for some of these drivers. And we see differences between H pattern, sequential, and automatic gearboxes in some of the other classes. But you know what's faster than switching gearbox types? Just not switching gears at all. And so some of the drivers are aware of that fact and setting up in particular here for Watkins Glen with that in mind. Someone wide at turn 1, not quite sure who that was, but it's trying to stay out of the way as they begin to climb up the S's.
35 of Alex Westergaard in the silver S2000. And Cole Francetic is also on track. I haven't seen him yet, but Cole Francetic is in the Honda racing team, Honda Fit. That is an EV Honda Fit, which was leased as part of one of Honda's EV initiatives about a decade ago. But they have it here this weekend running in the street class. So it will not make a whole lot of noise, and that's because it is completely electric. There it is, Francetic behind the wheel at the moment and getting a point by. This car, all electric. They have to drive into the town of Watkins Glen to recharge it.
And I saw them actually charging it with a power cable dangling off the outside of a building. So they're making use of the facilities. Now, did they drive it all the way from California?
No, they have trucked it here, I believe. Again, they've got the resources to do so. Honda racing team here as there's a look at Cole. His session best time, we're going to see him pop up on the screen here. And so far, it is going to be a 2:35.126.
So was this car only available for lease in California? Was that?
I don't know if it was only California, but it was only available for lease. I do know that. But again, all electric, 130 horsepower, weighs over 3,300 pounds. So it's a heavy girl, but it's such an interesting look into where the EV industry was a decade or two ago, right? When Tesla had really just come onto the market offering, or it was just about to come onto the market with the Model S, and how much it has changed in that landscape since then.
Yeah, Honda has been one of the manufacturers that has embraced the hybrid and battery technology, especially when you compare it to Toyota, right? Who have been a lot more invested in things like hydrogen, and that's increasingly their focus now in terms of racing is hydrogen fueling, and a very different approach to some of the projects that Hot have put together. We mentioned it previously. They've got an EV Odyssey as well that they put together as we take a look at some of the track records and street at the top of the screen.
Yeah, and I don't know that we'll see any of these records broken in this session, although that was a cool sounding Honda Civic. That is the number 973, a Luke Paglione, driving a different car here this weekend. He has a couple different machines that he brings out on occasion. Going back to a couple events ago, he's got a Civic SI. He also has an Integra that he ran at Lime Rock Park most recently in 2025. I think he's also had the Integra out this year. I could have sworn, but I guess not. Paglione running the Civic this year, sounds like. There he is, P23, about 9 seconds off of podium sprint qualification. 27 cars in the Falcon Club TR category this weekend. This is like Club SC, a spec tire class. So both classes use the Falcon RT660 Plus. In Club SC, it's a 205 width tire. In Club TR, it's 255 width.
Catching some of the Club SC traffic as he heads up towards the final sector of the lap. This Club TR is very competitive at the front between Granberg, Bailey, and McLaren, but outside of the front five, we do see the gaps growing slightly. So there will be some that have still got some performance in their car left to find, and there are some that may still be looking just for that confidence out on track to hook it up and send it. And the reason we keep bringing up this confidence is going to be key in the podium sprint. You get 3 laps. If you don't have the confidence to go out on lap number 1 and instantly get up to speed, you're going to be in trouble.
I love the fit train, and there's a mini. There's an odd one out here, Arjuna, but
an impersonator.
Yes, this is Club SC, and part of the fun of this is getting to draft a little bit. David Best, actually, sorry, that's Sam Dooling in there. There's Jason Davidson. John Laughlin is in the mini, powering around the outside of Dooling in the 370.
They're not really racing, remember, but they're all jockeying for some track position right now as they head uphill. And it continues to climb. It's relatively steep here until you then begin the drop down into the braking zone of turn 8. Still side by side, Mini Cooper not quite clear.
Laughlin is right in the mix there with Sam Dooling, 4th and 5th, these two. So fun to see them on the racetrack together, although Sam cutting it to the inside here pretty tight. And going back to our conversation earlier, 25 pounds per horsepower is your power to weight limit here. So that means that you're going to dyno these cars somewhere between 95 and 105 horsepower. They're not making a lot, and they're battling drag. So that's why Sam Dooling has got the nose of that thing taped off to reduce a little drag. Michael Jansen, class leader, has Aerodisc rear wheel covers to keep the air from getting caught in the wheels. So any little bit of drag reduction you can add to your car is going to help when you're limited on horsepower that much.
They're not really setting the time sheets alight right now. David Best, his best lap time so far, at 2:33 in this session.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they're just having a bit more fun in the train right now. Still got a couple of laps left to go, though. They've only been running 5 or 6 laps at most in these 15-minute sessions in the qualifying part of Track Battle. The Mini seemingly pretty good in the draft in a straight line as well. This is where it seems to come to the forefront.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you'll gain 5 or 6 miles an hour in a draft with these cars. Absolutely, you'll go faster in a draft train. It's just, do you give up speed in places like the boot if you slow down a little too much? There's Sam Doolan jumping into the inner loop here on the curbing. P4, his best time of the weekend at 26.051.
A pretty good line through there. Opens up the gap to Laughlin in the Mini behind, who now has one of the other fits starting to look over his shoulder. Checkered flag, though, officially out for the first of our groups. And I don't know if there's been many improvements from what I've been able to see. Westgard and Street Mod, he's down to a 2:14, but his best lap of the weekend is down in the 2:13. So maybe still with some slightly warmer track temperatures, as there goes the Mini to the inside.
Yeah, I think they're just having fun back here, like you suggested, as the checkered flag is out now, so they'll come back around and pick up that checker. And there's Austin O'Brien, currently qualified 3rd. Not a second back from second place, but in podium contention, and will be a part of that podium sprint tomorrow, where we send the top 5 out for a 3-lap dash. And whoever comes out on top there, we wipe the slate clean. Whoever wins that 3-lap dash is the winner of the weekend for their respective category. And we've seen a lot of drama in the podium sprint format, where the fastest car of the weekend didn't end up winning the event. And the part of the goal of that is to ensure that, you know, the driver didn't just break the track record on Friday morning and leave before everyone got here, because you know, trying to put on a little bit of a show and make sure that people get to see these cars instead of just running at 8 a.m. before people roll in the gates in the morning. So,
yeah. And I like the format as well, because it puts the cars into a window where they're not going to be at their fastest, slightly warmer track, slightly warmer conditions. It puts more emphasis on the driver to extract the most of the car when the pressure is on, and so those podium sprints fun across the board, not just in Unlimited with all the power they have, but even in Club SC as they try and roll the speed around the track.
Yeah, super fun to watch, and that'll conclude Group D with the checker flag out. Group C is up next, and we'll take a break before more coverage of GridLife Track Battle Time Attack.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you.
I get more sideways.
I'm louder.
Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
GridLife Track Battle coverage continues from Watkins Glen International. Welcome back to GridLife and Summer Apex Festival live on YouTube and the Racer Network. We're up here in the R92 Lounge hanging out all weekend long. Group C track battle about to head on the racetrack. The speeds get faster. The classes, we start sort of moving up our index and our ladder all the way up to Unlimited. We've got a couple of groups left to go, and we'll see some really fast machinery. The fastest speed we've seen so far this weekend, I believe, is 192 miles an hour in that Group A group, Arjuna. So really cool to see the diversity in different classes, but in Group C, again, a lot of cars that are sort of in the middle of their classes, just trying to find something to make their way closer to the pointy end of their category.
Yeah, you talk about the 192 mile an hour beasts in Unlimited, but we've got some street representation in this class. I got a ride around Gingerman Raceway at Midwest Fest with Benjamin Smolin in his effectively bone stock Golf R. He had picked it up 5 days before the event, drove it down with the tires that he had bought the car with from the dealership. Mentioned that was one thing that he would like to replace. I don't know if he's done it just yet, but stock cars compared to those built-up machines, our Project Prime crew, they found a Spectator.
Yeah, I was going to make a joke about it, but I don't know where I was going to go with it. But cars rolling, thank goodness.
We go. Saves us.
Yeah, I had something on the tip of my tongue, and I'm going to have to wait for it. I'm sure we'll find another crow.
So there's plenty of Falcon Club TR cars in this group. There's some street mod, street GT as well. But we're seeing lap times from 2:08 to 2:13. So a bit more power for the most part compared to our previous group. And starting to get into the realm of seeing people bolt on some aftermarket aero as well, which is always interesting to see the ingenuity, the creativity that comes from the one-man garage operations that we often see.
Yeah, quite a mix of prep level across our 7 classes, right? Club SC, pretty low prep. You know, you're talking coilovers, brakes, maybe brakes. You don't really use them a lot in the Club SC cars. You know, maybe you get a seat to sit a little bit lower in the car and feel more connected to it. And then you move up into Club TR where you can do engine swaps and things. You sort of kind of return back to earth with street class as far as, you know, you can't really modify the internals of the engine. You know, it's really bolt-ons only. But as you step up and go higher and higher and higher up towards unlimited, the rule book gets very thin. I think the entire Time Attack rule book is like 27 pages or something. And a good bit of that is just like safety regs, not even class specific.
And Super Unlimited is basically just do whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, there's some rules about fire suppression and things with cars like that, but as far as the actual rule set per class, it's like 2 or 3 pages worth. You have a lot of choice in the approach to any individual class. Even if it's one of the more restricted ones like Club SC, there's quite a bit of ingenuity that we see. Like those aerodisc wheels. Nothing in the rules that say you can't do that.
In this particular group, we should keep an eye out on some of those Club TR drivers, though, because you've got a handful on the edge, I would say. Daniel Persing in 6, 208, 613. Does need to find 2 seconds to Kevin View to jump into the top 5. But ultimately, that's what we're talking about. Here, the tires scream in protest somewhere on the track.
Yeah, that always makes me nervous, but then I'm reminded that we have a skid pad, and it's likely from that. But Giles Marciano, there's Ian Flavin. I have to give a shout out to Ian yesterday. We had a keys locked in trunk situation over in the staff camping area, and Ian came over with a laptop. He's actually a Toyota tech, and sat down and basically connected up his laptop to the car and was going through the Toyota tech stream to see if he could figure out how to get the trunk unlocked. You can't, by the way, if you have a 2023 Toyota Camry. If the keys are in the trunk, you're out of luck unless you have the other set of keys, or you have a Sawzall and a lot of time on your hands.
Suboptimal, it sounds like.
Yeah, but thanks to Ian and his whole crew for coming over. We set off the alarm so many times they just disconnected the horns. So Adam Roble in the number 15 Integra tackling turn 1. We haven't really talked a lot about Roble here today, but getting his climb up the mountain.
1998 K24 engine behind the hood of that car. And when you look at Club TR, we do have a decent mix of front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive machines, so that's always an interesting balance to look at. Evan McLaren, fastest of the front-wheel drive cars with a 2:05.7, but in the last couple of heats earlier this morning, Peter Granberg sending a really quick 2:05.432 to see the rear-wheel drive cars at the front of the class. Those are drivers, though, that we'll see in the next group, so getting slightly ahead of myself.
Roble descending into the boot in the number 15. And has Connor O'Mara behind him in the R32, an all-wheel drive car in Club TR. And it sounds like Jackson is down in the pit lane with an update on one of our competitors. Jackson, what you got down there, buddy? And we didn't quite get that one in time. There's Ben Smallin in the Volkswagen, running a little bit wide there, and basically a stock GTI there, but given the point buys, Connor O'Mara going to take the shortcut just to the inside.
He's added some more stickers on that car since the last time that we saw it, not just blue tape.
There's Randy Ramchand in one of the red S2000s on course at the moment. Seeing fewer and fewer S2s these days. They're getting a little rarer and harder to get parts for. Harder to get chassis, really. I think the parts are okay. But Randy, in a K24, I believe this is a K24 swapped car, if we see the engine information on it. The S2000 shipped with an engine called the yeah, it is a K24. Thank you to Michael, the graphics op in the background here. But the S2000 shipped with an engine called the F22 or the F20. Great engines. Not really a big deficit to the K20 or K24 series of engine, but they are a lot more expensive because they only came in the S2000, whereas the K-series engines came in basically everything. So it's a very common swap to K-swap the S2000 chassis. Fits right in.
I mean, I'd love to get an S2000. Only problem is I failed the broomstick test.
Yeah. Yep. I have not had the pleasure of driving one just yet, but I have driven a K24 BRZ, and it's very good.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, S2000 is another one of those cars that's on the list of classic cars that I think every car fan would love to own at one point. They're getting increasingly hard to come by, I do think, at a reasonable price. It's probably also part of the reason why we see less of them. People are a bit more afraid to wreck them because it's expensive to replace it.
It is, and I think the S2000 is one of the most beautiful cars ever built. It doesn't look like a 20-year-old car.
Yes.
And it has really stood the test of time.
The Acura NSX as well.
I agree with you there. The original.
Yes.
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 The second gen car isn't a bad looking car, but I think the first car really also stands the test of time.
Yeah, the second can't be considered a classic yet, can it? I mean, we need another couple of decades.
Right. Giles Marciano, P5 in street class. And it's been fun to watch Giles take on this course. Good to see some more front wheel drive in street. Will Dries and the KDM Tuners guys are sort of holding up the candle as best they can to the rest of the class. But seeing a really competitive front drive entry as the street class record has fallen for rear drive once again. Chris Scherzer down into the 210s, 210-893. That's the first improvement we've seen in a bit.
It was easy for you to figure out what drivetrain that was because he's the only one in a rear-wheel drive street car. You can see Josh Holker, that's a monster Subaru that he's got. That's punched in the 203. Front wheel drive from Willem Dries, that's a 2025 Hyundai Elantra N that's got a rear wing off a different trim level that they actually went and 3D scanned and then fabricated their own version of the OEM part, and that's why it's allowed within the street regulations. There is the rear wheel drive. M3 puts out about 300 horsepower out of the 3.2-liter inline six, weighing just around 3,300 pounds.
Yeah, and the other thing to note is, you know, at an event like this where the records were fairly soft because of the rain we had here in 2023, these drivetrain records, they are going to be effectively a wash as far as the points for the weekend because everyone will earn the extra point. Right. So it's not going to be as big of a gain as it might have otherwise been.
Yeah, the record for rear-wheel drive was a 2:12.2 from Richard Cho back in 2023.
So there was a record
There
then.
was a record, though.
Which I actually didn't know. So that there will be 3 points awarded across the board, so everybody gets nothing, effectively.
Yeah, interesting that in front-wheel drive, the improvement's slightly less, only about 0.3 of a second, and then you look at Josh Holker, who beat his own time by about 2 seconds. So look at that development in 3 years to find 2 seconds. Yeah, I'm sure conditions maybe played a part, but that 2:05.1 that he would have set would have been during a dry session.
Yes, so we had a couple of dry sessions early in the weekend, but it was one of those things where I think it was practice and Q1 we had in the dry, and then after that it was rainy the rest of the weekend. Oh, curbing usage there for Ilya Bella, one of our street GT competitors in that kind of graphite gray colored car, sailing down the back straightaway into the inner loop.
Great shot from up above from our Project Prime team as the BMW carves through. Nicely mounts the curb on either side. That was relatively low drama.
Yeah, that's what I think what you gain with these newer cars is that they're, especially when they're heavier, there's a lot more inertia in those things, and they're very happy to climb up on the curbing and sort of ride it out with these modern suspensions, you know, versus some of the lighter cars that are older that are a little bit rattly on those rumbles.
But you know, they'll struggle a bit more when we head to the Lime Rocks and the Lagunas because they're heavier and aren't necessarily as nimble, and especially through some of the twisty stuff, that's where the older cars maybe will prove their vintage, as it were. Bellier sits 11th on the Street GT standings right now, and just looking in front, the top 5 cutoff is a 2:04.9. Brad Smith currently has a decent buffer to those behind, but he'll be a little bit wide out through turn 9, so struggling a little bit to get the car turned in at what is a very awkward corner.
First in Street GT so far in the session, but 11th in class. And in street class, Josh Holka leads the way. We've seen a little bit of shifting and shuffling within the category, and Jackson Lambros has caught up with our class leader. Jackson?
Josh Holka looking to end Saturday on top here in the street category. Walk me through how this weekend has been going for you up until this point.
It's been pretty good overall. The car setup has been phenomenal. It's just trying to put together a good lap. Right now, I'm just trying to make sure everything's all set up well for tomorrow. No plans for a big push here, but we just want to make sure the car is ready to go for podium sprints.
I know for street specifically, when downforce comes at a premium, those blue barriers can get close to you pretty quick. How sketchy has it been for you out there on track?
I haven't really got myself in any crazy situations. I've driven this track quite a bit in endurance racing, and so I've a number of laps here. This car, I've been driving for years. I'm pretty used to it, so I'm pretty good, I think, at keeping things conservative, so I haven't had too many problems.
Good stuff. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Josh Holka leading your street class at the moment. Checkered flag is out on Group C. And really not a lot of movement up or down the orders here, Arjuna. However, the next two groups, whether or not they move in the running order, I know that we're going to step up into some much crazier machinery, Group B and then Group A. We should have our Club TR leaders, and that is such a fiercely contested battle. I don't think you can afford to sit out a session.
No, we'll see Josh Holka as well in that souped-up Subaru. Should be quite exciting, alongside a couple more of the street competitors, Mike Coombs, Will Dries, and Isaac Ambrose, who punched in a really quick time in our previous heat. So he, I think, will be one to watch. In street mod as well, Jesse Myra and Dai Yoshihara join Nick Nazaro in 3 Subaru WRXs, so eyes on them as well. Dai Yoshihara has had a bit of a difficult weekend, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's had some issues, and I think we've got an update on him that we can get you in a little bit. But for now, we're going to step away to break. We'll be back with Track Battle Group B in our GRIDLIFE Time Attack Championship. Stay tuned.
You boys up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you.
I get more sideways.
I'm louder.
Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
GridLife Summer Apex is in full force. It is a beautiful afternoon here. The NOS Energy main stage is about to fire up. Kyle Heyer and Arjuna Kankapati watching the campgrounds come alight last night was so much fun, Arjuna, but the main stage is about to light up with T-Pain. Shaq's here. I just saw him come in a couple of minutes ago. DJ Diesel, rather. Excuse me.
Teddy Payne.
Yes, but it's going to be a lot of fun down there in just a short while, and we're done on the racetrack in 35 minutes.
Nice and quick. We can go grab some dinner and then hot-foot it over to the stage where DJ Diesel begins. I think it's 6:45.
Yep, and we're going to check in with Jackson. He's over by that NOS Energy main stage. Jackson, what you got?
Yeah, let me know. I can be pretty unreliable on getting back to people.
Yep, thanks, Kyle. Let's check in really quickly here on Street GT because much like it has been this season in the vast majority of the existence of Street GT, it is a great time to be a C6 Z06. But very interestingly, we've got ourselves a battle for the bubble right now in that 5th place transfer spot over to Podium Sprint. As it stands right now, Brad Smith in the Camaro is the one to make that advancement, but you've still got Sean Ma, Matt Fowers, James Sinatro, and Evan DeGriminascolu, who we've seen a handful of times trying to make that transfer over. But I've talked to the guys on the bottom half of that table to try and see what they feel like is missing and what makes the Corvette so different. Talking to Brad Smith, he just felt like the car was playing too boxy to compete with those C6s. Across the board, though, there has been nothing but respect to the After Dark speed drivers, and especially Luke McGrew, who I've been told is driving with no regard for the blue barriers up here and driving like they simply do not exist. But for Evan, who again has been the lone Mustang in a world of C6s, he actually enjoys the competition. I asked him why. He said, in a world of coyotes, it feels good to be a road runner.
I love it. Thanks, Jackson. There's Evan in the 949 Ford Mustang. A lot of C6Zs, as he pointed out, in that Street GT category. That is a class designed for the 6 and 8 cylinder machines. OEM aero only, but there's an MSRP limit as well in effect. But yeah, a lot of horsepower, not a lot of downforce. So you can be on the limit pretty quickly with your right foot.
And we're starting to get a little bit cooler conditions now as well. I'm feeling it in the air that the sun behind a bit of the clouds, I think that will be reflected in track temperatures as well. So faster cars, maybe faster times. There could be some opportunities to see improvement here. If not in Group B, potentially Group A.
There is the 773 of Luis Zendejas, I believe. Yes, in 4th place at the moment. He's been doing some pro motorcycle racing, and I caught up with him. He was trying to sell his ticket last minute here. He told me he is just burned out. He has spent so many weekends at a racetrack the last 10 or so years. He said, you know what, I need to take a break, go to the beach, something else. So I don't think we'll see Louis back for a while, but we appreciate his time here at the GridLife paddock. And yeah, I think for a lot of drivers, they reach that point where it's, oh man, big wiggle there from the 185. But yeah, I think everyone gets to that point, just where you've been at a racetrack and you're like, all right, let's take up knitting or something else that can calm my mind.
Well, what Luis was saying is the same thing we heard from Hendrik Hedman, who's had a bit of a torrid year in IMSA competition, and the line that we heard was he's off in Saint-Tropez. He's not racing anymore. He's focused a bit more on the enjoyment. So, Luis, I hope that you mentally refresh yourself, because I know the next time you are back at a racetrack and competing, it's going to be in full form, and the rest of the field better watch out, because even, you know, maybe not enjoying the racing so much, 4th in contention for a podium sprint, it's a pretty decent way to sign off for the year.
It is, isn't it? Jason Anderson, a driver we haven't really talked about a lot this weekend, right now leading in track mod. I don't think we've seen a ton of our track mod competitors on course just yet, but he is 7th on the weekend, a 2:01.991 his best time. And chasing Adams Lewinsky, Brad Perkins, Chris Smith, and a couple of others along the way. LS3 under the hood of this car. A little bit of aero in that track mod category. You're allowed quite a bit, and he's taken full advantage.
Now, track mod is interesting because I'm looking through the list of specs. Got a mix of tires, Goodyears, Bridgestones, Vitor, Nankang, Yokohama, so free choice there. But there's a couple of LS3s, and then Carl, am I reading this correctly? A 1.8 liter inline 4 that puts out 600 horsepower. Is that what powers Chris Bursma's car?
I mean, hold on a second.
That doesn't seem quite right. While you check that.
In Boersma's car?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's 1.8 liter inline 4, 600 horsepower.
So maybe this will make more sense if I explain Chris Boersma's background.
Please.
He used to, first of all, that car, he drove his wife, his soon-to-be wife, to prom in that car decades ago.
Okay.
Then he comes from a drag racing background and built that car to go drag racing.
I see.
And then it turned into a road racing car.
Okay.
So yeah, it's got a turbo that makes big spooly noises.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool. We've also got a electric Tesla Plaid that is basically a one-lap car. It's capable of doing one lap before everything is a bit too hot to go out there and push again. So a really unique class as we look at the track records. Adam Slowinski, 154.261. We'll see him out in the next of our groups.
Yeah, and I think we'll see Perkins and Boersma in there as well. There's the 85 of James Sinatro, another street GT car in a Chevrolet Camaro. Now, I haven't really seen a lot of Camaros in this class, and it's mostly because its brother, the Corvette, is a little better suited just from an aerodynamics perspective and just a chassis dynamics perspective. The Camaro is a little bit more of a muscle car, and the Corvette is a little more of a sports car. And, you know, when you're dealing with a class where you don't have the downforce, but you just need to be slippery, the Corvette is the better choice.
Yeah, not too much flexibility really as well. Street GT, basically just the big brother of Street, slightly bigger engine displacement allowed, and so that whatever you can get stock from the factory is so important, and that's where the MSRP limits come into play, and drivers, you know, picking and choosing wisely can be so important in that regard. Working his way out through turn 9. A decent run out. He's going to get a point by, I think, potentially from the car in front that seems to be setting up for maybe a pit entry or a run down for another flying lap. But we're heading into the final stages of this session now as we tick away the laps. Drivers so far, 3 or 4 laps in some cases, but a couple with just 1 or 2 timed attempts.
Well, as James Sinatro comes around to complete another lap, here's a little bit more of a look at that NOS Energy main stage from the Energy last night on Friday. That was last night. Tonight's going to be even bigger and even better. The NOS Energy main stage comes alight in just a little while. It's all part of the GRIDLIFE experience, mixing the different disciplines of motorsport with the excitement of EDM. Car culture, music, all mixed together in one weekend at spectacular venues across North America. That's what makes GRIDLIFE GRIDLIFE. It isn't just one individual aspect of it. It isn't just the music. It isn't just the entertainment. It isn't just the motorsport. It is the combination of all of it in one place. And that's what I love so much is you're blending these cultures together and exposing, again, for me from a car background, exposing a lot of the music fans to motorsports and cars in general, and a lot of the motorsports people getting a taste of EDM and getting a lot of spectators to watch them race on track as well. That's what makes GRIDLIFE special.
And we've both given kudos to our Project Prime broadcast team as Matthew Bauer's big moment pushing out of turn 10. But let's take the time to thank all of the GRIDLIFE team that is here and putting on this event and keeping everybody entertained and provided for. It's a great job. And you mentioned mixing the two worlds. I've had a great opportunity to chat with Krista, part of our GRIDLIFE team, driving to and from the airport, to and from Seneca Lodge, where some of us are staying as well. Midwest Fest was her first time at GRIDLIFE, and so she's being exposed to the world of motorsports, but has seen plenty of the music side, whereas I have the total opposite experience, right? I come from the IMSA paddock, pro racing, and I've been exposed a bit more to, the grassroots motorsports, but then that NOS Energy main stage. We had a great time last event at Midwest Fest, hanging out with Enzo, and that set that he put together, I'm hoping for some more fun tonight.
Yeah, that was an awesome set there, and you're exactly right. And, you know, the other cool thing is in car culture, it's very easy to step back and say that, you know, young people aren't interested in cars these days, you know, and the offerings from manufacturers, it seems like everything is a white, silver, or black SUV, right? But, you know, there is car culture alive and well. You just need to know where to look for it. And the idea of GRIDLIFE, I guess, is sort of to put it all in your face, and you can kind of pick and choose what you want to follow. But a special place to go racing, a special place to experience something brand new and unique in this industry.
And you say experience, literally. The skid pad, the Dodge activation over there. Also what Hyundai's done with bringing Brian Herter Autosport and the two-seat TCR car. A handful of their IMSA drivers here as well, giving hot laps. A lot of our OEM manufacturers really embracing that experience word and giving experiences that go beyond the come to the racetrack and see cars, come to the racetrack and feel what it's like.
We want to hear your stories, and you can share them at GRIDLIFE Official on Instagram. We want to hear, if you're here for the first time, we'd love for you to tell us a story about you know, where you're from and why you decided to give GRIDLIFE a go here at Watkins Glen International. It'd be really cool to see where everyone is from in this area. Again, I'm sure there's a lot of locals. Again, I'm from Rochester originally, so this is a nice home trip for me. My whole family's here this weekend. I've got friends in town joining us. Just a blast. I feel very privileged today, Arjuna. It's been a great day of racing, and we've got the fastest time attack cars on the weekend coming up in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to go out with quite the roar before we sign off for the day. Here's Jeremy Bailey, class leader in runner-up in Falcon Club TR. Maybe going out to try to improve, but I imagine he's going to get a checker before he comes back around. This might be a flying lap, though.
2:06.3, his fastest in the session, and that's a pretty good time as well when you compare to the 2:05.5 that he set previously. So he's not far off by any means. There is time to be found on this track. Evan McLaren still sat in third. He's got some work to do to close the 3/10 up to Peter Granberg. The difference between the front-wheel drive and the rear-wheel drive, the balance found around the track, and battling some issues this weekend. We mentioned it a couple of times. Power delivery from the front axle is moment there for Jeremy Bailey.
Yeah, that was a big wiggle, and he caught it, but that was definitely a nerve-wracking moment. So he'll rattle up to turn number 8 and come back around here. Again, running for the championship in Falcon Club TR. He's doing everything in his power to get this car as competitive as it's ever been. And he's done a lot of work on, you know, they call it the driver mod in the off season, doing a test day, something that he had not really done before, gotten coached, right? And I think for some drivers that have been doing this a long time, they wouldn't even think about getting a coach, right? But it's really made a difference in Jeremy's driving this season. And he is a serious championship threat. He comes into this event 5 points behind Peter Granberg, so it's really those two against Mario Moroni. But Mario's been struggling a little bit this weekend.
What I will say about the driver coach is if anyone thinks they don't have something to learn, they are wrong.
Right.
When you have drivers at the Lauren Heinrich, Porsche factory driver, he still very happily takes the advice of people around him. And if people at that level are doing it, people at any level can benefit from a coach. And so that's definitely something where I'm glad that Jeremy's gone out and done that. Sometimes in the software world, we talk about the problem existing between the keyboard and the computer. It's the human interface that sometimes needs improvement. And it's not just the driving skill. All the other intangibles, physical and mental fitness as well, that come to play in the world of motorsports.
Jeremy Bailey finishes up Group B for us. That'll be checker on Group B for the last time today. They have one more heat tomorrow morning to improve and make their way into podium sprint. Group A is up next after this break. Some of the fastest time attack cars in North America. We'll see who comes out in the end of the day here at Watkins Glen. We'll be right back.
moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a non-zero sugar to get me there.
Wow, the infield looks pretty full, doesn't it? Kyle Heyer rejoined by Arjuna Kankapati for the conclusion of our track battle coverage and our on-course action for the day. One more session on the racetrack before the NOS Energy main stage fires up, and this is Group A. Now, it looks a little light compared to what we saw earlier in the day, so if you just joined us mid-afternoon, there's a couple of cars that are laying dormant until tomorrow morning, but at the front of this field is Igor Keselov. Actually, Chris Smith is up the road too, and Andreas Bertulis, but not the three quick cars that we had pointed out earlier, Dussault, Patton, and Anise. For Anise, it was a transmission that broke, and they are working actively on fixing it.
It sounded pretty rough when it was making its way past us.
Oh, Alan Patton's on course.
So
hello.
They bought the steering rack off somebody, or was the steering arm, one of the two.
All right, so Alan Patton is chasing Mike Dussault for the unlimited track record here this weekend. He needs 0.4 of a second.
And I think there's time on this track, as much as he's now kicked up a bit of grass and gravel on the exit of turn 9. I think there's the potential here, if he can keep it on track limits, for the track limit to be set. That car looks quick. It's turned up to the max.
Here we go. Alan Patton in the Louis Gelati built Corvette, roaring down the front straightaway into turn 1, the 90, right on the limit, hanging the end plates over the grass. And now it'll be over 180 miles an hour on the back straightaway. For those in the inner loop, you're about to see a show. The Orr-sponsored C7 up the hill. What a sound.
Better than listening to us, I think, for a couple of seconds there. Oh, watch this commitment into the inner loop. It's wiggling around on him. But the amount of downforce that he seemingly has, that looked like corner speed of 120 miles an hour.
That is perfect. Perfect inner loop, perfect S's. A little wiggle there, leaving the carousel right out to the edge of the road. Alan Patton is pushing, and he's hunting a 1967 Camaro of all things. That's how crazy Time Attack Unlimited is in GRIDLIFE Track Battle. Now down to the toe of the boot.
And when I looked at the interior of this car, it's got a GT3 steering wheel in it. There's lots of electronic modifications as well. Struggling to put all that power down, but climbs over the crest of the toe of the boot quite nicely. And now just 4 corners left, and they're all slightly unique. Down through turn 8. Drops away as you get to the apex, keeps it within track limits very, very nicely. And then the awkward turn 9, crest over the combination of tarmac surfaces. Big drift off corner, but that's great.
This lap looks spectacular. I think it's the most put together lap I've seen all weekend from Alan Patton. To the edge of the road, he keeps it on the course. Alan Patton, 1 turn to go in a potential record run at Watkins Glen International. To the exit of turn 11 and down the front straightaway. Alan Patton in the 606 across the line. It is not an improvement. It's a second slower, in fact. That's unbelievable that it looked so good and was just a little bit off.
And then all sorts of out of control down through turn 1. He was sawing at the steering wheel, and there's no way he's attacking on this lap, because I think he needs a change of underwear before he goes again.
He's full throttle up the S's. It won't be this lap, but I wonder if he's just hurrying around to maybe take another crack at it.
I mean, there was a couple of times where it did look as though he was on edge. Once again into the inner loop. Moves around on him. Oh, he's wide through the third part of the corner. It pushes him then over the curb a bit more and wide on entry into the outer loop. What a beast this car really is.
So fast. I mean, a beast is the word for it. 950 horsepower. Oh, drops off the ends of the curbs there and slammed the right front. That was a pretty rough ride. Looks okay to me, but that was definitely a drop off the end of the concrete curbing, and it bounced the right front corner off the asphalt.
I think he got away with it. One thing we've heard from some of the Rush teams is that when their cars bottom the splitter out, they are shearing the bolts on the underside of the car. Cal Fortner finds some speed in street mode, but he's still a 10th.5 back from Dewey DeWitt in the number 70.
Jackson Lambros has a speed gun in hand. Let's see what we can get from Alan Patton through turn 10 and 11. It looks like he might be pitting in, and he might throw us off here a little bit.
Well, I think we know that these unlimited cars really only have 2 or 3 laps where you'll get the most performance, and then there's small degradation from there, and these drivers are looking for every ounce of performance they can get. I'm not sure if the headlights are strictly needed for John Veloso, but they're not taking any power away from the car.
Look, lights on is always the move for me. I think it makes cars look way cooler.
I love it. The yellow GTD light, slightly different from what some of the other classes in IMSA have, so you can always recognize them at night. That's such a cool car.
Looks like it's right at home here at Watkins Glen. Probably done lots of laps here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, you factor in testing that the IMSA teams have done through the years. Yeah, they've done way more than the 6 hours of racing alone. So with Alan Patton back in pit lane, just looking through timing to see if anyone else is really of note. I don't see Dewey out there, so he's elected to decide discretion is the better part of valor. But it's allowed Cal Fortner to close in. I don't think Dai Yoshihara got the chance to head back out there in Group B, so there's a couple of things mixing and going on as we get to the end of our Super Saturday and get ready to head over to the NOS Energy main stage.
John Veloso gets the point by from Cal Fortner, who recently set a track record. And let's check in with Jackson Lambros, who's got that speed gun in hand.
I've got a radar gun, guys, and John Veloso is working his way down, I believe. I'm hoping he's not pitting this time by. Oh, he might have pitted this time by. We'll have to wait and see. No, here he comes. Moment of truth here. Haven't seen anything from him yet on the gun. Let's see here. 146 on the gun here, Kyle.
Wow, that's pretty solid on the front straight. That's not even the longest straightaway here at Watkins Glen. That car does a little bit more than that on the backstretch. My radar module on the backstretch has stopped talking to me this afternoon. We're on short terms. The last speed it read was 164, and that was 3 hours ago.
Yeah,
so
we need to fix that relationship before we get back live tomorrow.
We will. That's priority number 1 before the morning cool sessions. But Veloso into the inner loop again, cutting it so close to that wall on entry. Ooh, big wiggle through the bus stop.
I got to wonder as well how much he's been able to dial in the ABS and the traction control settings. They really do make a difference in these race cars, where it's not like your street car ABS, where the important thing is to slow down as smoothly as possible. A race car ABS is simply to, for the most part, avoid shredding tires with those lockups and things like that. Traction control, you've got all sorts of settings as well to decide both power down, how much slip cut gets measured, but also the yaw angle is sometimes considered in some of the more modern GT3 traction control systems, and you get 2 separate toggles to play with.
Yeah, lots of electronics on board this car. Pretty trick systems on board GT3 machinery. And that's what you get when you have, international development from manufacturers to basically produce a product designed to go road racing at a very high level to that GT3 specification. And there's, slight variations based on where you are in the world and what championship you're running. Torque sensors and things for a couple championships to help equalize and make the BOP a lot easier.
Yeah, that's an interesting topic of discussion, but maybe for
another day,
a
perhaps.
podcast potentially that goes on for several days.
But here's Ernie Pazzelis. He's got his Corvette out this time around.
Another great sounding car as well. Deep-throated rumble from that engine.
Yeah, it sounded a little off. And Patton's back. Is that? Oh, sorry, that was looking at the wrong screen there. Pizzellis.
Is this another Louis GLGT racing machine? It's got LGR on the side of it. I think that tripped you up.
That's what threw me off. Yeah, supported by LGR,
okay.
Looks like.
They built some wicked machines. There's no doubt about that.
And I believe the car behind them, Ertel, has also got some LGR parts and support. Great sound on the supercharger there.
I'm not even going to try and replicate that. But
let's listen to this up through the S's.
It's not often that you get both a low-end roar and a top-end whine as well. And oh, that is singing as it sends it down towards the inner loop.
It really has that C6R sound. You know, someone was joking with me on the internet. I said that the Patton C7 sounded like the C7R. And they're like, well, of course it does. It's the same engine base, but not actually. The C7R was a 5.5 liter based V8, and the LGR car is a 6.2. So different car, but I guess it sort of makes sense that it sort of sounds like the car that it is. But
that's sounding kind of like a jet fighter momentarily as it heads through the toe. Heading into the final stages of this session, though, and quick look at live timing to compare it to the best results of the weekend. Well, we've seen Cal Fortner find some improvement, but quite curious to see if the likes of Pizzellis have found a bit more time. Pizzellis' quickest lap, a 1:52.7. Oh, so he has actually found about 2 seconds there. So some decent improvement in that Corvette.
I feel like we hadn't really seen a lot of him early in the weekend, so maybe making up for lost time.
Does that mean now that he was already in the bubble to move to podium sprint, but now I think he's going to be a bit more confident in that. So good session for the Corvette as it pulls down to pit lane.
Yeah, he's in, and Jake Ertel in the 379 is up into 4th as well. So it'll be a lot of Corvettes against Dussault in the Camaro and Anise in the 350Z. So long as they get that car sorted, there's Andres Bertulis in the RCF.
Oh, we might need to send Jackson Lambros back down to the Dussault camp just to check, because I think we had word that there was some repair work that needed to be done, and we haven't seen anything of him since then. So just a quick double check to make sure they'll be A-OK to fire off in the morning and maybe set a new track record.
Yeah, he had told me the other day that they were not planning on running the afternoon sessions, but they did yesterday. So they sort of deviated from the expectation there, but still worth finding out. There's Andreas Bertulis, currently scored 8th in class, 5th at the moment, with the notable 3 not making laps this time around. Jeremy Lauder, I believe he's done for the weekend, unfortunately, in that Chevrolet Camaro.
Well, Bertulis, our championship leader, let's not forget. So I think for him, he'll be hoping that maybe tomorrow he can find a bit more of that speed and make it into podium sprint. He won at Gingerman when the entry list was missing a few drivers. Alan Patton was racing in SRO. Jeremy Lauder was off preparing for Pikes Peak, and it did mean that we had a bit of a shake-up in the podium sprint. And got to say, podium sprint did not disappoint at Gingerman. I'm not expecting it to disappoint here.
It didn't disappoint. Track mod was real wild, though. So
2 cars losing their time.
Yeah, and then we had extra runs and things. It was all over the board. So definitely a lot of entertainment coming your way tomorrow afternoon. If you're sticking around, if you're here camping, don't leave until Sunday around 4:30. It's going to feel like it's quieting down, but I promise, wait around, you'll be entertained. The Haas Energy main stage is firing up. Look at people starting to collect over there, and I think we're basically wrapped up. The track is quiet. They haven't thrown the checker yet, but
time for us to head over there too.
I'm nervous to leave just in case LGR sends Patton back out for one more go. You know what I mean?
We've got 5 more minutes. We'll wait for the checker.
No, there it is. Checker right there. So, all right, let's look at the event results so far for our track battle time attack, and then we'll wrap things up here for the day. And we'll start with Club SC. These are how things stand. The top 5 currently qualified to move on. That's John Laughlin on the cut line over Jim Froworth, Jason Davidson, Adcock Robertson, and Isaac Rodriguez. They are on the outside looking in. Peter Gramberg, Bailey McLaren, Feingold, and View are the ones that are in Falcon Club TR. BRZ, FRS, Integra 86, and Integra. The rest are hunting for some more time. In street class, at the top of the order, it is still Josh Hulka in the 777. Of course, you see all the rest of the Club TR drivers as well. It's a big group. There is street class Josh Hulka, a second off of his best. Isaac Ambrose, Mike Coons, Willem Dries, and Giles Marciano, the drivers that are qualified in. Only half a second difference to the cut line, though, so that is going to be one to watch tomorrow morning. Moving into Street GT, Luke McGrew has just been dominant so far in that 717 C6. Then Ryan Matthews, Nick Hendricks, Luis Zendejas, and Brad Smith are qualified in. It is a 1.1 second difference back to Sean Ma. That is your cut line for Podium Sprint. And then we're going to move on to Street Modified, and it has been a good weekend for Cal Fortner. Just broke the rear-wheel drive street mod record, a 158.8. Dewey DeWitt is going to save his energy and resources for the Podium Sprint. Io Shihara, Jesse Myre, and Nick Nazaro, the rest of your top 5, as Devin Hoffman, Ethan Brown didn't make runs that session. Track mod is still Adam Slawinski, Brad Perkins, Chris Smith, Igor Keselov, and Chris Boersma. Mike Kubiak, Jason Anderson, Eric Peachy, and Jesse Ashnik on the outside looking in. And then Unlimited, Mike Dusold, hoping we see him tomorrow morning running 190+ miles an hour. Then Alan Patton just came up short in that epic run that we just saw. Sasha Anise, Jake Ertel, Ernestus Pizelis, your top 5 in Unlimited. Well, day 2 of GridLife Summer Apex is, from the track perspective, complete, but the NOS Energy main stage is firing up. Arjuna, final thoughts on Saturday.
Oh, what a good day. Lots of interesting on-track action. It's really setting up for a good Sunday to close out the weekend, and it's now time for us to go and join DJ Diesel, Teddy Payne, as the NOS Energy main stage takes over center stage.
All right, everybody. Well, we're back live 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for the resumption of GridLife Track Battle Time Attack. But from Watkins Glen, New York, head over to the NOS Energy main stage if you're here at the racetrack, because things are about to get exciting. We're going to sign off, and we'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of our motorsports action from Watkins Glen, New York. This is GridLife Summer Apex. We'll see you in the morning.
Shout some,